know that there was a few that I had in mind, but I have no, obviously we can't do anything right now. That's so funny how that happened after you told me the story about your brother, dude. Wow. All right. Hey, Simon Des, you guys have us? Scott. Scott Fox News Space. Hey, Andrew, can you guys maybe call LA County one more time and just give the booth a heads up to watch our picture because they're starting to rappel down to the automobile. We're watching the firefighters rappel down. This is the Palos Verdes Estates situation. I just wanted to know if you could let the booth just kind of keep an eye on our picture. And two, if you could call LA County Fire one more time to see if they have an update on what they think they're dealing with. Thank you. Looks like that vegetation is freshly turned right there. A scar there. How close is he? There you go. Skyfox News Base, firefighters made his way to the car. You're looking for someone? No fire. We're just trying to break the window. Skyfox 2 News Space on the link. Kind of a compelling picture here that we're over. I don't know. You told the booth that we have this, and Andrew, hello? thank you very much. That helps. No, I asked the desk twice to call LA County Fire, and they don't give me anything. They don't even say they do it. Go ahead. All right, thanks. Got it. All right. Is it cutting around the glass, it looks like, huh? See if it gets on the radio. No victims in the car? We just got word, Steve, unconfirmed completely, that there's nobody inside the automobile. Now, we saw this firefighter from the Los Angeles County Fire Department rappel down 200 feet off the cliff here of Palos Verdes Estates in the 1400 block of Paseo del Mar here. And we did see him use his tool to cut through the aluminum and the glass on the automobile to inspect the inside of the car to see if he saw a victim or victims. Now, we're getting word from our assignment desk that there is a report that nobody was inside the car. We haven't seen the four fingers of the code 4 from this firefighter, and he was just inspecting the automobile a short time ago. An LA County Sheriff's helicopter has been deployed to the area as well because they're searching to see if there's a possibility that a driver and or passenger may have been thrown from the automobile, maybe somewhere else on this steep, rugged cliff of the Palos Verdes Peninsula in Palos Verdes Estates. You can see there, that's the rope that the firefighter rappelled down here in PVE. And you can see he is still standing by the automobile. It doesn't look like he's looking in or speaking to anybody inside the car, but it did appear from our vantage point that he was able to gain enough access inside to inspect and determine whether or not somebody was in there. So an unconfirmed report so far that nobody is inside. We're going to try to get you a little bit more information on this and continue to watch it from above. Back to you in the studio. I don't know why CNS could report it so quickly like that. Yeah. That's what I said. Hey, Drake, you got me? All right, so wait. So hold on. Drake just gave me information that CNS reported nobody inside. And what's their source? Who are they referencing, Andrew, on that CNS alert? $30 feet. Okay. I mean, literally, Andrew, the guy just rappelled down, you know, as you saw minutes ago, and we just saw him look inside. I mean, the time that it would have taken them to type that and send that out, I don't know, something doesn't make sense. I mean, not to say it's not accurate, but we saw the first visual inspection by this paramedic probably, you know, within the last 5 minutes. And they got the... all right. No, they're not. They just follow news sources, and exactly. What crews have been released? I mean, I don't... How's that guy coming back up? All right. Sky Fox News Desk. We're running low on fuel, so being that nobody's in the car, according to you guys, we're going to move on, I guess. Copy. I mean, I assume they'll do that eventually. And no one else is going down there, so. All right, we're good. We'll go north to Zeus. Okay. Yeah, just head up to Van Nuys. I'm in this whole area. That's high tide right now.
All right, guys, that looks like that ends our coverage of the car over the clip. We do have a couple of events happening in the next hour. We know Donald Trump will be speaking in Atlanta, Georgia, in about a half an hour. So we're carrying that live for you, and we're just hearing an update that officials in Orlando may be giving us an update on the search for the 2-year-old boy that was snatched away by an alligator. It's an absolutely awful story. It's been trending everywhere this morning. Looks like everyone's talking about it. So we'll be carrying that live for you here as well. What I'm going to do now while we wait for our next live event is play for you President Obama's speech from yesterday, his reaction to the Orlando shooting and the fight against ISIS. So in case you missed it yesterday, let's watch that right now. Georgia in about a half an hour. So we're carrying that live for you. And we're just hearing an update that
I just met with my National Security Council as part of our regular effort to review and intensify our campaign to destroy the terrorist group ISIL. Our meeting was planned before the terrible attack in Orlando, but obviously that tragedy, the awful loss of life, shaped much of our work today. In all of our efforts, foremost in our minds is the loss and the grief of the people of Orlando, those who died, those who are still recovering, the families who've seen their loved ones harmed, the friends of ours who are lesbian and gay and bisexual and transgender who were targeted. I want to remind them that they are not alone. The American people and our allies and friends all over the world stand with you and are thinking about you and are praying for you. As Director Comey has said, We currently do not have any information to indicate that a foreign terrorist group directed the attack in Orlando. It is increasingly clear, however, that the killer took in extremist information and propaganda over the internet. He appears to have been an angry, disturbed, unstable young man who became radicalized. As we know all too well, terrorist groups like ISIL have called on people around the world and here in the United States to attack innocent civilians. Their propaganda, their videos, their postings are pervasive and more easily accessible than we want. This individual appears to have absorbed some of that, and during his killing spree, the shooter in Orlando pledged allegiance to ISIL. As I've said before, these lone actors or small cells of terrorists are very hard to detect and very hard to prevent. But across our government, at every level, federal, state, and local, military and civilian, we are doing everything in our power to stop these kinds of attacks. We work to succeed 100% of the time. An attacker, as we saw in Orlando, only has to succeed once. Our extraordinary personnel, our intelligence, our military, our homeland security, our law enforcement have prevented many attacks and saved many lives, and we can never thank them enough. But we are all sobered by the fact that despite the extraordinary hard work, something like Orlando can occur. In our meeting today, Director Comey updated us on the investigation in Orlando. Secretary Johnson reviewed the measures we continue to take on behalf of our homeland security. Secretary Carter and Chairman Dunford reviewed the military campaign against ISIL, and I want to thank Secretary Lew and his team here at Treasury for hosting us and for their tireless efforts to cut off the money that ISIL relies on to fund its terror network. At the outset, I want to reiterate our objective in this fight. Our mission is to destroy ISIL. Since I last updated the American people on our campaign 2 months ago, we've seen that this continues to be a difficult fight, but we are making significant progress. Over the past 2 months, I've authorized a series of steps to ratchet up our fight against ISIL. Additional U.S. personnel, including special forces in Syria to assist local forces battling ISIL there, additional advisors to work more closely with Iraqi security forces, and additional assets, including attack helicopters, and additional support for local forces in northern Iraq. Our aircraft continue to launch from the USS Harry Truman, now in the Mediterranean. Our B-52 bombers are hitting ISIL with precision strikes. Targets are being identified and hit even more quickly. So far, 13,000 airstrikes. This campaign at this stage is firing on all cylinders. And as a result, ISIL is under more pressure than ever before. ISIL continues to lose key leaders. This includes Salman Abshahib, the senior military leader in Mosul, Abu Saab al-Sudani, who plotted external attacks, Shakir Wahib, ISIL's military leader in Iraq's Anbar province, and Mahir al-Balawi, the top ISIL commander in Fallujah. So far, we've taken out more than 120 top ISIL leaders and commanders. And our message is clear. If you target America and our allies, you will not be safe. You will never be safe. ISIL continues to lose ground in Iraq. In the past 2 months, local forces in Iraq, with coalition support, have liberated the western town of Rutbah and have also pushed up the Euphrates River Valley, liberating the strategic town of Heat and breaking the ISIL siege of Haditha. Iraqi forces have surrounded Fallujah and begun to move into the city. Meanwhile, in the north, Iraqi forces continue to push up the Tigris River Valley, making gains around Makhmur, and now preparing to tighten the noose around ISIL in Mosul. All told, ISIL has now lost nearly half of the populated territory that it once controlled in Iraq, and it will lose more. ISIL continues to lose ground in Syria as well. Assisted by our Special Operations Forces, a coalition of local forces is now pressuring the key town of Manbij, which means the noose is tightening around ISIL in Raqqa as well. In short, our coalition continues to be on offense. ISIL is on defense, and it's now been a full year since ISIL has been able to mount a major successful offensive operation in either Syria or Iraq. As ISIL continues to lose territory, it also continues to lose the money that is its lifeblood. As a result of our strikes against its oil infrastructure and supply lines, we believe that we've cut ISIL's revenue from oil by millions of dollars per month. In destroying the storage sites where they keep their cash, we've deprived ISIL of many millions more. Thanks to the great work of Secretary Liu and many others here today, and working with nations and financial institutions around the world, ISIL is now effectively cut off from the international financial system. Cutting off ISIL's money may not be as dramatic as military strikes, but it is critically important, and we're seeing the results. ISIL's cash reserves are down. It has had to cut salaries for its fighters. It's resorting to more extortion of those trapped in its grip, and by ISIL's own admission, some of its own leaders have been caught stealing cash and gold. Once again, ISIL's true nature has been revealed. These are not religious warriors. They are thugs, and they are thieves. In continuing to push on this front, I want to mention that it is critical for our friends in the Senate to confirm Adam Zubin, my nominee for Undersecretary of Terrorism and Financial Intelligence. Adam has served in Democratic and Republican administrations. Everyone agrees he's eminently qualified. He has been working on these kinds of issues for years. It's now been more than a year since I nominated him, more than 420 days, and he still has not been given a full vote. There is no good reason for it. It is inexcusable. So it's time for the Senate to do its job, put our national security first, and have a vote on Adam Zubin that can lead our financial fight against ISIL and help keep our country safe. ISIL's ranks are shrinking as well. Their morale is sinking. As one defector said, ISIL is not bringing Islam to the world, and people need to know that. Thanks to international efforts, the flow of foreign fighters, including from America to Syria and Iraq, has plummeted. In fact, our intelligence community now assesses that the ranks of ISIL fighters has been reduced to the lowest levels in more than 2.5 years. Even as we continue to destroy ISIL militarily, we're addressing the larger forces that have allowed these terrorists to gain traction in parts of the world. With regard to Iraq, this means helping Iraqis stabilize liberated communities and promote inclusive governance so ISIL cannot return. With regard to Syria, it means our continued support for the fragile cessation of hostilities there. This cessation of hostilities has not stopped all or even most of the hardship on the Syrian people, the hardship on civilians. And the Assad regime has been the principal culprit in violating the cessation of hostilities. ISIL and al-Nusra, which is al-Qaeda's affiliate in Syria, also continue to terrorize Syrians. But as fragile and incomplete as the cessation is, it has saved lives, and it has allowed the delivery of some life-saving aid to Syrians who are in desperate need. And as difficult as it is, we will continue to push for a political process that can end the civil war and result in a transition away from Assad. Beyond Syria and Iraq, ISIL is also losing ground in Libya. Forces of the Libyan unity government are going after ISIL in their stronghold in Sirte, and will continue to assist the new Libyan government as it works to secure its country. Lastly, here at home, if we really want to help law enforcement protect Americans from homegrown extremists, the kind of tragedies that occurred at San Bernardino and that now have occurred in Orlando, there is a meaningful way to do that. We have to make it harder for people who want to kill Americans to get their hands on weapons of war that let them kill dozens of innocents. It is absolutely true. We cannot prevent every tragedy.
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of President Obama's speech. If you want to see it in full, it is on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix. Instead, we're going to take you live to Orlando. We're waiting for an update. In case you haven't heard the story, it's a tragic story. A 2-year-old snatched by an alligator. His father tried to wrestle the alligator, tried to rescue his son, but the gator took the 2-year-old away. A search is underway. A search has been going on overnight. No official details. We have a press conference happening in Orlando momentarily.
Which one's yours? None right now. I'm looking for an opening.
Oh, okay. You got a mic?
I will bring one.
Okay. We'll find an opening.
Yeah. Yeah, jam it in there. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then if you go to the side, yeah, so that's like a forest on the side from it. But there's one road that walks you down.
Wait a minute. Got a bigger team.
Not starting yet. Just good morning, everyone. We're going to try and get it done and get started at straight up at 12. That's our goal, to try and make sure that you have what your needs are as well. But we're trying to make sure that we address our needs as well, excuse me, and that we have all of the information that we can provide at this time. So we're waiting for FWC, Florida Wildlife Commission as well. The sheriff is on scene and Disney as well. And we'll go ahead and give you your information and give you an update, okay? Talking will be Sheriff Jerry L. Demings, and then what I'll have to get is the names on Florida Wildlife Commission, or that'll be part of the introduction, okay? We could go ahead and cover the comments in Spanish as well after or during, just as we finish one segment, we'll shift into the other segment, okay? Sheriff Demings will open the and start with his comments.
Well, they are.
Sí, vamos a cubrirlo aquí. Yo either pongo a Rose or myself here. Yeah, sí. Okay.
Is yours okay? Got yours working? Okay. Good. Yours okay? All right. All right. How about that one right there? Is that okay?
That's cool. I'm done with that. Hardwired in with my microphone.
See how that sounds for you.
Yeah, I mean,
It's a medium thing, man. Swag. You don't pay for your hotel.
Yeah, I like you. This one on already?
No, but I know that they offer that.
That's on.
They fly in journalists.
Okay. That's good.
mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. Is that a little
Mic
better?
check 1 2 3.
Mic check, mic check.
Mic check 1 2 3.
All right.
Okay.
Jerry,
Everyone's good. Everyone's good. That's good.
Where are you based out of?
Mic check 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2 3.
What's that? Well, I go whoever calls, but they're the police are always the main guys. Well, I laugh at whoever calls, but it's always think he's always first. They cut back a lot. So does everybody else. Really? God, AP's come back big time this year because of elections and the Olympics. Yeah, for you guys, you're probably, yeah. You're a staffer for them? Yes. Where'd you come from? You're from DC? No. No, I mean, that's also your stuff.
So we're waiting for a press conference to begin. If you can see behind me, we have a podium set up, a whole lot of media here, a whole lot of mics. We're told somebody from the Orange County Sheriff's Office will be speaking, giving us an update right around noon, so we are waiting for that. As of the last hour or so, we know that all of the beaches at all Disney resorts had to shut down because of this incident, and as the search goes on, we're being kept back a bit from the actual hotel and the landlord. there. ADC station. Who's looking in the water for more than 12 hours now on no sign of the gator. They are using sonar as a TV signal. Everybody on cell phone now went down there. This is a massive search area. It's not just a small lake. Our county sheriff's office family is from Nebraska. They're here on vacation and relaxing together on Sandy Beach area at a lake that happened shortly after 9 p.m. last night. A little boy was at the edge of the water. I guess that splashing. He saw an alligator. It's just nothing to get out of his son. It's just terrible. We're told this father tried to wrestle his 2-year-old child. If you can even imagine this, the mouth of this gator. What is that?
Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2 3. Mic check for CBS 2. Mic check 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2 3. All right. Good enough.
So we know from overnight there are alligators from this lake. They were examined overnight and they did not find any sign of human remains. So that is why the search is ongoing. They're still looking for this boy. They're still looking for this alligator. We are told there is an alligator still on the lake. Our sheriff's office, Disney representatives here. They're also the wildlife are here. And the sheriff's office told me that they are going to be out here.
Okay, so you're just going to pop up video right away?
Some sort of control this family. As of now, they told me that this has switched now to a recovery, a search and recovery effort. But they are going to keep searching for this again for some kind of closure. Again, just to kind of recap this, all of the beaches here on all of the Disney resorts are now shut down. We are near, I should say, the next lake. It's happened at a lake called the Seven Seas Lagoon. This is on a Disney property by the Grand Floridian Resort. Again, it is the family of 4 from Nebraska on vacation, and they were on a sandy beach. Apparently, the father was just a little bit away from his son. His son was at the water, right at the edge, splashing around. His dad was splashing in the silver. Saw a gator paddle with his 2-year-old son. Just the unthinkable. The father rushed over, tried to wrangle his child.
Check.
Right now, we're told they are victims right now.
Now the search is still going on for this 2-year-old missing boy. In just a few minutes, we're going to hear from Sheriff Jerry Deming from the Orange County Sheriff's Office. We're going to hear from the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission and a representative from Disney as well. They have been searching for this child for about 15 hours now. Last night, deputies tell us that this boy was with his parents at the Grand Floridian Resort. There, the child was playing in the water at the Seven Seas Lagoon. He was on the edge of the water, maybe just a foot in the water, and the father says he heard splashing. The next thing he knew, an alligator had come up to the child, dragged him into the lagoon, and that's the last time the father saw him. The parents did try to go after the child, but could not get to him. After that, the sheriff's office started getting marine units onto the lagoon. The entire area has been closed down. All resort beaches in Disney have been shut down. And FWC has also been out here working to trap alligators and to be able to find them, be able to euthanize them and gut them in hopes of finding this child. So far, we know that 4 alligators have been examined. Still no sign of this boy. This happened around 9 o'clock last night in the evening hours, and they have been out here all night. Representatives from the sheriff's office have been briefing the news reporters, the reporters out here on what's been going on. What we're told is that this family was here from Nebraska. They were visiting, vacationing here in Disney. It's a family of 4 parents, a 2-year-old boy and a 4-year-old daughter. And this tragic, horrific incident happened right before their eyes at the Grand Floridian Resort. So we're waiting to find out more information. Now we know that those parents are with victim services. They're with Disney staff members. Right now we're still waiting to find out more information about how these lagoons are regulated, whether or not they keep a count on the alligators that are in these lagoons. But once we have more information, we'll bring that to you. We're waiting for just a few minutes. This press conference should start. For now, we're in Orlando. Michelle, back to you.
Other lake by canals and rivers being a very large search area. Now, it's not uncommon to see gators in these lakes, which Dave says they come out with nuisance gators.
She not told me to keep talking until
when needed. There are Sunday is supposed to be a week of fun, and now Andrea is at there.
We don't know about the salt, so we are going to talk to EST operating representatives out here. And as you mentioned, it is a massive area. They can't really say how large the area is, but it does sound like concern from just the lake and into the connected parts. But you just never know where it's straight and walking through and obviously, they're out there with sonar equipment, so they're scanning these bodies of water that you can't necessarily see it, but they're trying to see any type of object, anything in this body of water. And right now, that the sheriff's office is walking, so I'm going to kind of step out of the way and underway. Here we go. Get some more information about the
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Briefing you will be our Sheriff, Jerry Demings, and followed by Executive Director of the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, Nick Wiley. Sheriff Demings.
Okay. Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for being here. We want to share some updates with you regarding this particular operation. This is a tough situation. I want all of you to think about this for a moment. Those of you who have children or grandchildren or what have you. I just happen to have a 2-year-old grandson. And so for me, this is a very human experience that we're talking about, where we're dealing with this family now who, there's no question, will lose a 2-year-old child. It has been now about 15 hours since the child was taken into the water by the alligator, so we know that we are working on recovering the body of the child at this point. And so on behalf of everyone that is engaged in this effort, our ultimate goal is to try to bring some closure to the family by recovering their loved one. We have in excess of 50 personnel from the Orange County Sheriff's Office alone that is working on this recovery effort. We're going to be here throughout, but we're also concurrently doing this investigation along with FWC. Their executive director has traveled here from Tallahassee. Mr. Nick Wiley is here, and he will be speaking to you momentarily. I have received phone calls from the governor of the state of Florida, Rick Scott, about this effort, the mayor of our county, and we have also spoken with various Disney executives. I would tell you that Disney is doing everything that they can to make the family comfortable during this ordeal. As we have been dealing with this tragedy for the last few hours, I would tell you that it is somewhat of a complicated operation that we have going, because this is a man-made body of water. It is a sizable body of water, and it has certain systems built in the waterway. My divers have been in the water today, and at an appropriate time they may be back in the water. We have our marine units out on the lake. They're using sonar equipment to see if they can locate the body as well. In addition to that, I'm going to ask again the executive director for FWC to come up and share with you some of the things that they're doing with this concurrent operation. Mr. Nick Wiley.
Thank you, Sheriff. First, let me say that the cooperation and support from the Orange County Sheriff's Department has been amazing. They have been here and really doing everything in their power. We have provided support. We have vessels on the scene with people out on the water. We have about a dozen officers, and we also have brought in some experienced alligator trappers who know how to go out and find alligators. Again, I think you know that there's no real update on what we found so far. We're still going as hard as we can, and we're still hopeful that we'll be able to help this family find closure. And again, our thoughts and prayers are with this family. Also, Governor Scott called me also this morning to express his concerns and express his sympathies for this family as well. And he's he's very much engaged in this process as we go forward. That's all I have.
What are the odds of this happening?
What I can tell you is that Disney has operated here now for 45 years, and they've never had this type of thing happen before. Remember, it is Florida, and alligators are indigenous to this region of the country. But I want to reiterate that Disney has a wildlife management system that is in place, and they have worked diligently to ensure that their guests are not unduly exposed to the wildlife here in this area.
Sure. Mr. Wiley, talk about the regulation. Is there any regulation at all of alligators on the road?
Well, we're 15 hours in, and there were eyewitnesses here who certainly saw the child taken under the water and what have you. We know that that happened, and it certainly is not survivable at this point for him to have been submerged for this period of time. So we know that this is a recovery effort at this point.
Sheriff, can you tell us what type of precautions are being taken by Disney with this alligator still out there?
Well, I can tell you that this is certainly very concerning to Disney. You all are very aware that Disney made a decision to close their other beach-type properties, and I believe that that's 9 different properties in terms of the beach at the different resort areas. And that was done with an abundance of caution to ensure that we can continue our operation without the interference of other watercraft that may be out on the waterways, and also to make certain that other guests are not unduly exposed to something.
What is the likelihood that this protocol in place that requires Disney or anyone really with gators in this proximity where are they going to
I'll say the question here is in terms of the wildlife management, if you will. Disney has full-time staff that works with FWC, and so I asked the executive director from FWC to kind of fill you in on how they work with Disney in that regard.
Disney has been very proactive with regard to dealing with alligators and having, as the sheriff said, full-time staff observing these waters. They have essentially an open system permit where anytime they see an alligator or a complaint is called in, that it can be taken out. And these alligators are not relocated. These alligators have to be euthanized because when they become a problem, that if you move them somewhere, you're just moving a problem. So Disney does everything by the book, and they have an amazing program for keeping track of and monitoring and then addressing any concerns that arise.
How many gators have been euthanized today? When is the last time that happened? When's the last time that happened where they actually went in?
They've routinely take out alligators in the lakes and in the property at large. But I don't know, I haven't heard of any taken out recently, but they have taken alligators out.
Another property has
warning about alligators.
been chased by an alligator just a few weeks ago overlooking the same stretch of water. Can you tell us any more about that?
I'm not aware of that report.
There was no report made to the Orange County Sheriff's Office regarding a family in this area.
Signage or anything that warned guests about there being alligators there?
In terms of signage, there's signage in this immediate area that says no swimming allowed, essentially. That's the signage that is available in this area and the other resort areas at this time.
How long will you search? How long will this go on?
The question is, how long will we continue to search? We're going to continue to search until we find the body. Hopefully that will be today, but if it has to extend beyond that, we will do that as well.
How many euthanized at this point?
Is there anything being done?
Any underwater fences in that lake to prevent the alligators from getting it from the waterways and whatnot?
Well, I'm not aware of any fencing or structures, but it wouldn't have been effective. Alligators can move across the land and under the water, so fencing is just not a feasible option.
What's that number out right now?
Since alligators can migrate to that area, why is there those type of signage? Just as a wildlife division tell us if they can migrate there? Why are they?
Well, I'm not assuming there's no signage. It's still early in this process, and we're still working.
Mr. Wiley, last time we spoke, what's that number at right now? Have you located any more gators?
One more alligator's been found without any additional.
Brazil come here every year. What you do the one modification in security here.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
I guess the question is, what do we do to improve security? Again, Disney has a very active wildlife management system that is designed to remove any potential threats. What we're going to do also in terms of giving you another update, we anticipate that there will be another briefing at somewhere around 6 p.m. today, if not before. If there's new developments, we'll do it before then. At that time, we will likely also identify the family that is involved. We are being sensitive to the needs of the family in terms of them being allowed to notify their other family members. We do not want them to hear or read about it from the media. So,
can you address tourists and coming close to gators and how they become so comfortable around people, especially if they're fed?
Absolutely. The question about as you interact with alligators, if they're fed, what does that mean? It really means that the alligators can lose their fear of people, and that's against the law in Florida. And we have a lot of information. If you go to myfwc.com, we have information about alligators and how to be safe around alligators. The story here is this is a tragedy and it's terrible, but it's a rare occurrence. And fortunately, it doesn't happen that often, and we are doing everything we can to make sure it doesn't ever happen again. It's really too early to speculate. I'd hate to go there because there's so many variables that play here. Can
you talk about whether or not, I mean, this is a tourist area where children are playing all the time. This is an area where we should have, children playing there, accessible, but it's so close to nature. It's just I mean, is this by putting in white sand around the booths and have alligators attracting children and families to come there?
Well, some of that we really can't get into now. There is an active investigation that is going on. The investigation itself is going to help us answer some of the questions that you've asked. What we're going to do at this time, for those of you who have Spanish-speaking media, we're going to transition to my media relations Captain Angelo Nieves, and he will be glad to respond to questions in Spanish. Captain Angelo Nieves.
What is that investigation? What is that investigation?
¿Quién es responsable? ¿Quién tiene cierta responsabilidad de lo que ha pasado? Bueno, seguimos adelante para seguir nuestra investigación, como lo ha dicho el alguacil Jerry Demings, sobre el esfuerzo para tratar de encontrar al niño y para determinar cuál es la situación con el niño de 2 años.
¿De dónde es la familia?
La familia es del estado de Nebraska. Estaban aquí en el hotel visitando el área de Florida. ¿Puede decir cómo son los protección en el área? ¿Por qué pasó esto? ¿Por qué pasó esta desgracia? Bueno, lo que sucedió es que estaban al lado del agua. El niño estaba jugando. No estaba todo adentro, pero el animal pudo salir y agarrar el niño. Entonces se jaló el niño para adentro del agua y siguió adelante y siguió más profundo en el agua. Ahora seguimos anoche, ya van 15 horas que hemos estado en el agua buscando con los botes, buscando con el FWC. Tenemos los expertos que están aquí para determinar qué es lo que pueden hacer, encontrar el animal y tratar de recuperar al niño.
El niño estaba cerca del agua, estaba dentro del agua.
El niño estaba cerca del agua cuando el animal agarró al niño.
¿Es normal que eso se pueda pasar acá?
Es una situación que estos animales son normales en nuestra área. En el área de Florida, nuestra región, se encuentran estos animales en todas las aguas que están en el área de la Florida. Eso es algo que es natural en nuestra comunidad.
Yo soy de Brasil, mucha gente se queda acá. Ustedes van a implementar.
Estaban hablando acá.
Les decía, es normal que en un parque como este no haya mallas o protección cuando una familia viene acá, se supone que todo está seguro.
Bueno, eso es parte de lo que está sucediendo en la oficina de Disney. Esa cooperación está cooperando con nosotros y con SWC para estar seguro que toda la información que necesitamos sobre esa agua la tenemos. Y darnos toda la información sobre la familia. Ellos están trabajando con la familia, tratando de estar seguros que ellos estén cómodos, lo más cómodo que puedan en esta situación trágica.
¿Cuántos animales han matado ahora? ¿Cuántos
han recogido 5 animales en este instante.
¿Por qué esta búsqueda tan difícil? ¿Por qué esta búsqueda tan difícil, agente?
La situación es bien difícil, esta búsqueda, porque el área del agua es bien grande, es bien profunda también el agua, y estamos tratando de determinar en qué área pudo haber llevado el niño este animal.
¿Cuántas personas están participando?
Porque estamos tratando de determinar cuál animal se pudo haber llevado el niño.
¿Cuántos rescatistas están participando en las operaciones de búsqueda?
En este instante tenemos 50 oficiales del departamento del alguacil, también tenemos algunos 10 a 20 oficiales del FWC y también oficiales que lo están asistiendo del departamento, la operación de Disney.
¿Por cuántas horas?
¿Cómo?
¿Por cuántas horas se va a extender esta búsqueda?
Esta búsqueda, como dijo el alguacil, seguirá adelante hasta que podamos encontrar el niño y seguimos adelante.
¿Y sabemos qué largo estaba el alligator?
No se ha determinado el tamaño del alligator hasta que no se encuentre, pero estamos tratando de determinar si era de 5 a 7 pies o más grande, no sabemos. Estamos tratando de determinar. Eso es lo único que tengo en este instante. A las 6, el PIO Rose Silva, el alguacil, le dará otro update.
¿Tiene esperanzas de encontrarlo?
Cuéntame, ¿es una investigación criminal o de rutina?
Esta es una investigación sobre la muerte de este niño y la búsqueda de este animal.
Señor,
Gracias.
¿se va a implementar las condiciones de seguridad acá?
Bueno, seguimos trabajando en la seguridad en el área de
All right, guys, that's the end of this press conference. We're going to take you to Atlanta now while we're waiting for Donald Trump to take the stage. Donald Trump in Atlanta. All right, guys, while we wait for this Donald Trump rally to start, we will be reading some of your tweets. The question is on the screen. If you're a Trump fan, what do you like about Donald Trump? If you don't like Trump, well, what do you dislike about him? Tweet me, SamiaFox10, and we'll read some of your thoughts on air while we wait for the Donald Trump rally in Atlanta to begin.
this heart of stone. Oh no, 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 this heart of stone. Don't keep on looking that same old way. If you try acting sad, you'll only make me glad. Better listen, little girl. You're going walking down the street. I ain't got no love. I ain't the kind of meat. 'Cause you'll never break, never break, never break, never break this heart of stone. Oh no, no, you'll never break this heart of stone, dog. No, no, this heart of stone. You'll never break it, darling. You won't break this heart of stone. Oh no, no, no. You better go. You better go home. 'Cause you'll never break this heart of stone. Is on my side. Yes, it is. Time is on my side. Yes, it is. Now you always say that you wanna be free, but you come running back. I said you would, baby. You come running back. I told you so many times before. You come running back to me. Time is on my side. Yes, it is. Time is on my side. Yes, it is. Searching for good times, but just wait and see. You come running back. I said you would, darling. You come running back. The rest of my life with you, baby. You come running back to me. Go ahead, baby, go ahead. Go ahead and light up the town. Baby, do anything your heart desires. Remember, I'll always be around. Like I told you so many times before, you're gonna come back. Yeah, you're gonna come back, baby. Knocking. Yeah, knocking. Go. Yeah. Time is on my side. Yes, it is. Time is on my side. Yes, it is. 'Cause I got the real love, the kind that you need.
Alright guys, want to go ahead and read some of the tweets I'm getting in. This one coming from Gotcha3613 saying, Trump hates losing and he loves America. This is the attitude we need right now. He isn't intimidated by thugs like the president. Okay, that message coming in from Gotcha. Again, if you guys have anything you want to say regarding Donald Trump, what do you like about him, what do you dislike about him, tweet me, Samia Fox 10. I will read the tweets while we wait for Donald Trump to take the stage in Atlanta, Georgia. And for those of you tuning in, we are waiting for Donald Trump to take the stage at this rally in Atlanta. It was scheduled to start at 9 a.m. Arizona time, noon Atlanta time. We're just waiting for this to start. We'll be carrying it live here on News Now and coming up at 10:30 Arizona time, 1:30 Eastern, in about an hour exactly. We will have an update on the latest in the investigation into the deadly shooting at the Orlando Pulse nightclub. Stay tuned, guys. We have a lot ahead here on News Now. All right, guys, we're going to go to the Senate floor while we wait for Donald Trump to start because there is a filibuster right now on the Senate floor regarding gun control, obviously a hot topic right now. So let's go to the Senate floor now.
Senator from Connecticut, thank you for helping lead us into an important discussion. I do have a genuine question. In your colloquy with the senior senator from Connecticut, I think the question was asked that there is due process for, I think, what you've been calling the terrorist watch list. I would just like to ask if you can explain to me what the terrorist watch list is. I'm familiar with the terrorist screening database. There are a series of lists that fall from the database, but I don't think there's any such thing as the terrorist watch list, and I certainly don't understand what due process rights would apply to this list. So if you could help clarify that, that would help me. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman from Nebraska for his question. There is something called the consolidated, watch list, which is an amalgam of a number of different databases. As the gentleman understands, one of them, for instance, is the no-fly list. The legislation that Senator Feinstein has propounded and will propound would refer to those consolidated lists and then provide for an ability for an individual to contest their placement on those lists, to be able to be notified why they were prohibited from buying a gun and to be able to contest that with either the agency that put them on that list or with the NICS database itself. And so I take seriously this issue of due process because there, as we know, are certainly people who are on that list that should not be. As frankly, there are people today on the list of those prohibited from buying guns who should not be. There are mistakes made on the NICS list today, names that get put on there that shouldn't have been put on, people that may have been wrongfully convicted. And so I would agree with the gentleman that this is important, that the legislation that we come to agreement on specifically refer to the set of lists, which I would suggest mirror the consolidated database that's maintained by federal law enforcement, and have a very explicit right to get off that list. I don't think that that's impossible, that we can come together on that in very short order.
Thank you.
Yield to the gentleman from Illinois for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Senator from Connecticut will yield for a question. First, let me say at the outset, I thank him for his leadership. I'm happy to join with this willful band who feel as he does, that this is an issue long overdue, that the American people have asked us over and over again, when is Congress going to do something about these mass shootings and the carnage which is taking place? I would like to ask a specific question, though, about an element here. We have talked about terrorism, those who may be on a terrorism watch list or some version of it, which Senator Feinstein will address in her amendment. But there is a second part to this which is equally, if not more important from my perspective. We define mass murder as those which involve more than 4 victims. But many of us are living and representing communities where there is massive murder taking place over long periods of time. Maybe not so many deaths in one particular incident, but over a long period of time. Yesterday, our colleague from New Jersey eloquently explained to us in our private caucus luncheon about the carnage in his hometown that has taken place in New Jersey for a long, long period of time. My question to the senator from Connecticut really goes to a city which I'm honored to represent, the city of Chicago. There were 488 homicides in Chicago in 2015. The vast majority of those were shootings. Chicago's 488 murders were the highest total number of any United States city last year. In New York, there were only 339 in comparison, and in Los Angeles, 280. Cities much larger than Chicago, with much smaller numbers of homicides. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms has gone to the areas of Chicago where we have the most intense gunfire and killings taking place on a regular basis. Here's what they found. 40% of the crime guns that were confiscated after these homicides and killings came from gun shows in northern Indiana, just across the border from Chicago. The reason I raise this question is that I believe the second part of this suggested approach, terrorist loophole, closing that once and for all, and secondly, closing the loopholes when it comes to background checks, would include and envision putting an end to what we see happening in Chicago, where 40% of these crime guns are crammed into the trunks of cars at gun shows in northern Indiana with no background checks, and then the people who buy them head for the city to the streets of Chicago to sell them, usually to teenagers, who then spray their bullets at night in gang warfare and other activity. So my question to the senator from Connecticut, there are so many other aspects that we need to address. Straw purchasing is one, assault weapons another. But what you are trying to focus on here is not just the horrible tragedy that occurred in Orlando, but to really expand our reach in terms of addressing new legislation when it comes to closing the loopholes in the law, loopholes which allow gun show sales without background checks and sales over the internet without background checks. I would ask the senator from Connecticut the rationale behind including that provision.
I think the gentleman and senator from Illinois, like Senator Blumenthal, has been a leader and a hero on this issue far before I got to the Senate, and he's exactly right. The stain on this nation is not just this repeated storyline of mass shooting after mass shooting. It's the fact that even on days when there aren't a mass shooting, there's the equivalent of a mass shooting happening in cities like Chicago or Baltimore or New Orleans every single day. Those numbers over Memorial Day weekend in Chicago are absolutely chilling. Think about living in a city in which over the course of what should be a celebratory weekend, there are 60 some odd incidences of gunfire, and that's just gunfire that hits people. So it's critical that we acknowledge that this epidemic that we are often focused on because of these mass shootings is an epidemic that exists every single day in this country. And you are right, Senator Durbin, that part of the reason why we are asking that background checks, expanded background checks, be part of this agreement that we come to over the course of today is because while we are on the bill that funds the Justice Department, while we are debating the bill that funds in part the background checks system, let's make sure it works. And the data, as you know, Senator Durbin, is clear. In jurisdictions that have near universal background checks, there are less gun deaths. Period, stop. In jurisdictions that decide that they are going to apply background checks to as many sales as they can, and let's be honest, you often can't get every sale, but you can certainly say if you're selling guns online through advertisement or you're selling guns at a gun show, which is organized and marketed, that those sales should be subject to a background checks. In states that do that, they have lower rates of gun crimes. But as you know, so painfully, because Chicago sits right at the intersection of other jurisdictions, states can't do this by themselves. Even if a state decides to expand out the forums in which a gun sale is subject to a background check, if the other state next door, let's say Indiana, has a lower standard, then your law is virtually meaningless. And of course, that is the storyline in Chicago. The storyline in Chicago is a handful of gun dealers, irresponsible gun dealers across the state line, selling guns to individuals that then take them into Chicago. And so,
all right, guys, we'll get back to this discussion on gun control a little bit later on. We're going to take you live now in full to the Donald Trump rally in Atlanta. Donald Trump rally in Atlanta.
Jobs, he's going to put American wages first. When it comes to our communities, he's going to put American security first. When it comes to our schools, he's going to put American parents first. When it comes to law and order, he's going to put American police officers first. On every issue affecting our lives, he's going to put our veterans first. He's going to put our military first. He's going to put each and every single one of you first. You will never feel like second-class citizens again. This campaign is about unity. It's about bringing Americans together, united under one flag and the common belief that in our own country, our own children are entitled to come first, to have their needs protected, to have their future protected, to have their security protected, that we can all be united and bonded together as one people who share one destiny and one future together. So let me ask all of you, are you ready to kick the special interests out of Washington? Are you ready to secure and protect the border of the United States? Are you ready to have an immigration system that promotes our values and interests? And are you ready to protect every single loyal, hard-working American worker in this country? Then I ask all of you, and I want you to shout so loud they can hear you in Washington, D.C. I want you to shake the conference tables in every high-powered lobbyist office that's betrayed your family. Are you ready to elect to the presidency Donald J. Trump? God bless you, God bless this state, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
I ain't got no love. This heart of stone. Oh no, no, you'll never break this heart of stone, dog. No, no, this heart of stone. You'll never break it, darling. You won't break this heart of stone. Oh no, no, no. You better go. You better go home.
All right, guys, it looks like Donald Trump is not taking the stage quite yet, so we're going to take you back to that gun control discussion in filibuster. And we will put Trump back in full when the event starts.
Protect all of us from these terrorist plotters. We, for instance, have real concerns about the degree to which European nations are sharing data about potential terrorist plotters. Right now, law enforcement and terrorism surveillance in Europe is largely done on a country-by-country basis. Even within some countries, it's heavily siloed. In Brussels itself, I think by last count, there were 6 different police departments that didn't often even communicate with each other. And so there is a big problem in Europe about agencies not being able to talk to each other, and we are pressing Europe and Europeans to get more serious about both tracking terrorists throughout that continent, but then sharing information with us. Now, how is that relevant to the senator's question? Well, it's very hard for us to preach to the Europeans that they should get more serious about tracking terrorists if we have big holes in our databases as well. And we do today. What we know in Orlando from the information that's out there is that this individual was on a watch list. He came off of it, and because of the way in which the network of lists and notifications work today, the FBI was not notified when he went to go buy a gun. Now, we can have a debate as to whether he should have been prohibited from buying a gun if he was no longer on those lists, but it probably makes sense that the FBI should at least be notified so that they can perhaps do some follow-up. So long as we have these gaps in our laws related to access to firearms for potential terrorists, then I think it's hard for us to tell the Europeans to do better. And as the gentleman knows, we also want to be able to connect what they know with what we know. There are American citizens that travel to other countries, and they may be radicalized in part with connection with those visits. We want to be able to get that information to the extent that a foreign country knows about the activities of an American citizen when they travel abroad, so that it is incorporated into our databases, incorporated into the list of people that we're concerned about getting access to a weapon. I yield to the gentleman from New Jersey for the question without losing my right to the floor.
I'm really grateful, Senator Murphy, for you yielding for a question. And I think I want to drill deeper down on that point, because I'm not sure if Americans understand that there is a lot of bipartisanship when it comes to CVE efforts, countering violent extremism. I'm very proud, serving on Homeland Security, who have worked with members on the other side of the aisle to do a lot of common sense things to try to counter violent extremism here at home. And those involve efforts of coordination, like Senator Murphy was talking about, investing resources, frankly, in trying to counter violent extremist efforts here at home. There is a tremendous bipartisan effort that has gone on, really, in this country since 9/11 in trying to take down silos of information, sharing, cooperating, coordinating, investing resources in many ways to keep us safer as a nation. We should all be very proud of that. But it is clear, especially from the what should be stunning to people who didn't know this, information you read, that the very enemies we are talking about, terrorist organizations that now have become common knowledge in this country. People know Al-Qaeda, they know ISIS. Folks are focused on that. That our very enemies that we are fighting against, they are aware of the big loophole that exists in this nation. That someone who is a suspected terrorist, who has a terroristic intent, who is even known by the FBI, can come to our nation, or can be a citizen of our nation, and go to a gun show and buy weapons. And I want to just clarify what I said, and that was not an accident. This could be someone who is in our nation as a citizen, or it could be someone who has come to our nation through a visa waiver program and could still exploit this loophole of buying weapons without a background check. And so we have actually enough sharing of information to go on that we actually can stop an individual from getting on a plane. Think about this. We can take an action to stop someone from flying, but we do not have the ability in this country right now to stop that known individual from getting on in a car and driving down 95 from New Jersey, say, and going to a gun show and buying weapons. And so what I really want to ask is, the data you showed, Senator Murphy, that the GAO has found that between February of 2004 and December 2014, that there were at least 2,333 cases where a known suspected terrorist tried to buy a firearm or even obtain it. If we know there's that many people trying to do this, and that we have the ability to stop those folks, my question is, is, given the context of all the areas which we're cooperating to stop terrorism, this one black hole where now the information isn't being shared, where actions to stop folks from getting these weapons that can do such carnage, isn't this a glaring gap in our overall security procedures, policies, and structures in our country?
Gentlemen, and it is a glaring loophole, and it's unclear why it has persisted. This idea of closing the loophole, it's been backed by both Democratic and Republican administrations, and I think the gentleman talked about how this has been a bipartisan commitment. The George W. Bush Department of Justice supported the exact same bill that we're talking about today in 2007. Attorney General Holder, in response to a question from Senator Feinstein at a 2009 Judiciary Committee hearing, said, "I think that legislation was initially proposed by the Bush administration, and it was well conceived, and we'll continue to support that." And so, not so long ago, this was an issue that was, in fact, conceived by a Republican administration. It didn't seem to become controversial until gun lobbying organizations decided that it should be. And we should remember that about all the things that we're discussing here. Because, we live in a world today in which we think that the issue of gun laws is the third rail of American politics. But in fact, all of the legislation that we're talking about could not have passed if it wasn't for Republicans and Democrats coming together, whether it be to support the existing background check system, to support the existing ban on assault weapons. Plenty of Republicans voted for that, or to conceive of this idea of terrorists being kept off the list. Here's how it plays out in real time. Elton Simpson is the name of the individual who opened fire on a Texas community center that was hosting an event displaying cartoons of the Prophet Muhammad. And, I think we all agree that that was an act of terrorism that was perhaps a result of radicalization of this individual. He was reportedly on the U.S. no-fly list. One of the Boston Marathon bombers, Tamerlan Tsarnaev, was reportedly placed on 2 terrorist watch lists in 2011. Now, he committed that act with an explosive device, but he also killed a police officer with a handgun. And so we do know that there are individuals, and of course Orlando is the latest example of crimes being committed by those that were in and around this database. The gentleman from Nebraska asked the question earlier, well, how do we make sure that people aren't on there by mistake? Well, I think we'll only support, both parties, legislation that gives a practical means for individuals to grieve the fact that they are prohibited from buying a gun when indeed they should not be. And I think at some level we should accept that in virtually every federal database that exists of people that are ineligible to buy a gun or people that are eligible to receive Medicare reimbursement, there are occasionally mistakes. But that doesn't stop us from trying to engage in collective action as a community to better protect our nation. Let's get that list right. Let's give people the ability to get off it if they are on it wrongly. But let's accept that what we know is that in 90% of the cases over that 10-year period where people tried to buy a gun and were on the terrorist watch list, they were able to buy it. Listen, let's be honest, this is only one element of what needs to be a broader strategy to combat either the potential radicalization leading to violence of American citizens or this broader question of combating gun violence writ large that Senator Durbin brought up. But it's an important glaring hole that needs to be corrected. And I yield to my friend from Connecticut for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Thank you, my friend and colleague from Connecticut, for yielding for a question and his holding the floor. And I want to follow a question that was asked by our colleague from New Jersey, and in fact, I've heard him speak so eloquently about the people in his city of Newark, in fact, children dying in his arms as victims of gun violence. Those kinds of acts of violence are unpredictable. The FBI was investigating the killer in the Orlando tragedy, knew of his potential dangerousness, but there are countless individuals who commit these acts of murder. 30,000 deaths every year occur as a result of gun violence, many of them unpredictable and perhaps unpreventable under current law, but which could be prevented with stronger laws. And so my question to my colleague from Connecticut is whether this measure will enhance the fact-finding and investigative powers of the FBI in seeking to stop gun violence where we know it may occur. And in fact, as much as I respect, and I deeply respect, the diligence and dedication of the FBI, whether additional resources combined with this kind of measure will enhance their ability to stop these acts of hatred and terror such as we saw so tragically in Orlando.
So thank you, Senator Blumenthal, and I want to thank you for your work on the Judiciary Committee leading this fight to try to make sure that law enforcement has what it needs to protect this country. Again, I spoke to this broader conversation about how you protect this country from domestic terrorist attacks. And I think there are a lot of people who want to drill it down to only one silo of conversation. And as I remarked at the beginning, some people want to make this just about the fight in the Middle East. Some people want to make this just about surveillance. Other people want to make this just about gun laws. And it's
All right, guys, we're going to take you live now to Donald Trump in full.
Not happy, and we're not going to take it any longer. Now, we'll talk about jobs, and we'll talk about the economy, and we'll talk about all the things that I talk about, and where I seem to be hitting a chord. And, part of the reason I hit a chord, because from an actual real wage standpoint, people are making less money today than they made 18 years ago, and they're working harder. They're working longer hours, and it's not good, folks. It's not good. But we had an event, a horrible, horrible event this weekend in Orlando, where 50 people, they say 49, but it'll soon probably be 50, people are so badly injured and so badly wounded sitting in hospitals. Unthinkable. And when you listen to the stories of what took place and the laughter as this man was shooting incredible people, you say to yourself, how can this possibly be happening in the United States of America? How can this be happening? And we have to be tough, and we have to be smart, and we have to be vigilant. We have to be vigilant, and we have to have people report other people when they see things happening, because they're not doing that. They're not doing it. They're not reporting people, and they have to do that. It's all right. That's okay. And this house is packed. Boy, we are packed. This is amazing. Yeah, you could get him out, or if he wants, he can stay. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. So look, we have to be strong and we have to be smart. We can't let these things happen anymore, right? Do you agree with me, protester? You agree? Or do you think it's easy to be weak and ineffective like we are right now? Do you think that's okay? I don't think it's okay. I don't think it's okay. So we have a situation, and I say this, and I'm going to read it. I'm on the other side. I think she finally won, by the way. I think she finally won. Crooked Hillary. Crooked Hillary, ladies and gentlemen. She's as crooked as they come. As crooked as they come. So you have Hillary. I think Bernie is now out of it, right? Is he finally out? Is he gone? Boy. So I was criticized in the newspapers because I've had a staff of 73 people at their top, and I won in a landslide. She has a staff, they say, of 873 people, and she goes on and on and on. And the paper said, she has many more people than Trump. She has many, and I'm saying to myself, wait a minute, they're making it sound like that's bad for me. Isn't it great when you can win with a much smaller group of people? Isn't that what we want? And much less expense? I've spent a fraction of what she spent winning. It's like when I went to, I mean, so many places, every state. I won so many of the states, and I have such great experience, including Georgia. Boy, did we win Georgia. We won in a landslide, Georgia. And I hear we're looking like we're going to win it big in November. We have to. We're going to win it big. That's what it's looking. But I went to New Hampshire, and there's something special about New Hampshire because that was where we had our first victory, first of many. And the people were amazing. But I went to New Hampshire, and I went in there, and I got to know the people, and I saw what was happening, and I spent a tiny fraction of what the favored candidate was spending. I won't say who the favored candidate was. But I spent just a little bit, and I won New Hampshire in a landslide, and I won other states in a landslide, and I spent, and by the way, I spent my own money. I was spending my money. I didn't raise money. I spent my money. I didn't have people giving me millions and millions of dollars from Wall Street. But you know what? I won New Hampshire in a landslide. I said to myself, nobody covers it. They said, well, Trump did it on the cheap. I didn't do it. I'm like, we're intelligent people. Wouldn't it be great if we had somebody like that running our country? Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't it be great? So now they're saying she has built a massive team. She's got almost 900 people. She's spending money. And Trump has 73 people. But you know, we're doing very well. Watch what the end result is. Watch what the end result is. And when you look at the phony poll numbers that I'm seeing, take a look at the poll numbers from right after this horrendous and horrible and something we have to stop fast attack. Take a look over the last couple of days, because I'll tell you, people are tired. They want to have strength. They want to have intelligence. They don't want to make an Iran deal, the Iran deal where we give them $150 billion. We get nothing. We get nothing. They don't want to have trade deals where China has got a trade deficit, we do with China, of $505 billion a year, where we have trade deficits, massive trade deficits with Mexico, with Japan, with Vietnam, with India, with everybody, folks, with everybody. I mean, practically every country in the world, when they do business with the United States, it's called, let's rip them off. It's like we're all the big, bad dummies. Those days are over if I win. Those days are over. They're over. Now, I have to talk about this for just a little while because of the horrible situation that we all just saw and saw so vividly. But we have to talk about it, and then we're going to get on to other things, but it's so important because I've been talking about it for a long time. And I've been saying it's going to happen. And I hate to say it again, but it's going to happen again and again and again because we're not doing what we have to be doing. It's going to happen again and again and again. And we are not doing what we're supposed to be doing. We are taking in thousands of people into our country. We have no idea where they come from. We have no idea who the hell they are. We know they believe in certain things that we don't want to believe in. You know, I said the other day, and I said it very strongly, I have great respect for women. If you look at what Hillary Clinton has done, I have tremendous respect. If you look at what Hillary Clinton has done with women, number one, from certain countries, her foundation has taken millions, tens of millions of dollars from countries that want to enslave women, want to enslave women. As far as the gay community, they kill gays, and she's taking money in. And now she wants to allow them to come into our country pretty much unvetted, because every law enforcement person that I've spoken to, and that you watch and that you read, is saying it's very hard, if not impossible, to check out people. There's just no papers. There are no papers. And yet you see this great migration, which is a horrible thing to watch. And by the way, I have a heart as big as anybody else. We have to build safe zones over there, and we have to take care of people. Let's build safe zones, but build them over there. Build them in Syria. Build them in places over there. Thank you. We have to build safe zones. We have to work, you know, it's humanity. It's humanity. But we have so many problems here. But we build safe zones over there, and now here's where the deal-making comes in, or whatever you want to call it. We have to get the Gulf states to pay for it. They have tremendous amounts of money. They're not doing much, and it's their territory, and we have to get them to pay for it. We have to get them to pay for it. We owe $19 trillion right now. We owe $19 trillion right now. We have Hillary wants to bring people in, spend billions and billions of dollars on bringing people in. As to whether they assimilate or not, you make the decision. But assimilation has not been exactly a positive factor. So she wants to spend all of this money, and her increase on bringing these people in is 550% more than Obama, who doesn't have a clue. He doesn't know what he's doing, okay? He doesn't know what he's doing. Very sad. It's very sad. So when you look at Sharia, and you look at the beliefs of Sharia, and it's called execution for things that you would say are like standard parts of life, what they do to people. And we have people coming in, and do not kid yourself, that's what they believe, that's what they want, that's what they practice, and we're taking these people in. So I will tell you, the LGBT community, the gay community, the lesbian community, they are so much in favor of what I've been saying over the last 3 or 4 days. A friend of mine called up. He said, you know, you don't get enough credit because in Palm Beach, you opened a club that nobody would do, and it's open to everybody. It's open to everybody. And a person, a member of the club, great guy, who's gay, wrote this magnificent letter saying what Donald Trump did, nobody else would do. And we are getting a tremendous, thank you. We are getting a tremendous amount of credit because over the last 3 days, people are realizing, what's going on. And we have to treat people great, but we have to treat everybody great. It's got to be, you know, when I say make America great again, it's great again for everybody. We have to say for everybody. We have to. Thank you. And, you know, we have a simple theme. It's called Make America Great Again. Now, a lot of people said I copied from Ronald Reagan. I didn't, because his theme was different. I didn't even know this, but it's called, his was Let's Make America Great. That's different. We are Make America Great Again, but we're adding to it because we really have to add, and I'm adding. as we go along, as we get older and wiser, make America great again, make America safe again, and let it include everybody, because that's what we have to do. We want it to include everybody, okay? We want it to include everybody. And we have to stop, on a temporary basis, at least, but we have to stop people from pouring into our country. We have to stop it. Until we find out what the hell is going on. And we can do that. But we have to have people come in that cherish us, that love us, that want to love us, that want to do things that don't want to destroy us, that don't want to go to a club where you have innocent people and where you had no guns on the other side. By the way, I'm going to save your Second Amendment, okay? I'm going to save your Second Amendment. If some of those great people that were in that club that night had guns strapped to their waist or strapped to their ankle, and if the bullets were going in the other direction, aimed at this guy who was just open target practice, you would have had a situation, folks, which would have been always horrible, but nothing like the carnage that we all as a people suffered this weekend. Nothing. And a lot of people aren't realizing this. You know, you take a look at Paris. Paris has, they say, the toughest gun laws in the world. France, generally speaking, the toughest in the world. And these thugs walked in. They used to call them the press masterminds. I said, you can't call them masterminds. That's why the young kids are joining. They're joining ISIS. They want to be a mastermind. But thugs, these thugs, I call them the guy with the dirty white cap. The thugs walked in to different places, boom, 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 boom. There was nobody with gun, nobody on the other side. There was nobody could do anything. And they got killed, 130 people killed, viciously killed, hundreds still in the hospital with the most horrible injuries. And now we have the same thing in Orlando. And then last night you had a police officer and his wife were killed the same way. And he put it over Facebook. The killer put it on Facebook. Same kind of a thing. And it's happening all over. And it's getting worse. And it's going to continue to get worse until they respect us, folks. They've got to respect us. They have no respect for us whatsoever. We're trying to be nice. We have a president who wants to be so politically correct that he doesn't want to use the term radical Islamic terrorism. Doesn't want to use it. He gives a speech yesterday, a long speech that at the end of it, nobody knew what the hell he was talking about. Nobody knew. He's trying to justify why he won't use, and he said radical Islam, because he didn't want to use the word terrorism, if you notice. Why he won't use that term or why he doesn't use it and how it doesn't make any difference, but it does make a difference. It makes a difference, and it makes a big difference, because unless you're willing to discuss and talk about the real nature of the problem and the name of the problem, radical Islamic terrorism, you're never going to solve the problem. And then crooked Hillary Clinton gets up the other day, and she wouldn't use the term. She wouldn't use it. But I was hitting her hard on it, very hard. And finally she gets up, and she said, I would use it. She, you know, and by the way, the press didn't report this. They said she used the term. They didn't say about Trump, many of them. Some of them are fair, but many of them, most of them are very dishonest. It's very hard to get the word out, I'm telling you. It's very hard to get the accurate word out because I made a speech yesterday in North Carolina. We got standing ovations, a packed house. I go back, and they're talking about the speech. It like had nothing to do with what I was even talking about. They are the worst, believe me. But Hillary Clinton gets up, and she sort of acted like no problem using the term. And she said, I would use the term, but she didn't use it. But she didn't call it radical Islamic terrorism. She said radical Islamism. And I'm not saying that's wrong. Let's see how much she uses it. You know, she'll basically do whatever Obama wants her to do. You understand why, because that whole thing is just ridiculous what's going on there. That's just ridiculous. How that can happen in our country today is absolutely one of the great insults to law enforcement. And let's see what happens. But she's being totally protected. She's being 100% protected. Now, maybe we'll all be surprised. And maybe our laws will work the way they're supposed to work. But you know what, folks? I think if something was going to happen on the crimes that have been committed, I would have assumed it would have happened already, don't you think? Don't you think? So let's see what happens. But when you get right down and you look at it, we have got to be respected. We don't have to be liked so much. We have to be respected. I don't want to be feared. You could take it another step. Fear, it's not fear. We have to be respected. We're not respected by these people. They come into our country, they want to take it over. Now, look at what's happening in Germany, a catastrophe. I have friends from Germany that for 20 years have been telling me how great Germany is, what a great place to live. Some of these people are leaving the country now. They're leaving. Their crime rate is through the roof. Things are happening that are horrendous. And you see what's happening to women. You see what's happening all over Germany now. It was a horrific mistake. It was a terrible mistake. Now, they'll say it wasn't, it's wonderful. You build, as I said, and if Germany had it to do again, I don't think that she would ever admit it. And let's see how she does in the next election, assuming there's going to be an election and she's going to run. But if Germany had it to do again, I'm sure they would have put up billions of dollars to do just as I said. Safe zones in Syria, make them nice. Anything's cheaper and anything's better than what's going on now in Germany and other countries. So Belgium is a beautiful city and an amazing place, magnificent buildings. I was there many, many years ago, and I had always this incredible image. And a number of months ago, I made the statement, something to the effect, Belgium's a hellhole. And I was badly criticized. They said, what a terrible thing. And then they had the massive problem in Belgium. And people said, Trump was right. Trump was right. I don't want to be right. I don't want to be right. I don't want to be right. But you look at what's going on in Paris. You look at what's going on in different places, all over, different places. You know it. I know it. They know it. They don't want to talk about it. We don't want to have these problems. And we've already got them. Look at this weekend. We don't want to have these problems. So what I'm saying is it's a temporary ban, in particular for certain people coming from certain horrible, where you have tremendous terrorism in the world. You know what those places are. But we have to put a stop to it. We have to put a stop to it until such time as we can figure out what is going on. Because right now, we don't have a clue what's going on, folks. We don't have a clue. We don't know even a little bit what's going on. And we have to be the smart country now. We've been the dummies for too long. We have to be the smart. We have to be the brilliant country. We have to show, and we have to help, and we have to take care of people, but we have to be smart. With the kind of money that we owe, $19 trillion, going to $21 trillion very shortly because of the omnibus budget that was passed, going to $21 trillion, we can't be doing this. And this isn't even the money. This is beyond the money. Because even if you had a small percentage of people coming in thinking like this person, who again was born here, but his parents weren't, and his ideas weren't born here. His ideas were born from someplace else. And in speaking to numerous governors over the last few days, really a great group of people, and in speaking to them, they really are beside themselves because they say people are being put in our states and they have absolutely nothing to say about it. They don't know who they are, they don't know where they're being placed. And even from the standpoint of law enforcement, that's a bad thing because they can't watch, they can't see what's going on. And we aren't vigilant and we aren't smart. And we have to go and we have to maybe check respectfully the mosques, and we have to check other places. Because this is a problem that if we don't solve it, it's going to eat our country alive, okay? It's going to eat our country alive. And we can be weak, and we can be ineffective like we are now. Right now, everything is political correctness. If you watched Obama's speech yesterday, it was really all about political correctness. There's nothing wrong with being strong. There's nothing wrong with being smart. It was all about political correctness. And we have to make sure, thank you. We have to make sure, so important, that we now go down the right path. Because we're going down a wrong path and our country is in serious trouble, okay? All right. Serious trouble. Now, we have a lot of things going on in addition, and right now there is no addition because of what happened, but in addition, we have things going on that are terrible. We're being eaten alive on the jobs market. Our jobs are being taken out of our country. If you look at what's happened, as an example with NAFTA, yes, right? NAFTA has taken our jobs out of our country, brought them to other places. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, a very respectful person. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. By the way, somebody just said, and you're right, I was fully endorsed. I think it was the earliest endorsement ever by the National Rifle Association, the NRA, so that was good. Thank you. So when I started on June 16th, almost 1 year ago, thank you. I always say, be nice to our protester. Be nice to our protester. Be very gentle. Be very, very gentle. All right. Thank you. I have to tell you, by the way, is there any better place to be than a Trump rally, in all fairness, right? Is there any better place to be? I'll tell you. You know, a friend of mine said to me, look at this crowd up there, it's packed. I can hardly see them up there. There's so many lights. Thank you. This place is packed. But a friend of mine, very, very successful guy, came up to me, and he saw the rally in Dallas where we had 20,000, 21,000 people in the Mavericks Arena. He saw the rally in Mobile, Alabama, where we had 35,000 people. He sees these massive rallies. And look at this today, and a lot of people outside trying to get in. Would anybody like to give up their seat, let some people in? No? So, but he saw these big places, and this is one of the most successful people. And he came with me, and he said, how the hell do you do that in front of so many people? And I told him, and I absolutely mean this, I said, it's easy, because there's so much love in the room. It's true. There's so much love in these rooms. It's incredible. And, you know, it's really true. I mean, it's easy in a sense, because there is great love. And it's people that want to see our country do great things, do wonderful things, be strong again. They want their jobs back. They want their wages to go up. They want their wages to go up. They want to manufacture things again. You look at the manufacturing in our country. When I won New York and Pennsylvania and Connecticut and Maryland and all these different places, especially. But when I won New England, we won tremendous. We won Massachusetts. That's because Tom Brady likes me, but, you know. But we won so many different states. And I have statisticians. They love their job. It's the most boring job, but they love it, right? And I'd say, give me the information on New York. And I'd look in New York State, almost a 50% reduction in manufacturing jobs. They left. Why did they leave? Because of NAFTA. Signed by who? Bill Clinton. He signed NAFTA. Now, you know, Clinton went through it, but what he caused other presidents in the later years, because jobs were just sucked out of our country. And they moved to other places, mostly to Mexico. They moved to other places. And then you look at what China's done to us in terms of their devaluations, and nobody even mentions it. Nobody talks about it. We are being killed. Our companies are being destroyed because of devaluation from China and other places. I use China because it's the greatest abuser, but everybody. China is the biggest, but everybody. They devalue and devalue. They're having a hard time.
All right, guys, they're cutting out of the Donald Trump event. Orlando holding a press conference regarding the shooting. Orlando, press conference happening now. We are waiting for the Orlando police and the FBI to hold a press conference. Happening now.
Speaking in this order. FBI Assistant Special Agent in Charge, Ronald Hopper, Hopper. Orlando Police Chief, John Mina, Mina. United States Attorney for the Middle District of Florida, Lee Bentley, Bently. He'll be followed by Governor Rick Scott and also Mayor Buddy Dyer. Good? Thank you.
we wait for this Orlando shooting update to begin, this press conference to start, what I can do is put Hillary Clinton in the upper right-hand corner. Let's hear what she has to say. She's speaking in Virginia.
With our military and our military families, what are the best ways we prepare our country to be protected, go after these lone wolves. It's very hard. As one of our law enforcement professionals said the other day, we truly are looking for the needle in the proverbial global haystack, and we're also looking to see whether any pieces of hay can ignite at the same time. So I do not underestimate the extent of the challenge we face, but I am absolutely confident that we can keep our country safe. And I am sure if we work together and make this not a Republican or Democrat debate, but an American mission, that is exactly what we will do together. Thank you all very much.
Well, again, so thank you all for being here. This is such an important discussion. This is something the governor and I work on every day in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and that is troop readiness. And how do we support those who are on the front lines for us? In Virginia, we focus on our military families and our opportunities for that talent pool when that
All right, it looks like law enforcement is approaching, so we're going to focus on this press conference now, guys. Focus on the press conference.
Tampa Field Office with responsibilities overseeing the city of Orlando. I'm joined today by Chief Mina of OPD, United States Attorney Lee Bentley, and our law enforcement partners at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Orange County Sheriff's Office, the ATF, and the DEA. Also with us today, our Florida Governor Rick Scott and Orlando Mayor Buddy Dyer. I'd like to thank all of my partners standing here with me today, and many others who have come from all over the nation to assist us in investigating this terrible attack on our community. The level of cooperation and partnership we have seen has been phenomenal, and the last several days has been completely overwhelming. We continue to stand shoulder to shoulder and work together to investigate this horrific attack. We wanted to take the time and give you an update on what we're doing, and to again ask for your help in certain areas of the investigation. Because this is an ongoing investigation, there's still much that I cannot share with you. So I'd ask for your patience when I tell you that there are certain things that I just cannot discuss at this time. We continue to cover many leads, and we want to make sure that we share information that when we share it with you, it's not only timely, but that it is accurate. We owe it to the victims, their families, the loved ones, and the community to bear witness with finite accuracy. The FBI's Office of Victim Assistance and our highly experienced Victim Assistance Rapid Deployment Team is working together with the City of Orlando and many of our state and local counterparts and community agencies to provide resources and support victims, the next of kin, and loved ones at the Family Assistance Center. And now we have recently moved the Family Assistance Center, so I'd like to share with you where it's located, which is at the Camping World Stadium, and it's open from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Wednesday through Friday, and 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, and noon to 8 p.m. on Sunday. And for more information regarding that, I would ask you to please visit fbi.gov/Orlando victims, all one word. There have been media reports about alleged threats or attacks on members of religious or ethnic communities that could be perceived to be in response to the shooting at the Pulse. Let me be beyond clear on that point. Civil rights violations are a priority for the FBI, and we will investigate reported incidents against individuals based upon any class, any protected class, to include race, religion, and sexual orientation. Any known threats or known incidents should be reported to your local FBI office or local law enforcement agencies. Let me tell you a little bit about where we are today with the investigation. The FBI's evidence response team remains at the Pulse, and we continue to process the crime scene. As you might imagine, this is a methodical, time-sensitive, time-intensive work that includes trajectory analysis and crime scene mapping. It's imperative that we get this right. We're committed to staying here for as long as it takes to carefully process the vast crime scene. I will tell you that efforts are underway to reduce our footprint in an attempt to have the city return to some sense of normalcy. We're doing our best to work as efficiently and as effectively as possible, but remember, our goal is to maintain the integrity of the crime scene and the evidence that we collect. We continue to seek and follow all leads about the activities and associates of the shooter, Omar Mir Sadiq Mateen, who, like the director, I will not mention his name again. We need your help in developing the most complete picture of what the shooter did and why he did it. The FBI has placed a seeking information poster on our website at fbi.gov that includes photos and additional information about the shooter. We want to hear from any member of the public who has had any connection or involvement with or any information about the shooter. You may, no matter how big or small you think that information may be, as in the plea I asked at the beginning of this investigation, we want to hear from you. You have come through for me, and I appreciate that. We have received volumes of information and leads and tips that we have been following up on and continue to follow up on. But regardless of how small that information may be, I still want to hear about it. The FBI stands ready to receive your information. Please do so by continuing to call FBI, 1-800-CALL-FBI, or by submitting us a tip online at tips.fbi.gov. Again, we ask anyone who may have had contact with the shooter to report that information to the FBI. No piece of information is too small, and no piece of information will not be kept confidential. You have our assurance we will keep your information confidential. We need those tips to continue coming. As I said before, this investigation is ongoing, and we're not able to provide additional information at this time. Investigations are deliberate by their very nature, and that's because we want to be able to tell you what happened in a thorough and accurate way, but realize that will take some time. I ask for your patience as we go about our work. We will continue to keep you informed of our progress, and we will continue to have these briefings as information dictates, and we are able to share that with the entire community. Once again, I'd like to thank our partner agencies, and most of all, I want to thank the Orlando community. Your courage, compassion, and resilience in the face of a great tragedy are an inspiration to us all. Orlando strong. Before I depart and turn it over to Chief John Mina, I'd like to remind you of two sites that I hope that the public takes advantage of. The first one being fbi.gov/Orlando victims. That has information about the Family Assistance Center and things that the FBI and your local community can do to help you if you are a victim or a loved one of the victims. If you have any questions about any of the vehicles that had to be abandoned as a result of the crime scene, we have set up a a phone number at 407-246-HELP, H-E-L-P, or 407-246-4357. And if we are not able to release that vehicle to you at this time, we will provide you with information as to when that vehicle will be available and what you would need to do to be able to take possession of that vehicle. I now turn it over to Police Chief John Mina.
Good afternoon. Many people from the public have asked how our officers are doing, especially the first responders that night. About yesterday, 300 or 400 officers came to a critical stress management debriefing. The purpose of that debriefing was for the officers to talk about how they were feeling, to vent to their peers, and to talk about their experience to help them cope and deal with this tragic situation. So after the main group talked for a bit and were given some instruction by some trained counselors, they all broke out into classrooms in groups of 10 or 15 and had more sessions with trained counselors to talk about their circumstances, their experiences, and how they're feeling, and how to deal with the management of the stress of responding to such a tragic incident. So this morning we did the exact same thing with our SWAT team. All of the members who responded, including the officers who were involved in the shooting. And I can tell you, these are some of the most courageous, heroic, and toughest men I know. Men who have seen things, murders, homicides, unfortunately dead infants, horrific car crashes, but no one can prepare you for what those officers encountered that night. They stood toe-to-toe, went face-to-face with a mass murderer, and performed heroically and courageously, and I'm extremely, extremely proud of them. So after all those stress debriefings take place, we're going to offer free counseling, continuing to those officers. Several agencies have come forward to offer that counseling to make sure our officers are dealing with that correctly. Now I want to talk about the media contacting those officers who have been involved in the shooting. As per our policy and procedure, those officers who were involved in the shooting are relieved of duty and are prohibited from talking about the shooting or the investigation or any of the circumstances. So I cannot stress this enough. Do not attempt to contact these officers. They will not talk to you. They are prohibited from talking to you by our policies and also by law. So please do not contact them. They will also not talk about the federal investigation, and they will not compromise this investigation. And honestly, I would tell you that there have been some aggressive media outlets that have gone to our officers' homes, have called parents out of state, have posted pictures. We're stressing to let these officers deal with this situation that they had to deal with that night. Let them be with their families and let them heal without bothering. Like I said, they cannot talk about the investigation, so we would appreciate your cooperation in this matter. And now I'm going to turn it over to the U.S. Attorney.
Good afternoon. I'm Lee Bentley, the United States Attorney, Middle District of Florida. The last 3.5 days have been extremely difficult for me personally, for my office, for the Department of Justice, and for our law enforcement partners. Like you, in the city of Orlando, we're grieving for the 49 victims of the horrific attack at the Pulse nightclub. But while grieving, we're continuing to investigate the crime that occurred and all of the facts and circumstances that led up to it. Today, I am not going to speculate with respect to any charges that might be brought, or indeed as to whether any charges will be brought. It's premature to do so. I'm not going to speculate today as to any charges that may be brought, or indeed about whether any charges will be brought in this case. It is premature to do so. It would interfere and hamper the investigation to put out premature information about where the investigation is heading. I can assure you that it will be a full and complete investigation, and the facts will be known to the public, made known to the public at the appropriate time. Assistant Special Agent in Charge Ron Hopper commented about the threats that have been made to members of the Muslim community. Making these threats is not only wrong, in most cases, making these threats is illegal. Stop it. Any threats like this detract from what we're doing in law enforcement. We want to spend 100% of our time investigating the crime that occurred at the Pulse nightclub and the facts leading up to it. Don't distract us from what we need to be doing. And I say to anyone out there who's made any such threat or is considering making such a threat, grieve with us. Grieve for the victims of the nightclub shooting with the same solemnity that we're doing and with which it deserves. I'd like to thank all of our federal, state, and local law enforcement officers. Obviously, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, ATF, Homeland Security, and even DEA have been involved in this investigation. Our state partners have been wonderful, starting with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the City of Orlando Police Department, the Orange County Sheriff's Office, and of course the state prosecutors have been cooperating as well. The statewide prosecutor as well as the Orange County State Attorney, Jeff Ashton, who's behind me. I also would like to thank my colleagues at the Maine Department of Justice. I've spoken regularly to the Deputy Attorney General, Sally Yates, and to our Attorney General, Loretta Lynch. In fact, I'll be speaking again to the Attorney General shortly after this press conference. I cannot express to you how concerned the Attorney General and everyone else at the Department of Justice is about the victims in this case, and they are devoting all of their attentions to this investigation. Now I'd like to turn it over to a number of our elected officials who are going to speak. I'd like to tell you that you've seen a number of our elected officials here on scene. Every one of them has tried to assist in the investigation and have had only one question of us: what can we do to help? They obviously have some remarks to make to the communities they serve, to the state they serve. Please respect them by not asking them specific questions about the facts of this investigation. And now I'm going to turn it over to Florida Governor Rick Scott. Thank you.
First, I want to thank the federal, state, and local law enforcement. They have done an outstanding job. It starts with the individuals that showed up at the gay nightclub Pulse and were willing to risk their lives to save people that they never had met before and maybe never would meet again. I also want to thank the entire Orlando community and truthfully the world. Everybody has shown up to say how can they be helpful. Mayor Jacobs and Mayor Dyer have been here relentlessly, seeing what they can do to be helpful. I've had the opportunity to talk to family members that lost their loved ones, have family members that have struggled with their life. We're still going through surgery. I have to cry with the lady that recounted the story of the last time she talked to her son, and the story of how he bled to death. I talked to a young man that had gunshot wounds. His first concern was how he got back to work. But these are all people just like us. This was clearly an attack on our gay community. It was an attack on our Hispanic community. It was an attack on Orlando. It's a terror attack on our nation. It's clearly a terror attack on our way of life. Our city, our state, our nation is going to come back together. I want to thank all of you that have called and tried to help our law enforcement. At the state, I've kept our agencies apprised of all that we're doing and constantly asked them what they could be doing. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement has set aside $520,000 to help the Orlando Police Department cover some of their expenses. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement has also asked Justice for $2 million in grants to help both the city and the county to cover expenses that they have. The State Department of Children and Families has set aside $500,000 to cover grief counseling and other issues. And I want to congratulate the mayors for what they've done with regard to reaching out to everybody that's impacted in the new center that's open. As I've talked to family members, they are just now they're in their grieving process, but they're moving on to how are they going to bury their loved ones. They're asking for privacy. They're asking for people to respect them. No different than what you would expect if this happened to one of your loved ones. I know everybody is very interested in what happened here, but this is somebody's son or daughter, brother, sister, grandchild, and they are grieving. They cannot imagine how this happened to their family. Like none of us could imagine how this could have happened to any of our families. So I want to thank everybody for all they're doing to help each of these families get back to work, get their lives back to as normal as possible, never be the same. But this state is resilient, this city is resilient, this country is resilient. We all know this is terror, we've got to destroy ISIS, and as a nation we'll do that. Thank you. Now I'll turn it over to Mayor Buddy Dyer.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon. During the past 3 days, the people of Orlando, across the country and around the world have responded with love, compassion, and unity, and we are overwhelmed by the outpouring of love for our community. I'm pleased to announce that we've had the One Orlando Fund open for 2 days, and we have already raised $3.6 billion, and that total keeps rising. Disney stepped up to $1 million. The Orlando Magic and DeVos Family Foundation donated $500,000, and earlier today, JP Morgan also donated $500,000. But today we continue to help the victims and those who witnessed the event to recover. The Chief talked about our efforts with our first responders and city personnel and county and local law enforcement agencies in terms of getting the counseling that they need. But there's a wide range of services that the families and the victims and the witnesses need. So earlier today, we opened the Orlando Family Assistance Center at Camping World Stadium, and that's formerly known as the Citrus Bowl. So a lot of you would probably know it as the Citrus Bowl, but it's Camping World Stadium. We have all of the necessary support services in one location. I had a chance to meet with the various providers this morning, and they are extremely excited to be able to be helpful. So many people want to reach out and be able to do something, and they are able to do something for the victims. Everything from assisting with funeral services to pet foster care, airlines facilitating travel, our tax collector issuing driver's licenses and IDs. I want to thank the press corps for the responsible reporting and coverage of this event and the coverage of the heroic acts and the stories of the people that were involved. But I do want to emphasize what the chief said and ask you to
Can we get a first responder?
yeah. Can we get a first responder?
George. Yeah.
Yeah, if you can give him some room by backing up your cameras, we'll hold up just a minute.
I just want to finish with, I appreciate everybody has a job to do, and I think for the most part everybody has done their job well, but please do respect our police officers. They can't talk to you. There's still a federal investigation and an FDLE investigation going on, so please respect them. Mayor Teresa Jacobs.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as Mayor of Orange County, I'm calling on all of our 1.2 million residents to do two things, and I'm calling on the citizens across the greater region of 3.3 million people to do two things. One, as Special Assistant Hopper has said, if you see something, say something. If you say something, he will do something. I think we have all seen, by what we've learned so far, that if more people would have said something sooner, it's just possible this could have been prevented. Please help us in reporting everything that you see that you think could be suspicious or related to this. Next, we have a lot of funerals coming up in our community over the next week and week and a half. And as I've heard everybody say, we're a resilient community. And we are a resilient community, but our capacity to be resilient is only as great as our capacity to love, care for, and support everyone in this community. So I'm calling on every member of Orange County, every citizen of this region, to exercise the utmost compassion for every person experiencing grief, for every person you may disagree with. This is a time for us to come together. This is a time when anyone else who seeks to come to our community and threaten the lives of our brothers and sisters, our neighbors, our friends, this is the time when we say enough is enough, we will not tolerate it. So I think it's time for all of us to look deep in our hearts and souls and make sure we are doing our best to be the kind of people that the 50 people that have died, that they deserve to have protecting them. God bless you and thank you. And now I will turn the podium over back to Mayor Dyer, who's going to take questions.
Agent Hopper, what is the status of the wife? Do you believe she knew what he was going to do ahead of time?
With respect to the wife, I can tell you that that is only one of many interviews that we've done and will continue to do in this investigation. I cannot comment on the content or the outcome of that investigation, and so at this time I would have no further comment.
Have you spoken to other gay club owners, such as Revere? Other gay club owners in Orlando, have you spoken to them, such as the Revere Club?
The FBI considers notifying all clubs in the area, what we refer to commonly as duty to notify. And we have put out intelligence bulletins and made contact with those clubs to give them a heightened sense of awareness. I would ask that, based on the fact that we are going through the period of Ramadan and that we have the 4th of July coming up, that everyone in the community should have just a general sense of awareness, but there's no credible or specific threat that indicates there are anything planned for the Orlando area or nationally. I'm sorry? I can't hear you. Can anybody hear me? The question was there an opportunity to follow him beforehand? There are policy and legal implications with respect to counterterrorism investigations. And as I mentioned earlier, at the time of this particular incident, this individual was not a subject of an active investigation, which limits on those things that we can do. So no, there was no surveillance at that time.
Is the FBI following Westboro Baptist Church?
I'm sorry?
Is the FBI tracking Westboro Baptist Church?
I have no information on that at this time.
In terms of the movement that night, have you guys been able to paint a picture of the movement the night this morning and the night of the shooting?
The FBI is reconstructing the subject's movements going back months, days, hours, and minutes before the fatal act here at the Pulse nightclub, and that is something we are looking at and scrubbing thoroughly. It's not anything I can share with you at this time.
What was the make and model of the firearms you used?
I'm sorry?
What was the make and model of the firearms?
All the firearms in this incident have been collected and are currently being processed back at Quantico, Virginia, but I will not comment on the types of firearms that were used.
When did the FBI become aware of the April trip the team took to Disney?
What was the question? I don't have that information. I don't have that information at this time.
Do you believe that he was chasing other targets, and have you been able to establish when the Facebook posts attributed to him were made? Was that before or during the incident?
Okay. So that's a two-part question. The question was, are we aware of any other intended targets? I can tell you that we are continuing to pour through voluminous amounts of digital media as well as interviews and other investigative techniques, and at this time there's nothing to suggest there was any other target other than the Pulse nightclub. What was the second part, sir? With respect to the Facebook page, that digital analysis is ongoing, and I don't have the answer to that question. I'm sorry.
So are you saying Disney was not the target? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm telling you is through the review that we've done of all the evidence thus far, this was the intended point of attack for that evening.
So no other targets of any firearms fired in that club besides security and police officials and the shooter?
The question was, were any other firearms fired inside besides the shooter and the police? To my knowledge, no, not at this time. I'm not aware of any. I can't share that with you at this time.
Is anyone else being sought currently by the FBI in connection with this investigation?
I can tell you that right now, as we speak, there are no impending charges, and I will defer to the United States Attorney to comment on that, but I will tell you that I gave you a commitment when I stood before you the very first day that this happened. We will leave no stone unturned. And what that means is, at the end of all of our interviews, however long that takes, if someone is able to be charged in this investigation, we will bring them to justice.
So just to clarify, again, were you notified by Disney that the team was there in April, possibly casing the car?
I was not made aware of that accusation, no. Personally, I was not. I don't have any information.
What about in June?
I'm sorry? I don't have any information regarding those allegations.
What can you tell us about the phone calls that he is reported to have made while he was inside, while the shooting was in progress?
Unfortunately, because they are subject to the investigation, they are a matter of federal evidence, I can confirm there were phone calls made. We have them. We continue to review them and analyze them, not just in content, but where they came from, where they originated from, or where the calls there terminated. And so other than that, there's nothing further I can comment. I'm sure there are, but I'm not aware of any. I'm not aware of any at this time.
Are the reports credible that he had patronized some gay clubs in Orlando? Are those credible? Some witnesses have said that. Are they checking out?
I don't have any knowledge of him patronizing any other clubs in this one at this time.
Are you saying that if you were alerted about him casing Disney in April or June, if you were, let's say you were, are you restricted to what you can do just during that month?
Ma'am, that's an open-ended question. When we are given when we are given leads for potential terrorist information, they have to meet a certain set of criteria before we can initiate an investigation, and that will be based on the totality of the circumstances at that time. It's kind of a nebulous question at this point.
Are you looking at his previous visits to the club as a casing operation or as something other than that?
I will tell you that we're looking at everything, and I can't say that whether it's specifically looked at as a casing. We are looking at everything he did leading up to this attack, and as the director pointed out, we are going backwards as well to look at all of the things we knew about before and things that we've investigated in the past. This is an investigation that has no finite end at this particular time, and that goes for the beginning. We're going to go back even further than we did if that's possible. I'm sorry?
Are you still ruling out the possibility of the second shooter?
The investigation is ongoing at this time, but I will tell you that the deceased subject right now is the main subject in this investigation. And so if we are continuing to do interviews to see if there's anybody that's associated, whether that means they were involved in the planning or the execution of this act, they will be brought to justice if and when we identify someone.
Was there ever any explosives found in the club, or was that all the bluff on
It's not something I can confirm for you at this time, but I can confirm that at a later time.
Can you say definitively whether there were or were not explosives found inside the club?
I think she just asked that.
Is that what you just asked?
The evidence, the crime scene, as I mentioned earlier, is still being processed, and it would be premature for me to comment on that at this time.
Have you interviewed the father, and have you finished interviewing him?
I don't have any information on that. I'm sorry. That was done down in the Miami division, and I don't have that information here. that would be something for Chief John Mean. I can't comment on that.
How many hours?
Any other questions?
Other than get a loan gun into the club, was it visible where when he was carrying it when he walked into the club?
I can't comment on that at this time. Excuse me? That's something we're attempting to determine during the course of the investigation. And again, because the crime scene has not been released and all of our interviews have not been completed, I can't comment on that at this time.
Sir, is this going to be characterized officially as a hate crime?
Here's what I would say about that. This was an act of violence born out of hate that inflicted terror on an entire community. So I would call it a hate crime. I would call it terrorism. It's both. Next question.
Now that we get to the smartphone, are we having problems to see how you have the Sanford
I'm not going to comment on our investigative techniques at this time.
Now that the autopsies are done, are you confident that all 49 victims were shot and killed by the government?
I don't have the results of those, and so I can't comment on that.
The shooter's car still?
Excuse me?
Is the shooter's car still?
Is the shooter's car still here? That is still a matter of federal evidence. It's still in our custody.
Is there any surveillance video that you guys are looking at across the street to put together what happened right before
It's a good question. I can tell you that we are combing not just this street, but everywhere we believe the shooter to have been, as I mentioned, in the coming days before this event. And so we are collecting all digital, video, electronic evidence that we can. And again, I would ask anyone out there that thinks they may have something of FBI concern, bring it to us, no matter how small. We do want to see anything you have that you may have concern with. I don't have the answer for that.
Especially, were you saying that FBI was not aware?
I'm not going to comment on that anymore. I've given you my answer regarding Disney. Next question.
Last question.
Emergency in the state of Florida. Do we have any other imminent threats? Is there anything else that people should be concerned of? Is there any other shooters that people should have on their
As I mentioned before, there are no current, credible, singular threats facing Florida or the nation to my knowledge. You can be assured that if and when something that rises to our attention, we will make sure the public is acutely aware.
When do you expect to make all charges?
I'm sorry?
When do you expect to finalize your charges? Whatever charges are finalized?
I'm going to refer to AUSA Bentley for that.
As I said before, and as I said today, we do not know when charges will be finalized, to answer your question. Indeed, we're not sure what charges will be brought or if charges will be brought. I can assure you that we're working with our law enforcement partners to find out everything we can about what happened at the Pulse nightclub. We're using all law enforcement and legal tools to reconstruct not only the events of that night, but the events over the past several months, not only with respect to what the shooter did in Orlando, but what he did in Fort Pierce. This is as exhaustive a review of evidence as you will find in the United States. We're leaving no stone unturned, but we simply cannot speculate on the timing of charges or whether there will be charges. It would really be unfair to not only any named person with respect to charges, but also to the public. We want to keep the public well informed, and we do not want to invite idle speculation that will only hamper our efforts.
How far are you from wrapping up the entire investigation if you could hypothesize?
We cannot put a time limit on that. The only limit we have is we're going to go until we're absolutely satisfied that we've uncovered every bit of evidence that's out there and we've reviewed every possible charge. That's when this investigation will end. It might be a matter of days, it could be weeks, it could be years. There's simply no way to determine at this time how long the investigation will last.
We see a swipe charge with
Are you
something.
able to say whether you have any other suspects or persons of interest in connection with the case without getting?
The question was whether we have any other suspects or persons of interest. I cannot answer that question directly, but I will tell you that we are investigating not only this crime, but law enforcement is talking to everyone associated with the shooter. And that includes his family, his friends, people in businesses. It includes anyone who fell within the ambit what the shooter was doing in the months leading up to the crime. I'm sorry?
Did you drive him to the club cooperating?
Is who cooperating? I cannot comment on the cooperation of any individual at this time. As Assistant Special Agent Hopper said, we are talking to literally hundreds of people, and any cooperation that we receive will be kept in confidence.
Governor Scott, can you please give us a statement in Spanish for immigration?
Sí, mi corazón son con la ciudad de Orlando, el estado de Florida y la nación. Es una acción terrible. Si mis oraciones son con las víctimas, las familias de las víctimas, por este tiempo tan difícil.
¿Puede decirnos en español en qué punto va la investigación? En español, por favor.
I'll do it over there. I'll do Spanish.
This is going to conclude our media brief at this point in time.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, folks, so we did get an update on the Orlando terrorism situation there. You can see the media being briefed there. We are going to take you now to a live Hillary Clinton event on a national security forum talk happening right now.
A parent, a loved one, a family member, a brother, sister deployed. The other piece of that is military spouses, of course. They're transitioning. And what we can do from the state level in terms of licensing and making sure that they can continue in their careers to support their family during these deployments, but also in these many transitions. The other thing is making sure that that we're doing everything we can to make sure the transitioning veterans have let me go back to benefits, right? Department of Defense. Let's just focus on force readiness, troop readiness, and that meaning what are we paying our military active duty personnel? I think it's really important we're in the Hampton Roads area today. We're here where there is an incredible population of junior enlisted. We are away from the DC area where these discussions are being had every day, and defense spending conversations are being had, when we really need to focus on, are we meeting the rate of inflation for our military families? Are we thinking really about closing commissary benefits? Are we real, where are we, where you've been a leader on healthcare benefits for our active duty military and their families? All of these things go to active duty child care options, right, for active duty personnel. So many of these things where we need to partner, we need to have leadership in Washington, partnering with our states and our military advocates, all coming together around essentially economic security, national security.
That's a great way to sum it up, economic security and national security for our country, and especially for those who serve and their families, because it's just disgraceful that we do have junior enlisted who are eligible for food stamps.
Yeah.
And
free and reduced lunch.
After 9/11 and all of the deployments, again, speaking from my experience in New York, we had military families having to seek help from food pantries. And that is just something that I don't think most Americans even understand. So it is important that we don't just talk the talk, but we really do provide the support and the benefits that those who serve deserve, and their families also deserve. We have time for a few comments or questions. Anybody in the audience? Yes, sir. I think here comes a microphone, sir. Yeah, you just talk into it, they turn it on. Yeah.
My name's Mike Wade. Hampton is home to one of the VA hospitals here in the Hampton Roads area. And my question to you is, what do you plan to do in order to take care of some fraud, waste, and abuse in the VA system, not only from the staff and the people that work at the VA, but also military members who take advantage of the system to gain benefits?
That's a really important question, and obviously I know you have a very big facility here. I know that the wait times here were among the longest that we saw, and that they have been cut, but there still is a lot of work to be done. And I want to support the kind of reforms that are going to provide better, more timely service, but I also hear what you're saying. We need to make sure that this is accountable service in every way, accountable to the vet, but also accountable to the taxpayer and accountable to those who are providing the services. And it's going to be one of my highest priorities to build on the good reforms that have happened, but to really be focused continuously, not sporadically, on how we provide exactly the services and weed out any abuses of those services, so that what we are doing is meeting the needs of those who have the kind of service-related medical problems that deserve the highest and quickest response, and then also taking care of everything else that is appropriate. And it's going to be, I have a very strong feeling about making sure the VA works right, but not just writing a blank check. And so, again, I want to have a lot of feedback from people who point out systemic problems that we have to address. And I appreciate you raising those. Yeah, yes. Okay, here comes the microphone.
My name is Susan Hippen. I'm a retired Navy Master Chief. I served 25 years in the Navy. I was the Command Master Chief and manpower person for the training command, the Aviation Training Command at NAS Oceana. I also deployed on the Theodore Roosevelt. I was in the shipyard with the Theodore Roosevelt. I had IM-3 division, which is the largest division on the ship without the air wing employed. That's avionics and ordnance. And I know exactly what you're talking about. Those are the first officers that I have ever heard explain some of the pains that enlisted people go through. But I remember as a young airman in Rota, Spain, working a weekend that we had off to make sure that our C-130 could take a pallet of ice cream to the Admiral in Naples. Okay, now I'm going to talk morale. I remember having to look at my manpower on the Theodore Roosevelt before we deployed as the IM-3 division chief, the leading chief, and looking at the fact that we didn't have the SEOPDET people. Those are the people that come and join us when we go out to sea when the squadrons are embarked. I remember having to plead to BUPERS to get the sailors on board. Along with that, I am a Gold Star widow, so I understand that. I am also a Blue Star auntie. I have a nephew who is an AO1, Aviation Ordnance First Class Petty Officer, who is now pushing boots up in Chicago, okay? Morale is an issue sometimes for them because we are taking young people, like you said, young kids straight out of high school, or young people who couldn't make it out in the civilian world, okay? And they saw an opportunity. And they're coming in, but we're doing a little bit more coddling than we should be. Because when they were on the coal and the coal was hit, and I remember that, when we were hit, when I was on the Abraham Lincoln and we met the Sacramento, the USS Sacramento, we had a collision with them, we didn't have time to worry about if someone was being nice to us or not. We had to do damage control, and we had to do it quick, fast, and in a hurry. So I do agree that back-to-back deployments, cross-decking, as he calls it, is a morale issue. I remember as a second class married to a first class being on the cheese rolls, the old cheese rolls. And I know that today, now we're talking the early 80s, mid 80s. Today, in 2016, we still have E5 and below that are on food stamps. So I ask you, with all of these commissioned officers and family, to bring some enlisted people in to talk to you. And let them tell you from their viewpoint. Because one thing I learned as a senior chief doing my first shipboard deployment was the people that knew what was going on with that now depleted S-3 aircraft on the ship were the young E1, E2, and E3 who were servicing that aircraft. And that's how I learned that aircraft. I learned from the young people that were there. Talk to them, as well as the Admiral I had 2 stars, you have 1.
You got me, Master Chief. You got me.
Well, I think you've just talked yourself into an advisory role. Yes.
Good afternoon, Ms. Clinton. As a veteran that served on active duty for 33 years and retired, as I transitioned, I really didn't think the transitional piece was a very hard piece because as an officer, we get a lot of jobs and opportunities that come our way. But my concern is I know that the vow for hire was passed in 2011.
Can you lift that up a little
bit?
bit?
The vow for hire was passed in 2011. And so what my question is as not just officers, but as the force continue to transition out of the military, I feel that there's a gap there because although we get training in the military, there's not a lot of training or training resources coming out of the military, not just for the families, but just for the military as well as a whole. So my question is the vow to hire that was passed in 2011, can that continue on under your administration so that we can continue to, kind of, I guess, narrow the gap of transitioning out of the military for jobs for veterans? Thank
Absolutely. You. And again, I'd ask any of the panelists to add their concerns. This is one of the biggest questions that I'm asked as I travel around, because you said it so well. There seem to be a lot of job opportunities for officers transitioning out, but a lot of the skills, the amazing skills that Robert described and that the Master Chief referenced of these enlisted and E5 and below, and even those who go up the ranks but are not officers, there is not an understanding broadly enough in the world of work about how those skills translate into civilian jobs. And it's heartbreaking. You have people coming out who have mechanical ability, who have logistical ability, who have a lot of the skills that the private sector says they're looking for, but they may still only have a high school education, and they're not given credit for everything they've learned and done in the 8-10 years that they've been in the service. We've got to address that. And there are some good programs, and the legislation you referenced is trying to motivate more people to take a look at this. But this is a particularly personally important issue to me because I've met a lot of these young people. When some young person comes up and says, I was deployed 5 times to Iraq or Afghanistan, or I served on the USS, name the Reagan or whomever, and I can't get a job. And they're standing in a setting like this, and they're telling me, my heart is just broken, thinking, what is wrong with us that, these young people have served, many of them in dangerous combat-related situations, and we don't have the post-deployment counseling, we don't have the outreach to help them get the job that they should have in the civilian world. Now, we do have the GI Bill, the 9/11 GI Bill, and some of the additions that have been made to it, but we don't provide very good counseling, and a lot of these young people end up in these for-profit colleges that rip them off, and they promise all kinds of credentials. I can't help but name Trump University. I think that's a good example. And so, you're adding insult to injury with them. And so, does anybody here on the panel? Yeah.
Well, I can say, obviously, Mr. McCullough can help me out with this one too. Virginia is one of the better, if not best, states in this effort. The Virginia Military Advisory Council has been spearheading doing transitioning service member work because, as you stated, ma'am, there is a serious void, there is a serious gap. So we have the V3, Virginia Values Veterans, which their primary mission is assisting transitioning service members to find employment. I like saying find careers, because I don't believe a service member should go out there to get a job. They need to find a career or profession, something that they believe and have passion in. But that being said, so what we've been doing and have begun doing, not just here in Virginia, but in other good institutions and as well, organizations, is literally taking the garrison or the post commander, that CG or admiral who's in charge of his installation, and sitting them down and saying, listen, we're going to link you up with some businesses and folks who like giving veterans jobs, and we're going to link them up with your transitioning service offices so that we can get down in the weeds and actually find these young people who have exceptional abilities, right? I mean, problem solving and leadership are two of the best qualities you want of any employee, but you can't put that on your resume, right? I can solve any problem, but if I put that on the resume, someone's gonna laugh me at their office or not even let me in, right? So we get down in the weeds and find these young people and really put them with these business leaders with the assistance of our state government that kind of is pushing the businesses to be more proactive so that we can forcefully get them in place. And we're actually working to now do that with the spouses as well. Because again, and if Governor McAuliffe were here, he would tell you, he wants all transitioning service members in the Commonwealth to stay in the Commonwealth. So, which I'm wondering why we're so proactive with it.
And there's one other aspect of this. I mean, so we have to have the training, we have to have the counseling, and this is something the governor has done well for our state, but in a larger sense, once they're trained and ready for those jobs, there have to be jobs. And so part of our economic strength is making sure the economy is good, is growing, and that the government doesn't take a kind of laissez-faire approach to it, the way that was done probably in the early part of the 21st century, and allow it to crash. So we're really looking to you to keep us strong, man.
No crashes.
No crashes.
We can't afford any crashes. We've got a lot of hands. Okay, yes, sir, right here.
Secretary Dave Belote, it's a pleasure to meet you. What the good Master Chief didn't tell you is she has also run for office twice. Twice stood for House of Delegates. She and I are co-chairs of the Virginia Beach Democratic Committee. And I took her example. Local kid who was in the Air Force for 25 years, had the phenomenal privilege of commanding battlefield airmen in Iraq, flying the pretty one right up there. Although it wasn't red, white, and blue when I flew it. And I commanded the largest fighter base in the country, Nellis Air Force Base, and tried to bring those lessons back, ran for the state Senate last year. And I want to pull a couple of things that I heard on the campaign trail and have you comment on them. We talked about the value of education, and I myself, my 27-year-old son has autism, and because of the Military Exceptional Family Member Program and the fact that we had some great schooling along the way, he works at Navy Oceana in the galley. Instead of being institutionalized or pushed aside, he supports the United States Navy. So how do we protect Ability One programs and those things which are investments in human potential? You mentioned very briefly, or I think Ms. McAuliffe mentioned very briefly, climate change and sea level rise. On the campaign trail in Hampton Roads, I got to push offshore wind and the potential for investments in our shipyard capacity, what we have right here in this port facility, and with all of these separating soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines, is a phenomenal pool of labor that could make this part of the country the absolute focal point for an offshore wind industry that would supply so many of our energy needs and, you know, stop sending dollars to foreign or petrodollars for people to shoot at us. But then a question about how we pay for it and how you phrase that as a presidential candidate, because didn't get to have this conversation twice. It was a couple of Kiwanis Club meetings with Navy retirees who would finally say, I don't get it. Why is the retired fighter pilot with 2 Bronze Stars a Democrat? And I would say, well, roads don't pay for themselves, schools don't pay for themselves, teachers and police officers don't pay themselves, and I want to have the conversation with what should the world look like, how do we plan for it, and how do we resource that. My opponent says, here's the little bit amount of money that I am willing to pay in, what will that buy us? So you do have some good tax policy proposals out there, but how can you focus that down and talk about investments in people, investments in energy, and how we get to that future?
Amen again. Man, this is like a revival meeting. I love it. I love it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, you have so clearly described the problem we're facing. You know, we are living off the investments that our parents and our grandparents and prior generations have made in our country, and we have this, I think, very short-sighted view that somehow all we have to do is just kind of get along from year to year, and it's going to take care of itself because, you know, the great dynamism, the entrepreneurial spirit, the patriotism of the American people is going to work it out some way. And I believe 100% in what I just said about the American people. But I believe they deserve a government that's going to make the investments that will make us safer and stronger and more economically prosperous. And this is a debate worth having in this election because we have ignored for too many years now the need to keep our country up to speed as well as our military. And that's going to require taking on these challenges. You mentioned climate change, which too many people still want to ignore, deny, deride, claim it's a hoax by the Chinese, all the stuff that you hear coming from some of our political candidates. And it's a serious threat, and it's a particularly serious threat to this region. I mean, if you look at a map that scientists agree on about what parts of our country are most at risk because of rising sea levels, coastal Virginia is right up there with southern Florida, with parts of the Northeast. And so we can ignore it, or we can say, you know what, it's a serious problem. And you know what we're really good at? We are really good at problem solving and leadership. So let's get to work on solving those problems and showing some leadership. And what you just said makes so much sense that it hurts that we haven't done it already. There is no reason why we cannot be the 21st century clean energy superpower. And I believe that this part of Virginia, coastal Virginia, could be one of the epicenters of that. You know, offshore wind, and we have not even begun to scratch the potential of solar. We have real opportunities here, and some states are much further ahead than other states in dealing with solar and wind. And you can look at those states. You know, a state like Iowa gets about a third of its electricity from wind. You have a state like New Jersey, which has more investments in solar because both Democrats and Republicans over the last decade have realized it's a problem, compared to Florida, which is a pretty sunny state, but has a state government, doesn't want anybody to talk about climate change. So part of our job at the federal level is to sync up with cities and states, and the mayor is here and others. This is a job creator. Energy efficiency, solar, wind, geothermal. We have to make a transition away from fossil fuels. It's not going to happen overnight, but we can be on the track to do it. And it will create those jobs. It will also spin off a lot of businesses. So I'm glad you were out there trying to talk to civic groups and to explain that I don't think this should be a partisan issue. I'm proud that you're a Democrat. You and the Master Chief are a great combination and representation for that. But we need to say, you know what? We've got to get beyond partisan differences. This is not a Republican or a Democratic problem. This is an American problem. So, well, I'm getting the high sign that we have to draw this to a conclusion. And again, I want to thank Dorothy McAuliffe for so many things, but certainly for her leadership and for being here to moderate this panel, and to thank all of our panelists and thank all of our audience for being with us. And I will do everything I can to follow up on all of these excellent points. And again, I thank all of you, those of you who have served, those of you who are serving, those of you who are in families of those who are currently active duty or veterans. I thank you all. My late father was a chief petty officer, and so I have a lot of great stories as to the work that he did during World War II. He was at Great Lakes, and one of the most poignant experiences that I had when he died, back very early in my husband's first year as president, is that because I was First Lady, his death got some attention. I got letters from a number of the sailors that he trained. They often sent me copies of their photos where the whole class was gathered with my father in his uniform standing in front of, 100 of these young men. And it just meant the world to me. So I am incredibly grateful to you and to everyone in this region for what you've done to keep our country safe. And I promise you that we're going to work together to make sure it always is safe, and we're going to get smart and use smart power to make it even safer and stronger. Thank you all very much.
Amen.
Amen.
All right, everybody, that was Hillary Clinton speaking at the National Security Forum at the Virginia Air and Space Center in Virginia.
March FOMC meeting. The median growth projection now remains at 2% through 2018, in line with its estimated longer run rate. The median projection for the unemployment rate edges down from 4.7% at the end of this year to 4.6% in the next 2 years, somewhat below the median assessment of the longer-run normal unemployment rate. The median path of the unemployment rate is little changed from March. Finally, the median inflation projection stands at 1.4% this year, a bit firmer than in March, and then rises to 1.9% next year and 2% in 2018. Returning to monetary policy, as I said, the committee maintained its target range for the federal funds rate. This decision reflects the committee's careful approach in setting monetary policy, particularly in light of the mixed readings on the labor market and economic growth that I have discussed, as well as continuing below-target inflation. Proceeding cautiously in raising our interest rate target will allow us to verify that economic growth will return to a moderate pace, that the labor market will strengthen further, and that inflation will continue to make progress toward our 2% objective. Caution is all the more appropriate given that short-term interest rates are still near zero, which means that monetary policy can more effectively respond to surprisingly strong inflation pressures in the future than to a weakening labor market and falling inflation. Although the financial market stresses that emanated from abroad at the start of this year have eased, vulnerabilities in the global economy remain. In the current environment of sluggish global growth, low inflation, and already very accommodative monetary policy in many advanced economies, investor perceptions of and appetite for risk can change abruptly. As our statement notes, we will continue to closely monitor global economic and financial developments. We continue to expect that the evolution of the economy will warrant only gradual increases in the federal funds rate. We expect the rate to remain for some time below levels that are anticipated to prevail in the longer run, because headwinds weighing on the economy mean that the interest rate needed to keep the economy operating near its potential is low by historical standards. These headwinds, which include developments abroad, subdued household formation, and meager productivity growth, could persist for some time. But if they gradually fade over the next few years, as we expect, then the interest rate required to keep the economy operating at an even keel should move higher as well. This view is consistent with participants' projections of appropriate monetary policy. The median projection for the federal funds rate rises only gradually to 1.5% at the end of next year and 2.5% by the end of 2018, somewhat below its estimated longer-run normal level. Although the median federal funds rate at the end of this year is unchanged from March, a number of participants revised down their projections. For 2017 and 2018, the median projection is 1/4 to 1/2 percentage point lower than in March, roughly in line with the 1/4 percentage point downward revision made to the estimated longer-run level of the federal funds rate. As I've noted on previous occasions, participants' projections for the federal funds rate, including the median path, are not a fixed plan for future policy. Policy is not on a preset course. These forecasts represent participants' individual assessments of appropriate policy, given their projections of economic growth, employment, inflation, and other factors. However, the economic outlook is inherently uncertain, so each participant's assessment of appropriate policy is also necessarily uncertain, especially at longer time horizons, and will change in response to changes to the economic outlook and associated risks. Finally, the committee will continue its policy of reinvesting proceeds from maturing Treasury securities and principal payments from agency debt and mortgage-backed securities. As highlighted in our policy statement, we anticipate continuing this policy until normalization of the level of the federal funds rate is well underway. Maintaining our sizable holdings of longer-term securities should help maintain accommodative financial conditions and should reduce the risk that we might have to lower the federal funds rate to zero in the event of a future large adverse shock. Thank you. I will be happy to take your questions.
Sam?
Thanks very much. Sam Fleming from the Financial Times. One of the big uncertainties hanging over markets right now is clearly the vote in the United Kingdom next week. How much of a factor was that in today's decision relative to the questions you've elucidated about the domestic jobs numbers and inflation data? And could you talk a little bit about the channels that you think about when you talk about the potential impact of a Brexit on the US economy? Thank you.
Well, Brexit, the upcoming UK decision on whether or not to leave the European Union is something we discussed, and I think it's fair to say that it was one of the factors that factored into today's decisions. Clearly, this is a very important decision for the United Kingdom and for Europe. It is a decision that could have consequences for economic and financial conditions in global financial markets. If it does so, it could have consequences in turn for the U.S. economic outlook that would be a factor in deciding on the appropriate path of policy. So it is certainly one of the uncertainties that we discussed and that factored into today's decision.
Steve, and then we'll go to Jason.
Thank you. The Fed's outlook for rates has come down sharply for 2018 especially, but it's been coming down gradually over time, almost a full percentage point in some cases compared to a year ago. and yet the GDP outlook remains the same. What has happened in say, just the past quarter to the committee's outlook for rates to bring it down so much for, say, 2018, where it's now just 2.4%, and further from the long run than it was, say, in the prior estimate that was out there? Has there been a dramatic change in the committee's view on the relationship of GDP to rates? And maybe you could also explain why the Fed has to keep lowering these rates and getting that forecast wrong.
So, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, there is really a great deal of uncertainty around each individual's assessment of the appropriate level of rates, particularly as we go further out in the forecast horizon and when we come to the long term. And I think what we can see and what many econometric and other studies show is that the so-called neutral rate, namely the level of the federal funds rate that is consistent with the economy growing roughly at trend and operating near full employment, that rate is quite depressed by historical standards. Many estimates would put it in real or inflation-adjusted terms near zero. Now, the path that you see in the dot plot for rates over time is importantly influenced. There is accommodation, and as we achieve our objectives, I think most participants feel that the accommodation in the current stance of policy needs to be gradually removed. But a very important influence in the out years is what will happen to that neutral rate that will just keep the economy operating on an even keel. And I've often in my statements and remarks talked about headwinds that reflect lingering effects of the financial crisis. To the extent that there are headwinds, I think many of us expect that these headwinds would gradually diminish over time, and that's a reason why you see the upward path for rates. But there are also more long-lasting or persistent factors that may be at work that are holding down the longer run level of neutral rates. For example, slow productivity growth, which is not just a U.S. phenomenon, but a global phenomenon. Obviously there is a lot of uncertainty about what will happen to productivity growth, but productivity growth could stay long for a prolonged time. And we have in aging societies in many parts of the world that could depress this neutral rate. And I think all of us are involved in a process of constantly reevaluating where is that neutral rate going. And I think what you see is a downward shift in that assessment over time, the sense that maybe more of what's causing this neutral rate to be low are factors that are not going to be rapidly disappearing, but will be part of the new normal. Now, you still see an assessment that that neutral rate will move up somewhat, but it has been coming down, and I think it continues to be marked lower. And it is highly uncertain for all of the dots.
Hi, I'm Jason Lang with Reuters. The median participant forecast for the Fed funds rate for 2017 and 2018 came down quite dramatically, but this stands in contrast with the 2016 median forecast. As you mentioned, there were a number, actually 6 participants who saw only 1 rate hike this year. Can you comment on what it would take for 2 rate increases to be the likely or appropriate policy path? And about this disconnect between the median view and the view of the, say, the voting members of the committee?
Well,
if there is one, I should add. Thank you.
Well, I'm not going to comment on participants versus voters. Monetary policy, the committee feels that monetary policy when we're looking at several years, we should show the public what the views are of all the participants in the committee, especially given that voting rotates every year, and so that's a decision we made. But you asked me what it would take to have 2 increases. So, the committee as a whole never discusses how many increases should we have this year or next year. That's not a decision we're making as a committee. We're making decisions on a meeting-by-meeting basis and trying to give a sense to the public of what we're looking for and what the basis of a decision will be. And as I indicated, first of all, international uncertainties loom large here. We mentioned Brexit, the UK decision. Obviously, how that turns out is something that will factor into future decisions. And we're also looking at the prospects for economic growth and continued progress in the labor market. The forecasts that you see in the SCP and the statement indicate the committee continues to expect we will have moderate growth. 2% growth, suggests healthy growth for the rest of the year and a pickup in growth in the second quarter. And we expect to see continuing progress in the labor market. Now, we had questions about the growth outlook because we did see slower growth in the fourth quarter and in the first quarter. I have to say there, with respect to the slowdown we saw in consumer spending, that seemed to be out of line with fundamentals. We expected it to pick up, and we've seen very good evidence that it has picked up. But now the labor market appears to have slowed down, and we need to assure ourselves that the underlying momentum in the economy has not diminished. So, as I said, we will be carefully assessing data on the labor market to make sure that job gains are going to continue at a pace sufficient to result in further improvement in the labor market, and we will be watching the spending data to make sure growth is picking up in line with our expectations. Of course, with respect to inflation, we're constantly evaluating whether or not incoming information is roughly in line with our expectations. So we will be evaluating that at every meeting. Every meeting is live, and we could make a decision at any meeting to adjust the funds rate, but that's the kind of thing that we will want to see to make such decisions.
The Fed created a labor market conditions index a couple years ago that was designed to sort of bring together a lot of these factors in the labor market that you've talked about. As I'm sure you know, it's been falling since January. That suggests to some people that it was your decision to raise rates in December that has caused this weakening in the labor market. Could you address what role, if any, you think the Fed's decision to raise rates has played in the slowdown we are now seeing?
Well, let me just say the Labor Market Conditions Index is a kind of experimental research product that's a summary measure of many different indicators. And essentially, that measure tries to assess the change in labor market conditions. As I look at it and as that index looks at things, the state of the labor market is still healthy, but there's been something of a loss of momentum. The 200,000 jobs a month we saw, for example, in the first quarter of the year, that's slowed in recent months. Exactly what the reasons are for that slowing, it's difficult to say. It may turn out, again, we should never pay too much attention to, for example, one job market report. There's a large error around that. We often see large revisions. We should not overblow the significance of one data point, especially when other indicators of the labor market are still flashing green. Initial claims for unemployment insurance remain low. Perceptions of the labor market remain fine. Data from the JOLTS on job openings continue to reach new highs. So there's a good deal of incoming data that does signal continued progress and strength in the labor market. But as I say, it does bear watching. So the committee doesn't feel and doesn't expect, and I don't expect, that labor market progress in the labor market has come to an end. We have tried to make clear to the public, and through our actions and through the revisions you have seen over time in the dot plot, that we do not have a fixed plan for raising rates over time. We look at incoming data and are prepared to adjust our views to keep the economy on track. And in light of that data dependence of our policy, I really don't think that a single rate increase of 25 basis points in December has had much significance for the outlook, and we will continue to adjust our thinking in light of incoming data in whatever direction is appropriate.
John, and then Elon.
Chair Yellen, I want to come back to these longer run rate projections that you've been asked about. So yields on 10-year Treasury notes have fallen below 1.6%. On 5-year notes, they're near 1%. Elsewhere in the world, in Germany and Japan, long-term bond yields are negative. How do you explain this low level of long-term bond yields, and does it give you any pause in looking at your own projections and coming to a conclusion about whether those projections are possibly still way too high when the bond market is at a much lower level?
So I think the levels of longer-term rates reflect essentially two things. One is market expectations about the path of short-term rates over, if we're considering, say, a 10-year Treasury security, what would be the path of short-term rates over the next 10 years. And the second factor is the so-called term premium, or the extra yield that investors demand in order to hold a longer-term security instead of to invest short-term. And clearly market expectations for the path of short-term interest rates over the next 10 years remain low, and that is a factor, that is an important factor that's, I think, holding down the level of longer-term yields. But perhaps as important, or maybe even more important, the term premium is also low and has probably come down. Now, when we engaged in longer-term asset purchases, our very purpose in doing that was to drive down longer-term yields by making these assets scarcer, and hence more valuable to the public that wants to invest in long-term securities. And we were consciously attempting to drive down that term premium. Now, we continue to hold a large quantity of those securities, but we're not adding to them. But in many parts of the world, the ECB, for example, and the Bank of Japan are also engaging in quantitative easing, buying longer-term assets, and pushing down those term premia. So I think term premia are very low, as well as the expected path of short rates.
Do these yield levels give you any uncertainty, any doubt about whether you're going to be able to get rates to where projections say they're going?
Well, so I want to say again, we're quite uncertain about where rates are heading in the longer term. We write down our best estimates at this time of what is a longer run normal level of the federal funds rate. And those are numbers about which there is great uncertainty. As I said, we have good reason to believe that the so-called neutral rate or rate compatible with the economy operating at full employment is low at the present time. And many of us believe, as a base case, it's reasonable to assume that those rates will move up over time. But we're not certain of that. It's one of the uncertainties that, and there could be revisions in either direction, but thus far, in recent SCPs, I'd say the revisions have mainly been in the downward direction. The idea that a low neutral rate may be more closer to the new normal, but you still do see some reversion. So we're really quite uncertain about that.
In your speech in Philadelphia, you called the slowdown in job growth last month concerning, and you mentioned today that you want to verify that the underlying momentum in the economy and in the labor market is still continuing. What do you need to see to convince you that the labor market is still moving toward full employment, and for how long would you need to see it?
So I can't give you a formula. I know you would probably like to have a number that's a cutoff for what we need to see in a particular report. There are a lot of different indicators of the labor market. For example, the labor market conditions index that Binya referred to has 19 different indicators. Clearly, we will be looking at the next job report, and if we were to see a healthy pace of job growth, above that needed to kind of maintain the status quo in the labor market. So, I should say over time we should expect to see, as the economy comes closer to maximum employment, the likely pace of job gains is probably going to slow down somewhat. And we have seen some slowing, but the recent couple of months was very low and arguably not even at the pace we need to see to maintain stable labor market conditions. So we'll want to see an adequate pace of job creation. There might be revisions to previous months that would change our views, but there will be other surveys of employment intentions and other indicators of the labor market that we'll be focusing on. So there is no formula for what it takes, but we will be looking at the labor market.
Okay, Peter, and then Gina.
Did you want to follow up?
Sorry, I had a quick follow-up. Also, in your speech in Philadelphia, you did not say that you felt that it would be probably appropriate for a rate hike to occur in the coming months. Did you intentionally leave that out?
We do need to make sure that there's sufficient momentum. I don't know what the timetable is going to be to gain that assurance. Every meeting is live. There is no meeting that is off the table, that no meeting is out in terms of a possible rate increase. But we really need to look at the data, and I can't pre-specify a timetable, so I'm, not comfortable to say it's in the next meeting or two, but it could be. It's not impossible. It's not impossible that by July, for example, we would see data that led us to believe that we're in a perfectly fine course, and that data was an aberration, and other concerns would have passed.
Ma'am, Peter Barnes, Fox Business. Hi. We are in an election season, and in the past, the Fed has been sensitive to making policy changes in election years. You have 3 more meetings before the November presidential election. Could you comment on whether or not the election will come into play, and any concern that if you change policy ahead of the election, and based on your forecasts today, you obviously could, are you concerned that that could then lead to charges that the Fed is trying to change policy to influence the outcome of the election, because the Fed has been sensitive to that in the past? Thank you.
So we are very focused on assessing the economic outlook and making changes that are appropriate without taking politics into account. Look, if the data, incoming data, were in the coming months to justify the kind of gradual increases that we've long discussed that we see as appropriate in light of the outlook, I think markets should not be surprised by such a decision if we make it, and it's obviously consistent with the data that we've seen, and the committee will feel free to move in the coming months if we think it's appropriate.
Gina Smilik, Bloomberg. You mentioned in your remarks at the beginning that we are getting a slightly different signal when you look at inflation versus when you look at inflation expectations. Could you detail a little bit which you look at and sort of weight more? Are you more concerned with the inflation expectations or focusing more on the slight pickup in actual inflation?
Well, we're looking at both. I would say with respect to the behavior of inflation, inflation is behaving roughly in the manner I would have expected. I have really not seen significant surprises there. We've long said that an important reason that inflation is as low as it's been is because of past declines in energy prices and increases in the value of the dollar. And as those factors began to dissipate, we would see inflation moving up. Now, that's exactly what we're seeing, that's in line with our thinking and with the data. So those things have stabilized. Their influence is dissipating. And with respect to core inflation, which now that's partly influenced also by the dollar, but trying to pull out the dollar and import price influence, core inflation seems to be behaving roughly as one would expect, with well-anchored inflation expectations and an improving labor market. So I'm not seeing anything. Inflation, even core inflation, is running under 2%. I continue to think the evidence supports a projection that it will move up over the next couple of years back toward our 2% objective. But we've seen in the past, and economic theory suggests, that inflation expectations are relevant to price and wage setting decisions. So we do monitor indicators of inflation expectations carefully. Now, it's very hard to know exactly what inflation expectations are relevant to actual price and wage decisions. And so, for example, we've seen the Michigan survey, in a measure of household inflation expectations, move down. It's hard, that's a preliminary number. It's hard to know what to make of it. We've certainly taken note of it. But survey-based measures that where forecasters are queried have really all been quite stable. And measures of inflation compensation, I'm always trying to be careful to call it inflation compensation rather than inflation expectations, because they're not inflation expectations. Inflation expectations influence those market measures, but there's also an inflation risk premium. And there are actually good reasons to think that the inflation risk premium could have declined significantly and may be depressing those measures. So we watch them. We've taken note in the statement that they've moved down, but actual inflation is behaving more or less as would be expected.
Marty?
Marty Krutzinger with the Associated Press. When the April minutes were released, they caught markets by surprise, and they seemed to show that there was an active discussion of a possible June rate increase, something that we hadn't gotten from the policy statement that was issued right after the meeting. Was that a conscious decision to hold back and tell us when the minutes came out about the June discussion? And if so, could you tell us what surprises we could see in the June minutes?
So the minutes are always have to be an accurate discussion of what happened at the meeting. So they're not changed after the fact in order to correct possible misconceptions. There was a good deal of discussion at that meeting of the possibility of moving in June, and that appeared in the minutes. I suppose in the April statement, we gave no obvious hint or kind of calendar-based signal that June was a possibility. But I think if you look at the statement, we pointed to slower growth, but pointed out that the fundamentals, there was no obvious fundamental reason for growth to have slowed. And we pointed to fundamentals underlying household spending decisions that remained on solid ground, suggesting that maybe this was something transitory that would disappear. We noted that labor market conditions continued to improve in line with our expectations, and we did downgrade somewhat our expressions of concern about the global risk environment. So I do think that there were hints in the April statement that the committee was changing its views of what it was seeing in a direction. We continue to say that we think if economic developments evolve in line with our expectations, the gradual and cautious further increases we expect to be appropriate. And I suppose I was somewhat surprised with the market interpretation of it, but the the minutes of the April meeting were an accurate summary of what had happened.
Jeremy. Jeremy Tajman with the AFP News Agency. The Fed has repeatedly voiced its concern over the slow pace of wage growth. I was wondering, do you think that increasing the federal minimum wage could be of any help? Could it boost the higher wages and eventually drive up the inflation?
So I think that the minimum wage increases that have gone into effect, estimates that I've seen suggest it's a relatively minor influence on the aggregate level of wage inflation. I would take somewhat faster wage increases to be a sign that labor market slack is diminishing, and that the labor market is approaching conditions that are consistent with maximum employment. So I think, I think we have seen some hints, perhaps preliminary indications that wage growth is picking up. And as much as anything, I think it's a sign of a generally healthy labor market, which is what our mandated objective is, to achieve maximum employment. And so it would be a symptom of it.
Okay, Greg, and then Justine.
Greg Robb from MarketWatch. There's been a lot of discussion in the last couple of months about the slow pace of demand in the global economy. And some economists think that central banks should think about using helicopter money, maybe in Japan first or Europe first. But then former Fed Chairman Ben Bernanke weighed in, saying that he thought it would be a good thing for the Fed to put helicopter money in its toolkit in case there was a downturn in the United States. So I'd like to get your comments on that.
So in normal times, I think it's very important that there be a separation between monetary and fiscal policy. And it's a primary reason for independence of a central bank. We have seen all too many examples of countries that end up with high or even hyperinflation because those in charge of fiscal policy direct their central bank to help them finance it by printing money. And maintaining price stability and low and stable inflation is very much aided by having central bank independence. Now, that said, in unusual times where the concern is with very weak growth or possibly deflation, rather rare circumstances. First of all, fiscal policy can be a very important tool. And it's natural that if it can be employed, that just as monetary policy is doing a lot to try to stimulate growth, that fiscal policy should play a role. And normally you would hope in an economy with those severe downside risks, monetary and fiscal policy would not be working at cross purposes but together. Now, whether or not in such extreme circumstances there might be a case for, let's say, coordination, close coordination, or the central bank playing a role in financing fiscal policy, this is something that academics are debating, and it is something that one might legitimately consider. I would see this as a very abnormal, extreme situation where one needs an all-out attempt, and even then it's a matter that academics are debating, but only in an unusual situation.
Justine, and then Steve.
Justine Underhill, Yahoo Finance. So now that the Fed has started the process of raising rates, various Fed officials have said, including Ben Bernanke, that the Fed could go cash flow negative in this scenario as capital losses are taken on the portfolio of bonds. Do you still see this happening, and when might this happen?
So you're talking about our income going negative?
Yes.
Well, it is conceivable in a scenario where growth and inflation really surprise us to the upside, that we would have to raise short-term interest rates so rapidly that the rates we would be paying on reserves would exceed what we're earning on our portfolio. Now, even then, we have about $2 trillion of liabilities, namely currency, on which we pay no interest. So this does require an extreme scenario with very rapid increases in short-term interest rates. So it is conceivable, but quite unlikely that it could happen. But, you know, if it were to happen, we would have an economy that would be doing very well. This is probably an economy that everybody would feel very pleased was performing well and better than expected. And where monetary policy, our goal is price stability and maximum employment, and we would probably feel that we had done very well in achieving that. So we usually make money. We've been making a lot of money in recent years, but the goal of monetary policy is not to maximize our income. And, in a very strong economy like that, the Treasury would be seeing a lot of inflows in the form of tax revenues, too.
Madam Chair, Steve Beckner of Market News International. To what extent do you feel constrained in raising interest rates by the low or even negative rates that foreign central banks are pursuing, possibly out of concern for what it might mean for the dollar exchange rate? And if that is a constraint, to what extent might you also be concerned about the impact long range of low domestic rates on possibly distorting domestic markets?
So the state of foreign economies, both their growth outlooks and the stance of monetary policy, those are factors that influence the U.S. outlook and influence the appropriate stance of monetary policy. So, of course, we do look at foreign rates, the prospects for growth in those economies in considering the stance of policy. Differentials between countries in likely policy paths do tend to spill over into exchange rates. That is a standard part of how monetary policy works, and a stronger dollar does have both a depressing effect. It creates channels through which domestic demand is depressed. At the moment, net exports, well, for quite some time and probably going forward, they will be somewhat of a drag on U.S. growth. So that's a factor that we take into account. And increases in the dollar that we've seen since mid-2014 have served to push inflation down as well. Can also have impacts on commodity prices that are relevant. So it is certainly relevant to the stance of U.S. monetary policy and a factor, but when one says a constraint, I really would not go so far as to say it is a constraint on monetary policy. When we have an outlook for continuing above-trend growth, that if we held rates absolutely flat, we have reason to believe inflation would overshoot our target, we would see a case to gradually raise rates over time. At the moment, I think markets do expect, and this is factored into market prices, a gradual path for rates to increase over time. But, for example, if we were to see upside surprises to growth and to inflation and had to raise short-term rates faster, thought we should, one of the channels by which that would work would be the associated impact on the dollar. That is a standard channel through which the monetary policy transmission mechanism works, and we would take it into account and would not feel constrained, but that would be part of how it would work.
Okay, last question will be Nancy.
How much do you... Oh, Nancy Marshall-Genzer from Marketplace. How much are you watching oil prices and their impact on inflation and how that could affect the timing of future rate increases and how much you might increase rates?
Well, oil prices have had many different effects on the economy, and so we've been watching oil prices closely. As you said, falling oil prices pull down inflation. Now, it takes falling oil prices to lower inflation on a sustained basis. Once they stabilize at whatever level, their impact on inflation dissipates over time. So we're beginning to see that happening. Not only have they stabilized, they've moved up some, and their impact on inflation is waning over time. But oil prices have also had a very substantial negative effect on drilling and mining activity that's led to weakness in investment spending and job loss in manufacturing and obviously in the energy sector. Now, it has different effects in different countries and different sectors. For American households, it's been a boon. We've estimated that since mid-2014, the decline in energy prices and oil prices has probably resulted in gains of about $1,400 per U.S. household, and that's had an offsetting positive impact on spending. But in many countries around the world that are important commodity exporters, the decline we've seen in oil prices has had a depressing effect on their growth, their trade with us and other trade partners, and caused problems that have had spillovers to the global economy as well. So it's a complicated picture.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We do appreciate you guys being part of here with us. We just heard from the Federal Reserve update, and before that we had Hillary Clinton in a national security forum in Virginia. Looks like we're getting another event. Hold on one second as I listen to this. All right, we're going to go back to the floor right now, where Democratic politicians are trying to filibuster a gun law.
Individuals are not able to exploit the loopholes in the current law.
Thank you to the Senator from Michigan for asking that question. It's really the crux of the debate here. It's our responsibility to do everything within our power to protect Americans from terrorist attack. The reality is that terrorist attack can come in many different forms, but recently it's been coming through one form, and that is firearms, and often very lethal military-style firearms. And so it is our duty to do everything possible to protect Americans from that new trend line in terrorist attack. And so you are very right. The answer to your question is that simply putting suspected terrorists on the list of those who are prohibited from buying weapons is not enough. Why? Because 40% of gun sales today are not happening in places where background checks are conducted. You have to do both. And it's not a secret. It's not a secret that you can go online to Arms List and easily get a weapon within minutes without having to go through a background check. It is full of holes like Swiss cheese. So there's not no utility, but there's limited utility in passing a inclusion of people on the terrorist watch list onto the list of those prohibited from buying weapons unless you do the secondary bill that we are asking for. And as Senator Durbin and I have talked about a number of times this afternoon, it also has the double benefit, expanding background checks, of addressing this secondary epidemic, mass shootings, but then also this question of how you stop urban gun violence, which is often perpetrated by individuals who have illegal weapons. Law enforcement, police chiefs, guys on the front lines in our cities will tell you, if you force every gun sale through a background check, or virtually every commercial gun sale through a background check, we will have less illegal firearms on our streets, and there will be less carnage on the streets of Chicago and New Orleans and Baltimore. So the answer to your question is yes. You have to do both in order to protect Americans from terrorist attack, but you also have to do both in order to address this ongoing slaughter that often doesn't rise to the level of getting on the national news every night, but it is a reality for people living in our cities. And I yield the floor if the gentleman has any other questions.
I don't. I think that sums it up, and I hope that this body will come together and take up this important legislation, this amendment. And if these are separated as two potential votes, which we are hearing may happen, I hope we understand that you can't vote for one and not the other and think that we are really dealing with this issue. If you only block someone who is on a terrorist list and do not require universal background checks, it's basically, it's a vote that may sound good, but is simply not going to be effective in dealing with this horrible situation and dealing with the incident that I mentioned from Wisconsin. But as you mentioned, these stories happen every day. They may not capture the national media with a horrible, tragic event like we saw in Orlando. But the devastation to the families who have been impacted is every bit as real every single day. And it is the obligation of this body to step up. So I appreciate that answer. I appreciate my colleague from Connecticut for standing up on this issue, and I look forward to working closely with you to address this.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is on the floor, has just introduced an incredibly important and tragically on-point piece of legislation. I yield to the gentleman from Pennsylvania for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Well, I want to thank the senator from Connecticut who's taken the floor today to take a stand for those who lost their lives in Orlando and so many other places. And I know he has lived through that horror, representing folks in Connecticut who went through the horror of 2012. I have a question about why we haven't taken action. I wanted to set forth a predicate first. The numbers here are just startling when you consider, in the context of just the last couple of days, 49 dead, and so many others grievously, and I hope not permanently injured, and all the devastation that means. But here's another number that we probably don't talk about enough. It's a much larger number. It's a number about 33,000. 33,000 Americans lose their lives to gun violence every year. That's hard to comprehend. We've lost numbers like that in wars that go over multiple years. So 33,000 is the number. We have to ask ourselves, why in the face of that, whether it's Orlando or Newtown or Aurora or Tucson, and go down the list of mass shootings. By the way, mass shootings were not part of American life when I was growing up in the 1960s, 70s, and 80s. This is a rather new phenomenon, very recent vintage. But when a tragedy and a crime happens like this, and the scale of it is so immense, we have to ask ourselves, is there something we can do? Now, the answer by a lot of Democrats has been, yes, we can do a number of things. We can say finally that military-style weapons, that we can ban those so that we don't have them on our streets. We could take action instead of just debating and expressing solidarity and sympathy and mourning. In addition to doing that, that's appropriate. But in addition to that, we can take action. So we can take action on a military-style weapon. We can take action limiting the clips, the amount of bullets that one person can fire at any one time. I'm convinced for example, based upon the evidence that we saw in Newtown, Sandy Hook Elementary School, the senator from Connecticut talked about, the most horrific way those children died. I'm convinced, based upon the evidence, that the killer, if he had more time, would have killed hundreds of children. And that number would have gone far above the horrific number of 20. So we can take action on that and make sure that at least maybe that criminal, maybe that killer won't have a military-style weapon, won't have an unlimited supply of ammunition. We can also take action on background checks. We tried that. We got the most votes of any of the 3 votes we took in 2013. But we should certainly vote on that again and take action. That's a third way of taking action. We've had bipartisan consensus on that, but not enough. Frankly, not enough Republican votes to pass background checks, which 90% of the American people support. Hard to comprehend why 90% support it and not enough members of the United States Senate. We can also take action on mental health reforms. That too has been bipartisan, but that hasn't happened, but that's another way to take action. What I'm trying to do is to focus on the other aspect, or at least the additional aspect of this tragedy in Orlando, which is, as the president said, as I said, and a lot of people said, this was an act of terrorism, but it was also an act of hate. And unless we begin to do something about the problem of hate in America which infuses the horrific actions that killers take, unless we take action against that in some fashion, we're not going to solve this problem. So one of the things we could do, and again, we've got to do a long list of things to deal with gun violence, to reduce that number of 33,000 Americans dying every year because we refuse, the Congress of the United States refuses to take any action at all. But here's what my bill would do. Very simple. It would say if you are convicted of a misdemeanor hate crime, and you would, in order to meet the requirements of this law, it's a 2-part test. It would have to be a misdemeanor hate crime that fit this 2-part test. Number 1, it would have to be either an act of violence that was part of the conviction, or an attempt to use violence, or thirdly, that there was an action directed at either the attempt, the use, or the actual use of force or violence. Second, in addition to that, the crime would have to be, and the conviction would have to be, a hate crime motivated by hate or bias against 8 groups of Americans in what we call in the law protected classes. First of all, if someone committed a hate crime against someone because of their race, and that is on the rise, we're told by the experts that there are over 890, the number they put is 892, 892 hate groups in the United States of America. Over 190 of them are Ku Klux Klan. All of that is part of this problem. The rise of hate crimes, the rise of hate groups directing violence in other actions against African Americans. That's on the rise. Hate groups that are targeting Muslims. That's on the rise. Hate groups that are targeting individuals with disabilities. That's on the rise. And of course, as we saw so horrifically in Orlando, hate crimes, and in this case, 49 people killed because of animosity against LGBT Americans. So if you're going to be engaged in hateful actions that rise to the level of the definition of this bill, and you're directing that at someone because of their race, their color, their religion, their national origin, their gender, their sexual orientation, and their gender identity or disability. So if you are directing hateful actions against those Americans in those classes, that would meet the definition of a misdemeanor hate crime. And the consequence of that, the consequence of conviction or the consequence of a sentence enhancement because of a hate crime would be you'd be denied a firearm. And that's one way, just one of many ways that we can make sure that someone's hate is checked at a much lower level. I don't want to wait till that hate manifests itself in a felony conviction, okay, where there's a much graver crime that's been perpetrated because of hate, because you're directing your hate through violence against individuals because of their race or because of whom they love or because of for some other reason. So this is one of several ways that I think we can act. The list gets longer. Obviously, we're at a point now where we might be able to vote, I hope, on finally taking action on the terrorist watch list. Why is it that if you're too dangerous to be on an airplane, you're not too dangerous to have a weapon or to have a high-powered weapon, a military-style weapon with unlimited ammunition to shoot at anyone you want? So there are a lot of things we can do, and that's why I posed a question to the senator from Connecticut about what is it that we can do and what is it that we should do. I wanted to make a point as well before I pose the exact question. We know that in Orlando, 3 of the victims were from Philadelphia, my home state. They were in that nightclub in Orlando when the gunman opened fire. 18-year-old Akira Murray's family took her and 2 friends. Patience Carter was one of the 2, and Tiara Parker. They were on vacation in Orlando from Philadelphia to celebrate Akira Murray's graduation from West Catholic High School. The presiding officer, my colleague from Pennsylvania, knows where that high school is as I do. She had a full basketball scholarship to Mercyhurst College, way at the other end of our state, up in northwestern Pennsylvania. She was 3rd in her class. She just happened to be in Orlando and happened to be in that club when her life was ended. They were there that night to dance and to laugh. She was 18 years old and not even a resident of that area. Both Parker and Carter were injured in the attack, but Akira Murray lost her life. So our heart breaks. Everyone in this chamber, I know. Our heart breaks for her family, and our prayers are with Patience Carter and Tiara Parker as they recover. Sadly, the LGBT community isn't alone in experiencing this hate that I spoke of a moment ago. A year ago this Friday marks the 1-year anniversary of the massacre at Emmanuel AME Church in Charleston, South Carolina. At this historically African-American church, the oldest AME church in the South, often referred to as Mother Emmanuel, a racist young man with hate in his heart opened fire and took 9 shots. We all know the very moving speech that the president gave that day or the days after. But he said, one of the things the president said was We have to recognize the uncomfortable truth of that tragedy. And that truth is staring us in the face today. It still stares us in the face. So I think we must act. When you consider 33,000 killed every year by gun violence, 43,000 hate crimes with a firearm over the course of just 4 years. 43,000 hate crimes over 4 years with a firearm. When you consider those numbers, we have a long way to go. So I asked my colleague from Connecticut, I guess it's a two-part question. Why is it that when these things happen, these horrific events happen, we have some people, and this is part of the debate, some people who seem to, their answer when we say, we need to take action, or will you join us in taking action? The answer is, we just have to enforce existing laws, and that's as far as we can go. We can't do anything more than that. We just have to enforce existing laws. So I'd ask that part of the question. The second part is, if we believe the answer to that question is no, we can do more, what is it we should be doing? And I pose this because I have to only wonder and imagine, really imagine in horror, what if that was our answer? What if that was our answer on September the 12th, 2001, and the days after that? What if we said at the time, you know what, this is a horrific event, what happened on 9/11. 3,000 people were killed. The country was shaken to its core, but terrorism is a difficult problem to solve. We will always be dealing with it. We should just enforce existing laws. No, we didn't do that. We said, no, we're going to stop this from happening. We're going to say that we're going to take action so that planes won't be flying into buildings and killing thousands of people. We're going to take action to stop that. And guess what? People came together in this country from one end of the country to the other, and we solved that problem. Hasn't happened. Now we have had other terrorist attacks. We know that. We know we will continue to fight terrorism. But we solved part of the problem because we came together. We even opened up a new federal government agency, for goodness sake, the Department of Homeland Security, which has made our country safer. We have a long way to go on this issue. But I'm glad we answered that question with a determined effort and with a consensus across this city, this center of government and across the country that no, we're not going to surrender to the terrorists. We're going to take action to stop them from getting on airplanes. Why is it that we're not taking the same approach to gun violence? It is complicated. It is difficult to solve this problem. But why not take a series of actions that in and of themselves will not solve the problem, but we can at least take action. So I asked the senator from Connecticut, why is it that the answer by so many people who serve in Congress is there's not much we can do except enforce the law? And if we can take these actions, which I believe we can, what is it that we could do?
I thank the senator for his question and for his passion and for his ability to articulate how complicated this issue is and the complicated nature of the motivations that led to the shooting in Orlando, which is why the senator's legislation that would elevate the treatment of hate crimes with respect to the prohibitions on gun sales is so critically important here, and I hope that we have time to debate that as well. It is an imperative that we act right now, and it is within our power to change the reality that exists every day on the streets of America and with respect to these mass shootings. What we have is loads and reams of data from state experiences to tell us that when you take these common sense steps, like applying background checks to a broader range of gun sales, you have a dramatic reduction in the number of gun homicides that are committed. You have a dramatic reduction in the number of people that are killed. And so there's no doubt that we have the ability to do something here. And you are right that there is a panoply of measures that we need to consider. We have suggested starting with the two that are the least controversial. Start with the two that have the broad support of the American public. Start with an expansion of background checks to gun shows and internet sales and the inclusion of people on the terrorist watch list of those that are prohibited to buy guns. Those are the two that there's no controversy outside of this body on, so it would be a nice start, and then we can get to working on all of those other measures that will truly end up in substantial change, a change in reality of the people who live with this epidemic every day. So I thank the gentleman for his questions and for his passion on this issue. Senator from, I yield to the senator from Oregon for a question without yielding control of the floor.
I thank my colleague, and I want to thank him and Senator Booker and Senator Blumenthal for what they've done today. And here's the bottom line for me, Senator Murphy and colleagues. Mass shootings are now happening like clockwork in America. Thurston, Columbine, Blacksburg, Tucson, Newtown, Aurora, Charleston, Roseburg, and Orlando. Communities being torn apart by unspeakable gun violence, like clockwork. In this building, we come together now for moments of silence, honoring the victims of these shootings, like clockwork. And like clockwork, this Congress does nothing about it. When I was home last month, I visited at Umpqua Community College, just outside of Roseburg, which was the site of a horrendous shooting 8 months ago, one of the deadliest school shootings in our nation's history. What I saw at Umpqua Community College, what I heard from those at the school and the families at the community, is I'm sure a lot like what my friend from Connecticut hears about how the suffering doesn't go away. The one-year anniversary of the shooting in Charleston, South Carolina is coming up soon. I'm quite sure it's the same way for people in South Carolina. The trauma, the process of mourning, rebuilding, and then trying to find a way somehow, some way, to just be able to move forward from the enveloping grief. It's a horrendous experience and a common experience now that so many of our communities share. And the reality is the trauma doesn't just vanish into the vapor. The news cameras are eventually going to leave Orlando, just like they left Roseburg. The bullet holes in the nightclub get patched up. The families and the friends of the victims try to live their lives as best they can, and it's going to be such a difficult task for the LGBTQ community in Orlando. But the trauma isn't vanishing. So there's no perfect solution. But trauma ought to be followed up in a very concrete way with some specific, constructive steps that begin to lay out an answer. It just seems to me that the Senate and the Congress, the idea of following up with more moments of silence, with more inaction, just isn't enough. They're common steps, practical steps that the Congress can take now. Those who've argued that the only possible response to the shooting in Orlando can come in a war zone thousands of miles away are looking for excuses not to do something meaningful here at home. There are steps that can be taken now to curb this violence. They won't stop every crime. A number of the ideas have been discussed before. But the victims of the shooting are owed a response. First, I know my colleagues have mentioned this afternoon, Senator Feinstein has put forward a proposal to close the dangerous terrorist gun loophole. I thought that was a sensible step. Common sense. People shouldn't look at that as a partisan, issue. Americans want to know why anybody would vote to allow individuals suspected of terrorist ties and motivations to purchase regulated firearms. Next, close the loopholes. Close the loopholes in the background checks. It is way past time to do that and stop allowing the purchase of a gun online or at a gun show without a background check. Certainly, the background checks themselves have to be substantially improved. There are holes that ought to be plugged, including those that keep guns in the hands of somebody who's been a convicted domestic abuser. We're not talking about a charge. We're not something that's speculative. We're talking about a convicted domestic abuser. And once and for all, the Congress ought to close the pipeline for illegal guns, straw purchases, gun trafficking. These ought to be federal crimes. The Senator from Connecticut and I have also been strong advocates of beefing up the research into gun violence. There's been a prohibition on doing that. Say that one to yourself. A prohibition on doing research into gun violence just defies common sense. So it makes no sense at all to block the Centers for Disease Control from gathering information that can help our communities and our families be safe. And I'm just going to wrap up by getting personal for a moment. My late brother suffered from serious mental illness. Senator Murphy, not a day went by when I wasn't worried that my brother, who was a schizophrenic, would be out on the streets and he would either hurt himself or he'd hurt somebody else. And that was the case with my family. It is time to establish once and for all a system through which individuals who are found to be a potential threat to themselves or others can get the treatment they need. And I see my colleague from Michigan, here, who has championed this effort year after year after year. So I'm not going to recap the proposals. Some of them have been discussed at length here on the floor. But a majority of Americans find these kinds of common sense gun safety measures not to be ones that infringe on the rights of responsible gun owners or violate the Second Amendment or even come close to it. A majority of gun owners think that these proposals make sense. So what I would like to ask my colleague from Connecticut in terms of really an update, because my colleague from Connecticut has been a leader in this effort. Senator Feinstein's proposal, of course, is designed to prevent those on the watch list from buying a gun. Numbers have been thrown around repeatedly about the number of people this would actually impact. And I know that the General Accounting Office has looked into this. And can you tell me how many people on this watch list have been able to buy a gun?
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Wyden, for the question. It's a really important one because the number is, in certain ways, shocking for how high it is and how low it is at the same time. Let's take 2015. In 2015, there were 244 individuals who were on the terrorist watch list who attempted to buy weapons. 223 of those were successful in buying the weapon. So in 90% of the occasions in which someone on the terrorist watch list attempted to buy a weapon, they walked out of that store with the weapon. Now, it gives you a sense of the scope of this. There's only 224 people over the course of the whole year that were on the terrorist watch list that attempted to buy a weapon. But what we know from this weekend is that it only takes one with malevolent intentions in order to create a path of death and destruction that is almost impossible to calculate. And it is just impossible for the American public to understand how that number persists, how we allow for 90% of the people on that watch list to walk into a store and to successfully buy a weapon. That's the number from 2015. 223 out of 244, they were successful, yielding the floor for a question.
I thank my colleague, and I'll just wrap up by way of saying that it seems to me that what has been learned here is that while the investigation goes on, there may have been a terrorist attack, there may have been an hate-inspired attack. My question is, aren't the steps that I've outlined here today common sense, practical steps, whether it is a hate-inspired attack, and we've seen the human toll that discrimination takes against those who are targeted on the basis of hate. We've seen what it means to families who've been struck by terror. But aren't the steps that have been outlined here by you and colleagues on the floor, Senator Casey's very valuable proposal, aren't these common sense legislative efforts that make sense, whether this has been primarily a terror attack or a hate-inspired attack?
I thank the gentleman for the question. Of course, they are common sense measures, and importantly, they are measures that are supported by the broad cross-section of the American public. What you are proposing is only controversial here in the United States Senate. It is controversial nowhere else in this country.
I see colleagues waiting. I thank them for their courtesy.
I yield to the senator from Massachusetts through the chair for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Thank you. Last Saturday, I was in Boston for our annual Pride Parade. You know, Pride is an institution in Boston. This year marked our 46th annual march. I have gone to Pride for years, and when I go, I don't march, I dance. I dance with people, young people and old people, black people and white people, Asian people and Latino people, gay people and straight people, bisexual people, transgender people, queer people. The parade has everything. It has intricate floats, marching bands, elaborate costumes, tons of onlookers. One Boston reporter called our parade pure joy, and he is right. I love Boston's Pride Parade. I love it as much as anything I've done as a U.S. Senator. For me, this parade is the tangible demonstration of what happens when we turn away from darkness and division and turn toward our best selves, when we turn toward each other. It shows us what this nation looks like when we are at our best: inclusive, strong, united, optimistic, proud. It shows us what this nation looks like when we beat back hate and embrace each other. Early Sunday morning at around 2 a.m., someone tried to take that away from us. And it wasn't the first time. It was the most recent, and it was extreme and horrible and shocking. Dozens of lives lost, dozens more injured. All across our country, we grieve for those lost and for their families and for their loved ones. And this is especially true in Massachusetts. 3 years ago, the people of Boston came face to face with terror at the finish line of the Boston Marathon. The cowardly attack and its aftermath took lives, injured people, and forever changed a beloved tradition. This week, 2 people with Massachusetts roots were killed in Orlando,
take you down to
and
Orlando,
at least 2
Florida,
more
Lake
were
Buena
wounded.
Vista, where we're going to have an
37-year-old
update on the 2-year-old.
Yeah, I just need to find my mic so I can put my wire's got some kind of short in it.
You got a cube on it?
No, I do not. My wire's got a short in it.
No, that ain't good.
And
Say that one more time, Michael. Sorry. Back out here live again, guys. We are just minutes away from a press conference. Originally, it was scheduled for 6 o'clock this evening, but again, law enforcement sources telling CNN that the 2-year-old's body has been recovered. We will bring that to you live right here on Local 10 and, of course, on Local10.com. We are live tonight. I'm Michael Seiden, Local 10 News. Calvin, it's been an unbelievable couple of days here in Central Florida. I mean, you go back to last Friday when reality star was shot down, murdered after her concert. Then 2 days later, the horse mass shooting inside the Pulse nightclub. Obviously, we've been telling the stories of the survivors. And last night, after we wrapped up our 11 o'clock newscast, we got the call that there was a desperate search going on here at Walt Disney World. So my photographer and I, we rushed up here, and obviously, the biggest change was last night they were calling this a search and rescue. They were hopeful that they would possibly be able to find this kid, maybe alive. But now they have turned this, after 15 hours of searching, into a recovery, and the sheriff saying, no question, that this kid had passed away. So just a tragic scene, but again, Central Florida really hurting right now. It's this community dealing with 3 huge tragedies in less than a week. Right, so this is a family of 5. They're from Nebraska, and they're staying at the Grand Floridian. They're on a family vacation, which is just down the street from here. And what I'm told is you have this 7 Seas lagoon, and there's a beach area. So they were out there just hanging out, and we've heard reports that the kid may have been in the water. The water was only up to his ankles, and that is when his father heard a commotion. And after that, his child was dragged into the water. We were told the father actually jumped into the lagoon and tried wrestling with the gator, but he was unable to get him free. That's absolutely right. So the information we've gotten so far is that this is a family of 5 from Nebraska. I mean, we've heard reports they may be from the Omaha area, but that has not been confirmed yet by law enforcement. But we do know that law enforcement agents, as well as Disney World, their officials are working with the family. Obviously, you can only imagine what they're going through right now. So again, we are still waiting on confirmation. But again, if you're just joining us now, law enforcement agents telling CNN that they have recovered the toddler's body. And as soon as this press conference starts, we will have the very latest for you right here on Local 10.
Now that you mention it, I think you just jinxed it. Dash, shoulders, dash, shoulders, dash. You're meaning the left. Once I see the morning out.
Mic check, 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 mic check. It's right here. Mic check, mic check.
He's
Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check.
Looks like a
Hello,
$30
hello,
kid.
hello, hello. Sound okay?
Yeah, talk behind the podium.
Hello.
Don't talk to the mic.
Hello, hello.
Short, going into our dudes, can we do worse than that? Everything will work out. Yeah. We'll still be 7, we'll still be doing this. Exactly. How's it with you? Tampa. Yeah, how's it going? Practice from New Hampshire back to Tampa. Yeah, bouncing. It never stops. Staying on time, though. Oh, hey. What? Really? Okay, so we're recording. You're like, well, if that's what you say, then okay. Anger.
Powerful jobs in the world if you're not going to exercise it.
All right, guys, it looks like they're cutting out of this press conference. We'll get that back momentarily. For now, we'll go to the filibuster on the Senate floor regarding gun control.
Enough. Enough of treating these mass shootings as if they are just part of the American fabric and landscape. Enough of accepting that 80 people will die every single day when there's no other country in the world in which this happens. Enough of pretending like there isn't anything that we can do about it. And Senator Warren, you have outlined some basic common sense bipartisan steps that we can take to make this better. And you are so right. This is our choice. There's only 100 of us. There's only 100 of us. We can make the collective decision to do something about it. Thank the senator, and I yield to the senator from Oregon for a question without losing my right to the floor.
I thank the senator from Connecticut for yielding for a question. Mr. President, I begin my question by noting.
And once again, they have cut into the same source to take you back to the Orlando press conference. Stay with us right here.
Horn Lab's great, man.
Yep. I gotta use one because my hardwire conflicts with the TBU.
Bound to have the ice together again. Hope they didn't get all that punctual about the I'm okay here, right? Another battery. I'm good here. It's just sitting over there. But I'm not good here. Just leave that there. What about there? Is that all right? Please. No, that's good. That's good. Yeah, we recorded it.
All right, guys, we're going to stay in Orlando. We will go back to this Gator attack press conference, but meanwhile, we have another press conference regarding the shooting in Orlando.
Was not able to reach for help and ended up taking the lives of people who himself loved, perhaps, or wanted to associate with. And we take responsibility for opening ourselves to allow people to express themselves freely, to help them understand that the love of God is spacious, allows them to come and be themselves. We're not going to judge them. We're not going to condemn them, but rather we're going to embrace them and love them, because that God who created all of us loves all of us. Regardless, we're all short before God. We're all imperfect. And anyone who is perfect among us can treat others differently. But as we like God to be merciful to us and loving to us, we need to be so to each other. And I want to thank Mayor Jacobs and all of our leaders for being here to express solidarity with both the LGBT community, the Latino community, the Muslim community, and all the minorities that in this time need the support. Thank you.
Thank
you.
Next, I'm pleased to invite another friend to the dais, Reverend Dr. Larry Mills with Mount Sinai Baptist Church. If you would come forward, I had the opportunity to listen to the Reverend speak last night so candidly and refreshingly, and I welcome you today and thank you for sharing your thoughts and prayers with us today.
Larry Mills, as stated, also president of the African American Council of Christian Clergy. And so we stand as an organization to send a message out to all that would hear. There is a popular hymn in the Christian hymn book that says, "I was sinking deep in sin, far from a peaceful shore, very deeply stained within, seeking to rise no more. But the Master of the sea heard my despairing cry. From the waters he lifted me. Now safe am I. Love lifted me." I use that hymn to kind of say that all of us are in a mass sea of humanity, and the Lord has lifted us out of darkness into a marvelous light. And from the Christian church, it's founded on the same principles that the Imam said. We are founded on the principles that God so loved the world that he gave. We're founded on the principles that perfect love casts out fear, because where there's fear, there's torment. We're founded on the principles that, and they will know that you are my disciples by your love. Founded on the principles that love thinketh no evil, beareth no wrong, rejoiceth not in iniquity. Love suffers long. So I stand to submit to you all a message that says we're standing not because of camera and light, but we're standing because of what we believe. Our Bible says that we are a called out people. And the Lord says that we are a city that is sitting on a hill. We are lighted candles that should not be buried under a bush. And so I challenge all in Christianity, evangelical, our imam and our rabbis and Muslim brothers to understand the Lord has not called you to hide in times like these, but to step out and declare your faith. And I'm not ashamed of the gospel of Jesus Christ. And that gospel says that I love my Muslim brothers. I love my LGBTQ community. I love every child of God. And we stand to say that love is not word but action. And so we stand with our commissioner. We stand with our mayor. We stand as a united clergy to allow the world to know that we are indeed Orlando strong and Orlando united, and we're here to pray our way through. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Pastor. Thank you so much. Next, we're going to hear from another good friend of mine. Boy, you'd think I've made a lot of friends in the last couple of years, wouldn't you? And I have, and I have, because that's what this community is. Rabbi Konikoff with the Shabbat of South Orlando. Rabbi, thank you so much for being here.
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of this and take you to Orlando
Mayors,
with the
thank you so
Disney
much for
World
putting this together
update now,
as well.
a different event in Orlando.
But where? It's going to be 5 minutes from now?
5 minutes, yeah. Let me get back to the car, walk back and everything, okay?
We love it out here.
Go ahead.
Recuerda lo más importante. Yo me recuerdo, muy importante. Ahora sí me he puesto adelante, lo voy a escuchar, pero por si acaso. ¿Por qué no me puedo recordar? ¿Tengo que recordarme yo? Porque tú lo escuchas en Ah, es que los peruanos, nomás que pueden hacer una cosa lo ven. Just like shit. At this point, we'll take it. Ah. No, it's my other camera. You ask her. She's got a nicer ass. Great. No, you go ahead, man.
There's about 100 of them. No.
Alright guys, looks like our feed coming in from Orlando is a bit spotty. It's been going in and out, unfortunately. Oh, we got it. Back. Stay with us, guys. This press conference is scheduled to start momentarily. While we wait for this press conference to start, let's go ahead and listen to religious leaders speak in Orlando. Oh, looks like we've gotten a better feed now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us once again. Speaking right now will be Sheriff Jerry Demings from the Orange County Sheriff's Office, followed by Executive Director Nick Wiley from the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. Sheriff Demings.
Okay. We're here this afternoon to give you an update on where we are with this recovery effort. We'll share with you that we just met with the family, spent some time with them, and delivered this update. At about 1:45 today, members of the Orange County Sheriff's Office dive team located what is believed to be the remains of the deceased, a 2-year-old. I'll identify him in just a few moments. At about 3:30 today, we recovered the remains of the 2-year-old from the water, and that body has now been turned over to the Orange County Medical Examiner's Office for an autopsy. The family, I'm going to go ahead and identify. The parents are Matt and Melissa Graves from Elkhorn, Nebraska. The 2-year-old is Lane Graves. I will share with you that the child was found, his body was completely intact. And so at this time, we will go through the formality of making a formal identification. But there's no reason for us to believe that the body that was recovered is not that of Lane Graves. The effort to continue with the wildlife management here at Disney will go forward. I'm going to turn it over at this time to the Executive Director for FWC, who will share with you more details about their efforts. Director.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Sheriff Demings. Well, first, again, we just want to say that our thoughts and prayers are with this family on behalf of our entire agency, and we are terribly heartbroken at this outcome. I want to thank Sheriff Demings and the Orange County Sheriff's Department throughout this entire tragedy. They've been great to work with, and they're a true benefit to this community. I'd also like to thank Disney. They've been totally cooperative as we work through this in how we handle this tragedy. So although we have some sort of closure to this, our investigation is still ongoing, and we're going to continue to evaluate the evidence we have, and we're going to try to continue searching. We're going to make certain that we have the alligator that was involved and that we remove it from the lake. So we're going to either verify that we've already captured that alligator through forensics work, or we're going to continue to look for an alligator till we find the right one. We'll also continue to work with Disney as they work to continue to address alligators in their park and continue that strong partnership. And with that concludes my remarks. Thank you.
The family has asked that we do deliver a message to you, and the message is that they do appreciate all of the prayers that have gone forward to allow those of us who are working on the professional side to do our jobs to recover their son so that they can move forward at this time with a proper burial. And so on behalf of that family, I deliver that message to you. I will tell you that it was a tough message to deliver to them, to let them know that at this point their child is dead. So at this time we will entertain a few questions.
How important is it to find that alligator? How important is it to find that alligator? Do you fear it could do it again or something?
Again, there were several alligators located, and I'm going to let the FWC director kind of speak to you about the process that they use to try to confirm whether or not one of the alligators that have been located is the right one or not.
Just really quickly, we're going to look at the 5 alligators we've already taken, and we're going to compare things like bite marks and such as that. We don't know really what we have yet. It's still early in that part of the investigation. There's a good chance we already have the alligator because we focused our efforts in that proximity, in that area where this incident occurred. And so there's a good chance but we're going to go through the process and forensics and make certain. And if we can't get a certain match, we're going to continue to go out and look for alligators and make sure we have done everything we can and all the due diligence to make sure we've taken that alligator out. And it is important to do that.
Where did you find the alligator? Oh, I'm sorry, the remains.
Sheriff?
I believe the question is, where did we find the child? He was within the immediate area where he was last seen.
Sure.
It took some time to go through and make certain the water's kind of murky, but our divers were able to locate the body. We used sonar equipment and other means to go in and recover.
How deep and how far the body was found intact, Sheriff? Is it your belief that the child drowned, that the child was dragged into the water and drowned?
There's, I believe, of course, the autopsy has to confirm that, but there's likely no question in my mind that the child was drowned by the alligator.
Do you think the signage was sufficient to warn people of alligators in the water? Was the signage sufficient to warn people not from this area that there were alligators?
There's signage in the area that says no swimming.
Anything about alligators on the sign?
Disney will look at all of their protocols and their signage, I'm sure, going forward.
Do you recommend they add those signs warning about gators, Sheriff Dimmings? Do you recommend they add those signs saying there could be gators in these waters?
This is a partnership, I will tell you, and our ultimate concern is about the safety of the guests here at Disney as well as the public. And as the investigation continues, we will continue our depth investigation with the Orange County Sheriff's Office. And I'm certain there will be opportunities in the future to look at what has occurred here and see if it can be prevented in the future.
Chief, how will they be able to tell?
We will get to the Spanish media.
Sheriff, how do you have the right gator though? What process do they go through to try to figure that out?
I think the director just kind of explained that process to you about what they will do to ensure that they have the right gator.
Sheriff, could you deliver about what the family was doing along the shore? Were they in the water? There was a playpen near the water. What exactly were they doing?
The family, they were vacationing. There was a playpen, there's a regular pool that is nearby, and they were sitting outside that area. It's a beach-like area, and they were sitting there enjoying the evening, and they have a 4-year-old child. There was a playpen nearby, but this 2-year-old was just along the edge of the bank playing in the water when this occurred.
Sheriff, the family's been waiting for about 15 hours for the search. Did you deliver the message yourself to the family, and if so, what was their immediate reaction to hearing this news?
I delivered the message along with a priest, a Catholic priest, and of course the family was distraught, but also I believe somewhat relieved that we were able to find their son with his body intact, one, and two, that he was located so that they can come to grips with what has happened in this situation.
How far out, how deep water?
You have seen the signs. It says no swimming. The child wasn't swimming, it was wading. And yet there's nothing to suggest there was a danger in that, and there is a beach area. Do you think that the way the beach and the signage is there is wrong?
Well, I'm not going to comment on that at this time. Again, Disney will look at all of those particular issues. That's within Disney's purview at this point.
Nick, can you talk about anything that you all would be doing on the state level with FWC to maybe review some of the policies or regulations surrounding, you know, gators being this close to areas where children are? So many visitors come here and they don't know that our waters, you know, carry alligators like this. I mean, can you guys talk about that?
Well, anytime there's a tragedy like this, we definitely will work with everyone involved to try to determine if there's something we can learn, if we can do something better to make sure this never happens again, and we'll certainly be doing that. But that's an ongoing process we'll have to take some time to work through.
Could that include changing regulations?
It could include anything right now. I wouldn't discount any measures we might want to take or change, but I'd say we will take a careful look and really try to learn from whatever happened here.
Have you guys what has Disney done?
We've not got any reports that I'm aware of feeding gators. No, sir.
When is the last time you received a complaint about nuisance gators here at Disney? Anywhere on the property?
We have, as we've already stated earlier, Disney has a very proactive program for identifying and removing alligators that are losing their fear of people or otherwise might be a risk. And they remove numbers of alligators routinely, and we have essentially an open partnership with them where they can just call a trapper, and even some of their own staff are allowed to take out alligators when they see one that is a problem.
With all due respect, though, you're not answering the question. The question is,
I don't have the numbers for you right now. We don't get complaints because it's an open process. They take the action directly.
When was the last time
Sheriff, how far from shore and how deep water was the body found?
I'm just going to estimate it was, I don't know, 10 to 15 yards out, and not quite sure how deep. Maybe what I was told was approximately 6 feet deep in the water. But we will take measurements and all of that, and so that will come out as part of the investigation.
If you would have removed the last gator,
were there other people in the water in addition to this child? And was what this child was doing permissible in your view? Was he doing anything that he shouldn't have been doing?
There were no other people in the water at the time. And I believe what this 2-year-old was doing was what perhaps any 2-year-old might be doing as well. But thank you all. We've shared the bit of information that we can share at this
When was the
time.
last time you removed a gator from this series?
How often did they remove the gators?
Buenas tardes, estamos aquí para darle la información.
All right, guys, so there you have it. Official news that the body of the 2-year-old boy has been found. They have alerted the parents. Obviously, a really tragic day for them. This story is a story that Ron and I discussed today for our Facebook video that goes up daily. It's also on our YouTube channel. Not sure if it's on our Facebook page yet. I'm going to go ahead and play it for you now. The discussion is, who is at fault in this situation? Who is to blame, the parents or Disney? Oh, it looks like they've already cut away from this, so let me go ahead and show you guys this video that Ron and I did regarding this attack. Ron, another tragedy has hit Orlando. You've heard about it, I'm sure, guys. It's all over the internet now. A 2-year-old boy snatched by an alligator at the Disney World Resort.
When I first heard about it, I couldn't imagine the horror those parents have gone through. Now, we know that the dad tried. You presume, it was a family of 5, so you presume mom was there and saw it.
Right.
It's just, I mean, it's too horrible to even think about. And so now the stories this morning are revolving around, could there have been more done to prevent it? I guess it's natural, even though the family is going to deal with this grief for the rest of their lives.
Right.
I guess the question now is, could more have been done?
We do know there were no swimming signs in the area.
Right.
And people familiar with Florida understand that gators are out and about.
Sure.
This family was visiting from Nebraska.
Mm-hmm.
And it's such a tragic thing to think about, that this is how their vacation ended. What started as a search has now turned into a search and recovery mission. Right now they haven't found the boy's body.
Yep. So we want to get your take on a couple of different arguments that are out there. One is that the parents should have known better or done more to protect their child. But my understanding is that they were just kind of along the shoreline there. It's not like they were jumping in and diving in and swimming out on the lake or anything, and that the gator came up out of the water to eat the child.
This is such an awful story.
My question is, couldn't Disney have done more, the Disney World Resort folks, in terms of, I know it's a large body of water.
Right.
You know, but I mean, talk to people nowadays, there's got to be a way to sweep that lake, because gators are in lakes. Figure out some way, you know, and, I mean, unless that lake is so deep you couldn't ever possibly get to the bottom of it, sweep the lake either electronically or with some type of equipment to ensure that there aren't other gators in there that might come out of the water and get people.
Oh my God, it's just been a tragic week in Orlando. Guys, we'd love to get your feedback. Let us know in the comment section below. We're reading those comments. We'd love to hear from you. All right, guys, now we're gonna go to another Orlando-related topic, the shooting. A religious event is taking place right now.
Show to our whole community that this community is united, that we stand behind our LGBTQ community. We stand beside you, and if there's another bullet coming your way, we will stand in front of you. All right. We are with you in your fight, and we are with you mind, body, and soul. So thank you for being here. Let's begin. We all know Patty Sheehan, so let's begin. Pastor Hunter, you introduced me for the first time to Victoria, who I was so impressed with. Pastor Hunter.
Michael Farmer with Equality Florida, Florida's statewide LGBT civil rights organization.
Shirley Strader, Joy MCC, and Vitas Healthcare Hospice.
Terry Steve Pierce, Joy MCC, Senior Pastor.
I'm Dale McDonald, Mayor of Maitland.
Commissioner Victoria P. Siplin, District 6, Orange County.
Commissioner Scott Boyd, Orange County, District 1.
Commissioner Viviana Janer, Chairwoman of the Osceola Board of County Commissioners.
Lydia Pisano, Mayor of the City of Belle Isle.
Pastor Willie Barnes, International Church of Faith.
Rusty Johnson, Mayor of Ocoee.
Dr. Pam Powell of Mount Zion and Pam Powell Ministries.
Sharon Riley, Agape Perfecting Praise.
Victoria Kirby York, the National LGBTQ Task Force.
Mark Ebenhock, the Sacred Cloth Project from Key West. We brought the Sacred Cloth to Orlando State.
Thank you.
Alex Justice, Revised Fellowship, as well as the African American Council of Christian Clergy.
From Atlanta, Cuba, the Chabad and Jewish community downtown Orlando.
Hassan Shaban, Islamic Society of Central Florida.
Brian Nelson, Orange County Commissioner, District 2.
David Richardson, State Representative and the only openly gay state legislator in Florida.
Bob Bouchon, Superintendent of the United Methodist Church in Central Florida.
Father Jorge Torres, St. James Cathedral, Diocese of Orlando.
Joe Kilsheimer, Mayor, City of Apopka.
Pete Clark, Orange County Commissioner, District 3. This was in New York as well.
Stanley Ramos, Joey Metropolitan Community Church.
Heather Wilkie with Zebra Coalition. We provide services for LGBT youth in our community.
Scott Randolph, Orange County Tax Collector.
Tom McCloskey, First United Methodist Church. Can I suggest something?
Yes, sir.
Many of us are going to be doing funerals in the next couple of weeks. I think, from my perspective, us showing up together at those services as a united community of faith could be an incredible witness to our individual congregations, but also to our community.
Pastor, why don't you let us know what families are comfortable with that, and if you invite us, we will come. Thank you, sir.
Can there be a clearinghouse
Yes.
someplace to do that?
Yeah, Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
We have done in the past, this is not anything new to the gay community, unfortunately, the LGBTQ community. We do what's called a human chain of people holding hands and making a human wall between the protesters and families. So if your congregations are interested in doing that, we're coordinating that to the LGBTC Center on Mills Avenue.
And I think our faith-based leaders being a part of that is exactly what we need. The only thing I wanted you to have was an opportunity to speak and not just stand, so that people know who you are, who you represent, and that we will stand down any hatred, any evil, any violence that comes to our community.
Gabriel Salguero, Iglesia del Calvario National Latino Evangelical Coalition, and we are having our first funeral this Saturday at 1 o'clock when it's open.
Jim Coffin, Executive Director of the Interfaith Council of Central Florida.
Jermaine Marshall, Mount Olive Church of Orlando.
Greg Brewer, Episcopal Bishop of Central Florida, and our first funeral is at 11 o'clock at the Cathedral this Saturday.
Thank you.
It's here.
Thank you.
Tim Johnson, Orlando Water Center.
Shannon Pawak, Mount South Orlando.
George Cope, Vision Orlando.
Robert Swooney, Mount Zion Missionary Baptist Church in Orlando.
Matt Brin, MBA Orlando, the LGBT Chamber of Commerce for Central Florida.
Jeff Prosteko, come out with Pride Orlando, an event that we will be back bigger than ever this year for community October.
Father Jabril Ballantine, Executive Council of Episcopal Church USA, Episcopal Church of St. John the Baptist in Orlando.
Nino Gonzalez, Iglesia del Calvario in Orlando, and as Pastor Gator said, we will have our first funeral at 1 o'clock on Oak Ridge Road. Iglesia del Calvario, welcome. All.
Jennifer Stiles Williams, I'm the lead pastor at St. Luke's United Methodist Church.
Darrell Smith, Spirit of Faith, Orlando.
Marjorie Smith, Spirit of Faith, Orlando.
David Miller, First United Methodist Church of Winter Park.
John Dallas, Council President, City of Edgewood.
Ray Bagshaw, Mayor, City of Edgewood.
Commissioner Jim Gray, City of Orlando.
To the back.
Andrew Hallman, First Orlando.
Roberto Bruno, First Baptist Church of Orlando. Gil DePaula, First Baptist Church of Orlando. Chris Winley, First Baptist Church of Orlando. Steve Blyler, First Baptist Orlando. John Fox, First Baptist of Orlando.
Andrew Moscow, First Baptist Church of Orlando.
Bill Earl, Pastoral Care, First Baptist Church, Orlando.
Dana Giarnis, First Baptist Church of Orlando.
Mayor, you told me to bring his name.
You did. You did. Thank you, one and all. And this concludes our proclamation of unity and love trumps hate. Thank you. Amen. Thank you. Questions?
Quick photo, too?
Absolutely. Okay, where can I jump in? Thank you. I want to be in front of someone. You can have a question. Let's do a quick picture and then you get a question. Is that okay?
Make sure everybody can see me. There's some very
Okay, question?
With this grouping now,
Yes?
saying that they're determined to try to disrupt this group, what kind of security arrangements, what discussions have been had? I know you can't talk specifically.
I can't talk specifically, but I can assure you that we have spent the morning making sure that those discussions and those plans are in place throughout our community, and it's being taken seriously. We don't have any credible threats, but we recognize when somebody comes in with the kind of hate speech that this group brings, that it requires that we be prepared, and we are.
Mayor, if I may.
Please.
Yeah, Mayor, if I, and part of what this church, I'll put it in parentheses, does is they say very inflammatory things about the victims and the people being buried, and they try to get the family members to assault them so they can sue them.
And they've made a lot of money doing
And they make a lot of money doing that, and they also try to sue governments that try to stop them from their evil hate speech, because we do have freedom of speech, even vile hateful speech. So this is their whole MO. This is how they make money, basically. It's more like, I would say it's less of a church and more like a business.
And that's why, and that is another reason, stay here with me, Commissioner Sheehan, that's another reason that we wanted to have this display of support, because we want our community, we want the families of those who perished to know that they can ignore that we are here to support them, that they have to ignore that. We cannot fight hate with hate. We cannot fight violence with violence, or we cease to be who we are. Absolutely. And that's why we are standing in unison to say, we are here to fight with you in love. We are here to give you validation, to support you, to protect you. Do not respond. Do not engage. Do not engage. You have a community that loves you, that cares you. These are not our people, and we just need to let them come and let them go.
Have they actually pulled permits?
No, ma'am, they have not.
They don't. They use the First Amendments, like you're saying. Usually, whenever we have a situation like that, any kind of a gathering, they'd be required to pay for their own security. This group uses the First Amendment to be able to run their business, basically.
Commissioner Sheehan,
Yes.
you or anybody else has had experience with this before. What can be done other than just ignoring them? You mentioned.
Well, yes. I've been involved with Come Out with Pride for many years back in the inception when it was Orlando Regional Pride, and what we used to do was, it's kind of funny, but we used to put dancing boys in a wall of, I hate to say it, but we used to put people between the protesters and our folks so they couldn't engage in violence. And something that's very, very touching that happened at Matthew Shepard's funeral was people actually wrapped themselves in sheets and created a human wall with the sheets, and it looked like angels. So that's our way of doing our own First Amendment right of speech and expression to show our solidarity and support and peace. Those are just some things that have been done in the past.
Another thing that I would suggest, that with so many faith-based leaders here, because they claim that they are faith-based, that for those of you who are able to join those funerals, if we do have the disturbance we expect we may, that anything that you can bring that identifies your church, because I would really like to confront them with the love and religion that we all believe in. And although we all have different religions, one thing is common to all of them. It is love and respect for the human being and the sanctity of life. Yes, Imam?
You can call them out, this weekend.
Yes.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday. During our religious services, call them out for who they are. Let the
Yes.
people know.
Yes. Other questions? Yes, please.
We did exactly what you just said. We offered water in Jesus' name. We offered everything we could. Some people took food out. They stand on the sidewalk. We stand where it's public. And we told our folks, just please do not fight hate with hate.
Right.
Fight it with love.
I am convinced we can overwhelm and overcome this group with the love and unity in this community. Other questions? If not, we are going to wrap up. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you.
All right, guys, that wraps up that event in Orlando. Various religious leaders speaking out about the tragedy that took place on Sunday. Now I'm going to listen to Hillary Clinton speak on security issues in Virginia, the state of Virginia.
It is a privilege for the governor and I to work with military leaders across Virginia on the critical issues supporting military families, which directly impacts troop readiness and our national security. And today I have the great pleasure of introducing Hillary Clinton and welcoming her to the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Actually, guys, we are going to cut out of this. We'll show you Hillary Clinton a little bit later on because we have a live feed from the Senate floor. Democrats filibustering this gun control issue. Live from the Senate floor.
I want to have kids. But since Missouri voted on that those on terrorist watch list can purchase guns, I'm scared that I won't be able to do those things. I know that I'm young, and I don't really know what plays into your job at all. And I don't know all the arguments and all the factors, but at this point, I'm just really scared. And people are dying. And I think something needs to change. And so whatever that may take, please just take my feelings into consideration, and I would really, really, really appreciate it. So thank you so much. Bye. That's a 14-year-old girl from St. Louis. Now, she's a little confused about who has decided that people on the terrorist watch list can buy guns. It is, in fact, the United States Senate that made that decision in December on a vote that has been recounted over and over again, basically a party line vote, that we were not going to take the common sense step of saying that if the most trusted law enforcement professionals in the world, the most professional and highly trained, have put an individual on the terrorist watch list, that we should not let them buy guns in this country. Pretty common sense. And a 14-year-old knows it. And she's scared. One of the pieces of legislation that Senator Murphy is asking for bipartisan support for is the one that closes the gun show loophole and the online loophole when it comes to background checks. What are we afraid of? What are we afraid of with a background check? Why should we have massive categories of gun purchases in this country without a background check? Why do we require a background check for a small business who's selling guns, but we don't for somebody who wants to operate online? And we know for a fact that there has been terrorist messaging sent to people in this country. You can weaponize yourself at gun shows, and with some pretty heavy artillery. We are, in fact, pointed out in the rest of the world as the place that it's easiest, with no questions asked, to obtain weapons that can kill and slaughter dozens and dozens of people in mere seconds. Why is this so hard? Where is the invisible hand that's stopping this? I don't want to be cynical about it. Is it the NRA? Is it the NRA that is single-handedly stopping this? Is everyone so afraid of the NRA? Why are they so afraid of the NRA? Do they not have faith in their constituents, that their constituents are right about this? Because there's no question the majority of constituents in this country want background checks. And the majority of constituents in this country want us to not sell guns to people on the terrorist watch list. Before I ask a question of Senator Murphy, I want to cover one more subject that's really bugging me as a former prosecutor. And that is the argument that has been presented, well, we want to make sure we don't somehow let the terrorists know that we're investigating them. So if we put them on a list and they can't get a gun and they go to buy a gun, then all of a sudden this terrorist is going to know we're on to them. That is such hogwash. Well, let me explain why. We have a no-fly list. We have other kinds of lists in this country. If the FBI is investigating, they have the discretion in this bill to remove someone from that list for purposes that would support pursuing that individual without him knowing that he was ever on the list. So all they would have to do is, if they are about to get intelligence, or they think they're about to get intelligence, or they think they are about to be able to uncover a larger plot, or even if they think they are about to arrest the terrorist in question, they are absolutely on top of it. And they can easily remove the name from the list and continue to pursue that individual, track that individual, and make sure that whatever gun that they might purchase is never used. This bill, when it comes to the terrorist watch list, gives the FBI that discretion. There is not going to be a terrorist that gets the heads up that's all of a sudden going to send them into hiding, or send them, unfortunately, unless we pass the bill, to the internet or to the nearest gun show. It amazes me the kind of trust that I hear mouthed about law enforcement on the other side of the aisle. But yet, they are not willing to trust the FBI with the serious decision as to whether or not an individual belongs on a terrorist watch list. And they are not willing to trust the FBI as to whether or not they do what they need to do to continue to pursue an investigation and arrest as it relates to this list. I think this is a gut-check moment for this country. If you look at the graph of where we lie with how many mass shootings we have compared to all the other developed nations in the world, some of whom have lax gun laws like we do, maybe not quite to the extent that we do, we are way, way an outlier. That's not what we want to be an outlier on in the United States of America, mass shootings. And I think the American people are rising up and are saying enough is enough. And I would ask the senator from Connecticut if he agrees that the legislation that would restrict the ability of a identified terrorist to buy guns in this country contains the discretion necessary for the FBI to continue to protect America and continue to pursue investigations and continue to pursue arrests and intelligence because of the discretion we have given the FBI in that piece of legislation.
I thank the senator for the question, and the answer is yes, so long as you pair it with an expansion of background checks to make sure that they are seeing these purchases wherever they take place. That's why we have asked for this body to move forward on both of those pieces of legislation, because we cannot ask the FBI to protect this nation from terrorist attack if we don't give them the tools to keep firearms from those who threaten us. And before turning the floor over to the senator from Virginia, let me just underscore the last point that Senator McCaskill made. There is no other country in the world in which this happens. The rate of gun violence in this country is 20 times higher than the combined rates of our 22 countries that are our peers in wealth and population. 20 times higher. More people have died in this country in the first 15 years of this century than died in all of the wars in the last century combined. That is unique to the United States, and shame on us if we don't recognize that and do something about it. In the days after Sandy Hook, the senator from Virginia was one of the first to stand up intentionally on national media and say that something had to change. He was one of the early signals that this nation had woken up in the wake of Sandy Hook, and I'm glad to yield to him for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Mr. President, I appreciate my colleague, the friend, the senator from Connecticut, for yielding for a question, and I'm proud to join so many members of the Senate. I want to echo what my friend, the senator from Missouri, comments on one of her constituents. We're getting those same kind of calls, notes, questions. I want to acknowledge as well that there have been members of the House from Virginia and Louisiana who've come to show solidarity of the effort that's being led so ably by both senators from Connecticut and the senator from New Jersey. I think we all are trying to wrap our heads, Mr. President, around how did it happen that a single lone gunman was able to extinguish the lives of 49 Americans at a gay nightclub in Orlando. When we get to this legislation, I think we also have to acknowledge that this was a crime of hate. A crime of hate that disproportionately targeted Latino community, in particular the LGBT community. And as the LGBT community grieves nationwide, we need to make clear that the long fight for equality includes not only marriage equality, but equal protection in terms of public safety and living in safe communities. The Senator from Connecticut just made some of the comments about the number of deaths that take place in our country each year from gun violence, 30,000 a year. I think, just as the Senator from Connecticut acknowledged in the aftermath of Newtown, how I rethought some of my positions on some of these issues, we all have to take a fresh look at the challenges our country faces in providing a reasonable framework of gun legislation that protects the rights as well of law-abiding gun owners. One of the things that troubles me is that I think virtually every member of this body has probably stated or tweeted out their thoughts and prayers for the victims in Orlando. What I think I'm hearing in the media from those victims and from Virginians across the board is they want to see more than thoughts and prayers. They actually want to see us act. There are a whole host of different proposals that we could look at to try to deal with gun violence. I believe the senator from Connecticut, though, has picked two that are frankly the most reasonable, the most common ground that we should take on. Because like the senator from Connecticut, I know what scourge of having a mass murder take place in your state. Until this terrible, terrible tragedy in Orlando, the deadliest mass shooting prior to last week was Virginia Tech in the Commonwealth of Virginia, where 32 lives were taken. I know how that community grieved, how Newtown grieved, how Aurora grieved, how Charleston grieved, and how now Orlando is grieving. And quite honestly, day in and day out, how many other communities are affected by this scourge of gun violence. As a member of the Senate Intelligence Committee, I know the challenges we face every day in dealing with the threat of violent terrorists determined to do our nation harm. But if we're going to talk about taking on terrorism, which we need to have a united effort on, shouldn't we take this reasonable step of abiding by the judgment of law enforcement and say, if you end up on a terrorist watch list, you should not be able to purchase a firearm? And we've seen in recent days statistics that show that more than 90% of known or suspected terrorists who attempted to buy weapons since 2004 have passed a background check and then have been able to purchase a firearm. To me, that is an internal contradiction that by taking action this week, we can change around. If you're too dangerous to get on an airplane, aren't you too dangerous as well from being able to purchase a firearm? The second solution that my friend, the senator from Connecticut, has put forward, take up and pass the bipartisan proposal that has overwhelming support of the general public to increase background checks. 90% of the public supports this effort. Over 70% of gun owners support this effort. And why? Because we know that background checks work. Since 1994, 2.6 million people who had either evidence of criminal backgrounds, mental illnesses, have been prevented from purchasing firearms. So, Mr. President, there are a host of other proposals I know the senator from Connecticut has put on his agenda, but what I want to do is thank the senator from Connecticut for putting forward two of the most basic proposals, two of the proposals that have the broadest bipartisan appeal. And I would ask the senator from Connecticut, with the overwhelming public support that Americans can express for this kind of common sense legislation, and with, unfortunately, the sometimes low regard this body has held, does the senator from Connecticut believe that if we took up these actions and passed them, not only could we send a strong signal of making America safer, but we could once again show that we are fulfilling our constitutional duty?
I thank the senator for the question, and I really do think that that's at the essence of this debate. It's why we're on the floor today. It's why we're lodging this protest, is that, if you look at why the approval ratings of Congress are so low, it is in part because there are these enormous challenges that are confronting the nation that we're ignoring. People are upset that we're bickering and fighting all the time, but they are also deeply upset that there are these epidemics, that there are these public safety crises, and we're doing nothing. And so, I think that our ability to respond to this in a bipartisan way, to reflect the support of 90% of the American public, is about saving lives, but it's also about, as you said, fulfilling our constitutional responsibility. Why did you sign up for this job? Why did you decide to be a United States senator if you were going to ignore this epidemic of slaughter in this nation? There's nobody that disagrees with the fact that this is a major problem. It's on the headlines of every paper, almost every day, a weekly basis. Why do you want to be a United States senator if you want to ignore this one? So I thank the senator for his remarks and for his question. And I'm going to yield to the senator from Minnesota for a question without yielding the floor, who's been such a leader on this issue in general, but her focus on protecting victims of domestic violence is hopefully going to lead to one of the breakthroughs that we're seeking in the context of this debate. I yield to the senator from Minnesota for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Mr. President, I want to ask if the gentleman from Connecticut will yield for a question without yielding the floor.
I yield to the gentlelady for a question.
I want to thank, first of all, my colleague from Connecticut for his work, along with the senator from New Jersey, Senator Booker, Senator Blumenthal, and many others, in bringing people together today to call for common sense action to make our communities safer. I know Senator Manchin was here earlier. He's been such a leader working on the bipartisan bill with Senator Toomey on background checks, and I appreciate their efforts. I want to extend my heartfelt condolences to all those families of those who were massacred in Orlando, also those laying injured, some very seriously, critically injured in hospital beds in Orlando today. My prayers are with the victims and their families. I look at this, first of all, and I look at the senator from Connecticut, and I think of the people from his own state who he knows so well, the parents of those young little children that were killed in Sandy Hook. I remember them coming to my office the day that the background check bill went down. And they came to my office, and a number of us were telling them that it was going to go down, that we didn't have enough votes to pass this common sense measure for background checks. And what I was struck with was that they knew that that particular measure wouldn't have saved their babies. They knew that it wouldn't have done it, but they were there because they had come to the conclusion that this was the best way to save other children, to save other people from dying. And as they told me their stories, one of them told me the story of how when her young son, who was autistic, left for school that day, he looked up at the refrigerator and pointed at the picture of his health aide. And it was someone that was with him all the time. He could barely speak, but he loved her, and he pointed up at that picture on the refrigerator in the morning. So as she sat in that firehouse with the other parents, waiting and waiting to see if her child would come back, it became very clear that some children were never coming back, and hers was one of them. And when they found that little boy, he was in the arms of that education aide, that health aide that he loved so much. And they were both shot, and they were both killed. And as she told me that story, I thought, these parents are so courageous that they are coming today to try to advocate for something that they knew. They had come to the grips with the fact that they wanted more, but they knew that the background check measure was the best they could do to save lives at that moment. They knew that the background check measure would especially help in cases of domestic violence and suicide, because they knew the statistics that in those states that had passed such measures, they'd seen improvements in the numbers for those kinds of deaths. So they were advocating for it. That was why they were there. And yet, this body didn't have the courage that those parents had to be there that day to pass that measure. And so here we are today. We are looking at, first of all, a dangerous loophole that allows terrorists to buy firearms here in the United States. In Minnesota, we have a little experience with this. We were the state that before 9/11, some citizens, flight instructors, were able to detect something was wrong with a man that cared about flying, Missouri, but not about landing. And so they turned him in, and no one was ever able to connect the dots. But there he was in a jail in Minnesota. I know a little bit about this as a former prosecutor, and I know a little bit about this because of the cases that we've had in our state. We've had dozens of indictments against people that have been trying to go to join al-Shabaab in Somalia or the terrorist group ISIS. We just had 3 convictions in the U.S. federal court in just the last week. We know about this in our state and how close it hits to home. We love our Muslim community in our state. They are a part of the fabric of life. We have the biggest Somali community in the country. But we also know that we need to keep our community safe. And by working with that community, we have been able to bring these kinds of prosecutions. And so when it's that close, you know that you don't want people who are on the terrorist watch list to get guns. And incredibly, current U.S. law does not prevent individuals who are on the terror watch list from purchasing guns. A total of 2,233 people on the watch list tried to buy guns in our country between 2004 and 2014, and more than 2,000, or 91% of them, cleared a background check. And that's according to the Government Accountability Office. I'm a co-sponsor of Senator Feinstein's bill to close this loophole, and during last year's budget debate, I joined 25 of my Senate colleagues, including my colleague from Connecticut, in offering an amendment that also would have stopped these dangerous individuals from buying firearms and explosives. The background check bill. We know that this helps, and that's why 2 at the time A-rated NRA senators, Senator Manchin and Senator Toomey, joined together to try to put forward some common sense legislation. Sadly, that bill did not pass, and I believe that we should bring that bill up again for a vote. The third piece of legislation that I think is possible to pass, as I look at what has bipartisan support, what could make the biggest difference, is a bill it's a bipartisan bill with Senator Kirk. There's a House bill as well, and that bill focuses on victims of stalking, victims of domestic violence. As we look at some common sense measures, we know that not one bill is going to fix all of these cases. Not one bill is going to make the difference in every case, but combined, they make a major difference. So my question for the gentleman from Connecticut, my question for him is about an area where I believe we should be able to find consensus. And that is also, in addition to the important closure of the loophole from the terrorist watch list for people buying guns, the background check bill, that is this domestic violence area. Studies have shown that more than 3 women per day lose their lives at the hands of their partners, and more than half of those killed by their partners are shot with a gun. There's a simple bill that would, first of all, make sure that dating partners, it's the same rule that applies to those who are married, would apply to dating partners. Even the Republican witnesses at our hearing with Senator Leahy and Senator Grassley, they even embraced this portion of the bill, that if people are dating partners as opposed to married, it should make no difference in terms of how you look at this if they've committed an act of domestic violence and their ability to go in and buy a gun. The second piece of this bill is about stalking. If someone has been convicted of a stalking crime, that they shouldn't be able to go in and buy a gun. When I look at these types of common sense measures, I always think of my Uncle Dick. He loved to hunt, and he always would hunt deer. And I have to think to myself, would closing off the loophole in the terrorist watch list hurt my Uncle Dick in his deer stand? Not at all. Would putting the background check bills in place across the country, would that hurt my Uncle Dick in his deer stand? Not at all. And would closing these loopholes on stalking and on dating partners in any way hurt my Uncle Dick in his deer stand? Because our state loves hunting. We're a big hunting state. So I always have to do a gut check when I look at these bills to the senator from Connecticut. And I'd like you to answer that question of these common sense bills that we've been talking about today that could save hundreds, if not thousands of lives. Do you think that they would anyway hurt those in our states, in every state in this nation, that value their guns and value hunting, who are law-abiding citizens?
Well, I thank the senator for that question. And you just have to look to the data for the answer. We've had pretty robust survey data on the question of support for expanding background checks or support for denying people on the no-fly list access to guns. And it's universal. Everybody wants these changes. Republicans want them, Democrats want them, non-gun owners want them, gun owners want them. The vast majority of NRA members support the provisions that we are proposing for bipartisan action today. And I'd suggest the same thing is true with respect to protecting victims of domestic violence. This has nothing to do with being a Republican or a Democrat, a gun owner or a non-gun owner. When you tell people that somebody who has a restraining order lodged against them shouldn't get a gun, everybody nods their head. And so I thank Senator Klobuchar for being such a leader on that particular issue, because it is one of this basket of changes that we're requesting that is controversial only here, right? That it's controversial only in Washington, D.C. and in the political arenas of this country. It's not really controversial out in the broader American public. So I thank
Thank you for that. And I also want to note the members of the House here that Congresswoman Dingell is the lead sponsor of that bill in the House on the domestic violence. So we have two bipartisan bills in both chambers.
Would the gentlelady from Minnesota yield for a question?
I would yield to the gentlelady for a question without
going
my
through
right to the floor.
First of all, joining you as a social worker, my question is the gentlelady from Minnesota, with her vast experience as an attorney general, as well as her advocacy here in the Senate.
The senator, the question must be directed toward the senator from Connecticut.
To the senator from Connecticut, that the most of the victims of guns in a domestic violence are law enforcement officials responding to the aid of a domestic violence victim. In my own state, there have been wonderful men in blue that came to a home to rescue someone who was being held or something by their spouse, often off their meds, that when the police officer responded, because it was domestic violence, not responding as if it were an active scene, was also killed. Has that been your observation?
I thank the senator, the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, for the question. That certainly is a big part of this storyline, this toxic mixture of guns and restraining orders. It puts everyone in jeopardy. It puts the individual who lodged the restraining order in jeopardy, and it puts the law enforcement officers who get in the middle of that conflict in jeopardy. It is hard enough for law enforcement officers to try to enforce a restraining order. This is a spouse who is angry, who is at the peak of their fury often, and you add a gun into that mix, everyone's life is in danger. I thank the senator, and I would yield to the gentleman from Ohio for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, thank you, and my friend from Connecticut, thank you. And I so admire how, when you came to the Senate, it was right after the perhaps most tragic 2 hours in our recent nation's existence, with what happened to those kids, those children in your congressional district. How do we, Senator Murphy, how do we go home? I mean, I just hear this. I watch what happened at Sandy Hook. I watch what happened in Colorado. I watch what happened in California. Now we see what happened in Orlando to those 49 mostly young men and women, mostly of Hispanic descent, mostly gay, we think, what happened to them. How do we go home and face people when this body fails year after year after year to do the right thing? And I admire so much what Senator Murphy did when he came here and just got in the face of so many members of the Senate and said, you got to do the right thing. And my question for Senator Murphy is, how do we go home and look people in the eye and say we failed again? I mean, I think this body should stay in session until we do a number of things, from confirming a Supreme Court justice to taking care of the mine workers' pension to this legislation. But how do I go back to Cleveland and say, well, you know, we tried again, we didn't do it. It's not that big a deal. If people can't fly on an airplane, they still ought to be able to get a gun. How do we possibly look people in the eye and answer that question?
I think the senator for a question that's unanswerable. I mean, the answer is we can't. And as you know, there is a very real, palpable fear out there today. I mean, there's no way to look at what happened in San Bernardino, to look at what happened in Orlando and not be scared. Yes, it's an attack that's designed to elicit a fear that is disproportional to the actual threat. That's what terrorism is. But people's fear is elevated when they don't see us taking action. Senator Casey, I think, earlier today made this point. He said, can you imagine after September 11th doing nothing? Can you imagine if our response after that tragedy was to do nothing, to just move on to the next piece of legislation as if it didn't occur? Well, that was 3,000 people whose lives were taken. There are 30,000 people a year who are killed by guns. And if you add up those that have been killed in mass shootings, the numbers approach that of September 11th. And so this is a moment in which I think it's impossible for us to go back home and once again say that we haven't done anything. And I guess that's the reason that we're here. I mean, I know this is uncomfortable to stop the CJS process, to force and ask staff to stay beyond regular hours. But for many of us, and I think you're amongst this group, Senator Brown, through the chair, we just couldn't pretend that this is business as usual again. We just couldn't go through another one of these shootings, this one the worst in the history of this country, and just go back to our regular business. That's why we're here today, to suggest that this time it has to be different. And I yield the floor for a question.
Friend from Connecticut, yield again through the chair. I was at a meeting yesterday with a group of Democratic senators, and I heard two of the youngest members of our caucus and two of the most impressive members of our caucus, Senator Booker and you, Senator Murphy, talk about the number of gun deaths in this country. My wife and I live in the city of Cleveland. We live in the zip code in Cleveland in 2007 that had more foreclosures than any zip code in the United States of America. We live in a nice neighborhood of about 250 homes. Most of the rest of the neighborhood has suffered, some in our neighborhood, much outside that neighborhood, of foreclosure after foreclosure and urban blight. And many nights we hear gunshots and then we hear police sirens. And I know that Senator Booker said, and I think my friend from Connecticut heard him talk about what he sees in Newark. And what we see, and we had a terrible, terrible number of deaths in southern, very rural Appalachia, southern Ohio, just 3 weeks ago, where apparently one family member killed a whole bunch of others with a gun. And I got a letter yesterday from a man in Toledo. I'm a gay man living in Toledo. I've never been to a gay pride event. This was going to be my year, and I'm scared, just like you talked about the fear. The fear that, I mean, I don't live in fear, but when I hear a gunshot and I hear fire, I hear sirens in my neighborhood, or not that far away from my direct neighborhood. I have grandchildren. I've not heard those gunshots and fire and police sirens when my daughters or grandchildren have been there. But you think about that. I mean, the question is, why is it harder to obtain a driver's license than it is to buy a gun? Why do we why do we not have the political courage to pass reasonable laws? I mean, I've been in public office a long time, and I have seen so many of my colleagues, mostly Republicans, just cower when the NRA calls, or cower when they think about the whole idea of passing gun laws. I heard yesterday, a reporter told me that Republican senators won't talk to her right now about any issue because they're afraid they might ask about the NRA and the campaign dollars they've gotten from the NRA. What is it? Why fundamentally is it easier to obtain harder to obtain a driver's license than it is to buy a gun?
I thank the Senator for the question. I just want to acknowledge that we've had a number of House members come down to the floor of the Senate today to support our efforts. Senator Congressman Richmond, good friend of myself, and Senator Booker, who's witnessed this just ongoing slaughter in New Orleans, unabated because of inaction from this Congress, has joined us. I've seen a number of other members from the House join us as well. I thank them, and I thank in particular my friend Representative Richmond for being here. I think that's a great question, Senator Brown, especially in the context of the history of the NRA's advocacy in this body. It used to be that the NRA actually supported expanding background checks. In the wake of the Columbine massacre, it was the NRA that was arguing to close the loopholes in our background check system. And so as a means of answering why we can't get agreement, you have to ask yourself and answer the question as to what's happened to the gun lobby. The gun lobby used to actually come here. It originated, of course, as just a gun safety organization. It morphed into much more of an advocacy organization. But even as late as the Columbine massacre, they were still arguing for changes in our laws to better protect individuals. Today, they are an absolutist organization. Today, they brook no compromise. And unfortunately, there is a large percentage of this body, enough to block common sense legislation, that follows their lead. But there has been a transformation in the advocacy of that organization. And, you know, many of us are still hopeful that the gun owners who are members of the NRA, who support what we're talking about here today, right? Polls tell you that NRA members support expanding background checks to cover more sales and stopping people on the no-fly list from getting guns. We hope that they might prevail upon their association to be more constructive.
One more question.
Yield for another question.
I'll turn it back maybe to Senator Stabenow. I know some questions for Senator Murphy. I wanted to share a letter I got from a woman in Columbus. She said, "I'm devastated by the events this weekend in Orlando. I've had to personally be re-triggered with every mass shooting that's occurred in the past 3 years. My tragedy occurred 3 years ago this July. The love of my life, best friend, man I was going to marry, was murdered. He was shot to death by a prior felon. Can happen to anyone, anywhere, anytime, any reason. Change is needed now. We can't keep waiting. Please do something, anything. Saving one person from feeling the hell I've felt these past 3 years is worth it. My heart hurts for the loved ones affected by this weekend because I know this pain." I guess just the question, maybe there is no answer, but why when so many in our country have felt this pain? And, you know, certainly the pain is felt more among poorer people and people of color because they've been the victims far too often, and are in the great majority of cases are totally innocent. And far too many of them are children, whether it's Sandy Hook or whether it's a random shooting in Cleveland or Newark or Hartford or Detroit or New Haven. What do I tell this woman from Cincinnati, there from Columbus, that tells me, can't you do something? Why should more people have the pain that she's felt?
Senator Brown, I think we have to look at ourselves sometimes and ask, have we fought as hard as we possibly could to galvanize the American public around these changes? The reality is, and I said this earlier on the floor, that the small handful of individuals in this country who oppose these changes are calling our offices, sometimes with more frequency than the large majority of Americans that support these changes. And they take cues from us. And so that's why we're here. We were about to come back to the Senate and just proceed with business as usual. As if Orlando didn't happen, we were going to just start debating amendments to the Commerce, Justice, and Science Act. And those of us who are on the floor today, and certainly in particular myself and Senator Booker and Senator Blumenthal, said enough. Enough. We've got to show a signal to the American public that we care so deeply about the consequences of inaction that we are at the very least going to stop this process from moving forward until we can't stand any longer. Now, that's a tiny, tiny sacrifice, but at least it shows that we are willing to put something behind the passion that that letter writer and many others have. So I think there's a variety of answers to your question, Senator Brown, the strength of the gun lobby, the misunderstanding about the nature of the Second Amendment, the data that we have not done a good enough job of getting out there talking about the efficacy of stronger gun laws. But this exercise today on the floor is also part of changing that reality. With that, I would yield for a question without losing my right to the floor to just a great champion on this issue, the senator from Michigan.
Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate the senator, a junior senator from Connecticut, yielding for a question. And I first want to thank him and the senior senator from Connecticut and the senator from New Jersey and so many others who have been on the floor. Our Democratic caucus is united in saying enough is enough, and I'm very grateful to our senators from Connecticut and New Jersey who've come to the floor to lead us in that stand of saying enough is enough. And so I do have a question, but let me first indicate that when we look at this situation, whether it's Orlando or Sandy Hook or Tucson or Columbine or on and on and on, or every day on the streets of our cities and communities across the country, it's time to stop just putting out statements. I don't know about my colleagues on the floor, but I'm sure they share with me this sense of frustration of constantly having to put out statements saying our thoughts and prayers are with the families. Because of course our thoughts and prayers are with the families, but our actions should be with the families. That's what we're here today to focus on. It's not enough to have words. They expect us to act and to make it different. I am so grateful for so many Americans from all walks of life and all religions who have joined together. I'm so proud of the powerful statements coming from the Muslim community, standing in partnership and friendship with the LGBT community and with the Jewish and Christian community at large, and all of those who said enough is enough. Hate crime, act of terror, enough is enough. And I want to just lift up, before asking my question, 2 young people from Michigan who were part of the horror 4 days ago. A 25-year-old who's been living in Saginaw, Michigan, who was killed in the Orlando terrorist hate crime attack. And by all accounts, he was a wonderful young man. He owned his own business, loved his family, recently attended his niece's graduation. His friends said, quote, "No one can say a bad word about him. He always had a smile on his face, and he always loved to laugh." Additionally, a Detroit native was also killed in the attack. He worked as a mental health counselor, and he had won awards for his work in the LGBT community. You know, to my colleagues, we in Michigan have a long tradition of enjoying hunting and fishing and outdoors. And I grew up in northern Michigan. My family are very involved in hunting and legal and safe gun ownership. But that's not what this debate's about. My family, my brothers, my son, my nieces, nephews, others look at me and go, "What is going on here?" This is not about whether or not we can enjoy hunting or legal gun ownership. And when my family's saying to me, "Wait a minute, let me get this straight. There's a terror watch list, you can't fly, but you can buy a gun." What's that? And they go into a gun shop, they get a background check, but you can go to a gun show or on the internet and not? So I would ask my colleague and great leader on this issue. I think it's important now to explain a little bit more about these 2 things we want to accomplish. What are the 2 things that we want to accomplish going through all of this, stopping the regular business of the Senate and saying we have to act. We have to begin to address what we can do for these horrors. What are the two things that we are asking for?
I thank you, Senator Stabenow, and I think this is important sometimes to reset the floor and talk about what we're asking for, because they're pretty simple and they're bipartisan and they're non-controversial outside of this body. One, we want a version of the Feinstein bill, which prohibits individuals on the no-fly list from getting a gun, to come before the Senate for a vote. Second, in order to make that bill effective, we want a version of the Manchin-Toomey compromise to expand background checks to gun shows and internet sales to come before the Senate for a vote. Both of those measures are supported broadly by 80 to 90% of the American public, and both of them are necessary in order to protect Americans from terrorist attack. Why? Because we know last year, 90% of individuals who are on the no-fly list who tried to buy a gun were successful in buying one. And the only reason that 10% weren't is because they were on some other list of prohibited individuals. So we know every year there are individuals on the no-fly list who are trying to buy guns and they're getting them. And we know that unfortunately, the individual, the shooter in Orlando, was, at least for a period of time on those lists, he went and bought a gun. In order to make it effective, you also have to make sure that you're capturing gun sales that happen online and at gun shows. And what we think we're asking for is pretty simple. Both of those proposals have drawn bipartisan support. Neither of them are controversial outside of this body. And, frankly, it's about the lowest hanging fruit that we could imagine in order to get this body on record as trying to stop the carnage in this country. And I yield for a question.
Thank you very much. I wonder if I might just ask, in addition to that, I understand that our distinguished leader on appropriations, Senator Mikulski, and Senator Nelson as well, have an amendment that would give law enforcement resources necessary to combat terrorism. We certainly came from a very important briefing today, and we're discussing how terrorism certainly is an all-hands-on-deck operation, but without adequate resources, other things may not receive the resources they need as well in terms of law enforcement. But I wonder if you might just talk about the importance of resources for law enforcement as well, and how it's our job in the context of this appropriations to make sure that we are prioritizing the fighting of terrorism as well as gun violence.
Well, thank you for the question, Senator Stabenow. We're asking the FBI to do more and more to protect us from an increasingly complex array of threats, and we're not giving them enough resources to do the job. And, the alternative that's been proposed to Senator Feinstein's legislation is laughable in that it would require the FBI and for law enforcement to go to court every single time they want to stop someone on the no-fly list from getting a weapon, that it wouldn't be automatic. Instead, they would have 3 days to scurry into a court, file a motion, deny the weapon, have a hearing. I mean, first of all, there's no way that all of that could happen in 3 days, but it certainly can't happen with the resources that we provide them. So they don't have the resources that they need right now in order to protect us from this myriad of threats that are posed, from this desire of ISIS and others to inspire lone wolf attacks. But the alternative to the proposal we have proposed just is unworkable on its face, especially given the resources that the FBI has.
And if I might just clarify again with the distinguished senator, so we're all clear. Right now, you can be stopped from getting on an airplane because you're on a terror watch list. But you can choose, rather than getting on that plane, to go buy a gun and go into a nightclub in Orlando and have carnage and terrorism occur. Is that basically what's happening now that Republican colleagues are saying should continue by not that they want the violence to continue, but they're not willing to act to stop people from getting a gun who are on the terrorist no-fly list?
And that is correct. And I'm still waiting for one of our Republican colleagues to come down to the floor and suggest that the individuals on the no-fly list have their right to fly restored. Because if you are so worried about the wrong people being on that list, then you should come down to the floor and propose that those individuals be able to get on a plane. But no one's proposing that, because you would be tarred and feathered by your constituents if you proposed that people who have had intersections with terrorist groups be able to get on a plane at your local airport. And thus, it is, I think hard to understand why there is a belief that none of these people should fly, but all of these people should be able to buy assault weapons.
And I think the American people are scratching their heads at this moment. Hopefully enough colleagues on the other side of the aisle will join us to close this incredible loophole.
I thank the gentlewoman and my friend from Massachusetts, who was so eloquent earlier, is on the floor, and I'd yield to Senator Markey for a question without losing my right to the floor.
And I thank the gentleman, and again, I ask the gentleman, why won't the Republicans allow for a debate and a vote on whether or not individuals on a terrorist target list should be able to get a gun anywhere in America? And the answer to that question has not been forthcoming from the Republican Party, because the NRA, the National Rifle Association, does not have a good answer to it, except that they don't want any exceptions to the rule that anybody should be able to buy a gun at any time, even if they're on a terrorist target list in the United States. And so that's going to be our big challenge out here. What are the limits to the power of the National Rifle Association over the Republican Party, and as a result, over the United States Senate? Because the American people don't think that we have to accept this epidemic of gun violence in our country. The American people do not believe that it is preordained. They believe that it is preventable. But every week, 56 children die from gun violence. That's nearly 3 Newtown massacres every single week. 30,000 Americans shot and killed each year is not inevitable. It is unacceptable, and it is immoral. We cannot wait any longer to put these common sense gun laws on the books. We can't wait any longer to make our streets safer. I believe assault weapons belong in combat, not in our communities. We need a ban on these military-style assault weapons. We need to eliminate the trafficking of guns into our communities across our nation. We need to ban high-capacity magazine clips that turns guns into weapons of war. There is no reason for an ordinary American to have this in our neighborhoods, on our streets, or near our schools. We need background checks on all gun sales, including private sales and purchases made online and at gun shows. We need to crack down on straw purchasing. We need to ban gun sales on sites on the internet like Facebook and Instagram. Right now, anyone can do a search for AK-47 or AR-15 or even guns for sale on Instagram and find guns for sale. Could you be under 18? Yes. Could you get a gun without a background check? Yes. We should not allow Instagram to be used as Instagun, enabling the sale and purchase of deadly weapons in possible violation of state and federal law. We can do something here. We don't have to do all of this week, but the least that we should be able to do is what the senator from Connecticut just outlined. 2 steps. 1, if you're on a terrorist watch list, you can't buy a gun in the United States. 2, you can't go around the background check. If you go to a gun show or you go to Instagram, you have to go through a background check. Leave all the rest of it off the table. Banning assault weapons, all the rest of it. We won't do that. How about just debating and doing those 2 things, which overwhelmingly the American people want us to do. Now, back on September 11th, 2001, Mohammed Atta and 9 others boarded 2 planes in Logan Airport. They hijacked those planes using box cutters to kill the flight attendants, to kill the pilots. We do not allow box cutters into the passenger section of a plane any longer. We don't allow knives in the passenger section of planes any longer. But believe it or not, we actually had a debate at the time as to whether or not every bag that goes on to a passenger plane should be screened. We had a debate that lasted for 4 years as to whether or not the cargo, which goes into the bottom of a plane, should be screened. 4 years. The cargo industry did not want it. The airline industry said it would be too much of an inconvenience. Who in America wanted to fly on a plane that had cargo underneath their feet that had not been screened after 9/11, after Mohammed Atta? Well, we finally won that issue, and everyone accepts the wisdom of ensuring that that screening takes place on every single passenger flight in America, because otherwise, that's where the new Mohammed Atta would find the aperture to create the disaster in the air. They are smart people. They're cunning people. They're trying to find the opening. They're trying to find the weakness. They're trying to find the Achilles heel in our system so they can kill Americans. Well, that's what's happening here. There's another Achilles heel. And that Achilles heel is the fact that the NRA has a vice-like grip on the United States Senate and the United States Congress. They will not let it go. They will not make it possible for us to have a straight up and down vote on whether or not this latter-day Mohammed Atta on a terror target list can buy a gun, buy an assault weapon in the United States. Whether or not this new Mohammed Atta, this new terrorist group, can buy assault weapons at gun shows without any background checks whatsoever, and to then use those weapons to kill innocent American citizens. How can the NRA align itself with latter-day Mohammed Attas, with the latter-day Tsarnaev brothers? How can the NRA do that? How can the Republican Party align themselves with the NRA if that's their agenda? These are the votes which we should be having. It's very simple. If you cannot fly, you should not be allowed to buy a weapon in America. If you're a terrorist and you're not permitted to fly in our country, how can we have a system that allows you simultaneously to buy an assault weapon that could kill dozens of people or more? So we know what's at the top of the terrorist target list in our country. We know what they're trying to do. They try to bring down planes. They try to find ways in which they can terrorize otherwise innocent communities in our country to spread the terror. And we know where the Achilles heels are. We shut it down when it came to airlines. We can shut it down here when it comes to the purchase of weapons if you've already been identified as being on a terror target list, the watch list. The FBI is looking at you, but you can still buy an assault weapon. It makes no sense, ladies and gentlemen. How many times do we have to learn the lesson until we finally act? Is this not enough? Is what happened in Orlando not enough? 49 people dead, gay, 44 out of 49 names Latino, a hate crime, a terror attack, all of it. Do we really need more? Do we need another and another and another? Because we know the day is coming when this law is going to change. The test of us is that we do it before more innocent lives are lost. That we have these two bills that Senator Murphy referred to brought out here onto the floor. That we block this open door for terrorists to be able to kill in our country, to be able to purchase these weapons of mass destruction that kill at a level that is almost unimaginable. So I thank my friend once again, and I ask the question of the Republican leadership, why can't we have this debate? Why can't we have these votes? Now, I know the answer. It's that the NRA, the National Rifle Association, does not want those votes. But our job as elected officials is to ensure that NRA stands for not relevant anymore in American politics after Orlando, after this massacre. That's our historic challenge out here today. And so I thank the senator from Connecticut, the senator from New Jersey, the senator from Connecticut's colleague, Senator Blumenthal, and for all the members who are participating in this debate, discussion, filibuster. This is the issue. This is the time. This is the place. We are the people who have to resolve this issue. People will look back and they will ask, did we try? Did we really try to put a ban on the purchase of these weapons by these terror target list people in our own country? That's going to be a test for us. We can't fight the battles over in Aleppo. We can't fight the battles over in Fallujah. But we can fight this battle here on the streets of America. We know what has to be done. This body just has to have the courage to say to the NRA, no, it's too much. Our country is bleeding. Families are hurting. We don't want to see it happen again. This is going to be the challenge of this week and next week and every week until we have these votes and until we close these loopholes. And I thank the gentleman, again, from Connecticut, for conducting this very important discussion, and I yield back to you.
I thank the gentleman for his remarks, and I thank him for his focus on assault weapons. We're asking for two different proposals here to come before the Senate, not one on banning assault weapons, but it remains a passion of many of us. And one of the most gruesome facts from the Newtown killings is that there were 20 kids who were shot with that weapon, and not one of them survived. All 20 of them died. And that speaks to the epic, life-ending power of an exceptional weapon. I would yield to the ranking member of the Homeland Security Committee, the senator from Delaware, for a question without losing my right to the floor.
I want to thank our colleagues from Connecticut for inviting us here and encouraging us to have this conversation. I've just come, as many of our colleagues have just come, Senator Murphy, from a briefing by three of the top officials in this country who deal with Homeland Security and law enforcement. And one of the questions that was asked deals with the ability of someone who's on a terrorist watch list to be denied the opportunity to fly in an airplane, and then whether or not that same person on a terrorist watch list can be denied the opportunity to buy, for example, an assault weapon. And the answer is I think, shocking and disappointing. A person who is on a terrorist watch list can and will be denied the opportunity to fly in an airplane with other people. That makes sense. But what doesn't make sense is that same person who's denied the ability to fly in an airplane because he or she's on a terrorist watch list can go into a gun show or a gun store and buy a weapon, including an assault weapon. That just makes no sense to me. That makes no sense to me. And I would add maybe two other quick points if I may, and I'll stop and yield to others, including the senator from Wisconsin who was kind enough to allow me to say a few words. Thank you. But the number of people who want to leave this country and go to link up with ISIS and be a fighter, that number has dropped and continues to drop dramatically, down to 1 per month now, from the U.S. down to 1 per month. And one of the reasons why that number continues to drop and drop dramatically is because ISIS is on the run. ISIS, I think earlier on, regarded as a winning team, no more. They're being regarded, I think, appropriately as a losing team. And we asked a question of the Secretary of Homeland Security, is it true that since 9/11, every American who's died in this country at the hands of a jihadi terrorist, have they died at the hands of someone who's from another country and has come here, slipped in somehow secretly or covertly? And the answer is every person who's died in this country since 9/11, American citizens, have been killed by someone who is a U.S. citizen or someone who is a legal resident here. And the Secretary of Homeland Security is pleading with us to give his department the ability to create countering violent extremism capability within that department, to improve it rather, that would enable us to establish partnerships with the Muslim community, with faith organizations and other organizations, to be able to reach out, to work with them, to reduce the likelihood that folks that are already here that could be radicalized will not be radicalized. I just appreciate very much the chance to share a couple of those takeaways from what I thought was a very important briefing. And I want to say again my thanks to the Senator from Wisconsin for allowing me to slip in at this point in the discussion. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman from Delaware, and we talked about that earlier on the floor, this notion that ISIS is on retreat inside the Middle East, and they've got only a handful of motivations remaining for people to join their movement. No longer is the inevitable geographic expansion of the caliphate available to them as a reason for recruitment. But the belief, the argument that the East is at war with the West certainly is still available to them, especially if we react the wrong way to the threat that's presented to us. And so we have not, frankly, gotten into a discussion thus far on this floor about what one of the presidential candidates is proposing. But part of the reason why we are demanding a vote on these measures is because this is the right way to respond. There is a latent fear in the American public that is understandable. There is a wrong way to respond to that will frankly make us less safe. There's a right way to respond. And I think the American public gets that because of the 90% approval ratings of the things that we're proposing. So I thank the senator, and I yield to the senator from Wisconsin for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Through the chair, I would like to ask a question about the tragic massacre in Orlando. But I wanted to lead into that by, first of all, thanking and deeply appreciating the work and efforts of my colleague from Connecticut, who has come to the floor so many times to talk about the lives and the identities and the legacies of the people who have lost their lives to gun violence, and the families that are there to remember them. And, you know, I remember so profoundly the massacre at Newtown. Senator Murphy brought photographs of all of the victims, their families, told their stories at length on this Senate floor. As weeks and months persisted here in the United States Senate and no action was taken to do common sense things to make access to these weapons more difficult, the senator from Connecticut started coming to the floor and talking about some of the people that we don't read about because the media doesn't rush to the scene when somebody dies in a drive-by shooting or in a place that doesn't garner the attention and the spotlight like the massacre and tragedy in Orlando has garnered by the national media. So I thank the gentleman from Connecticut for his perseverance, and I am just so proud to join him this afternoon in this insistence for action. You know, I am in such strong agreement with the senator from Connecticut about the need to close what we call the terror gap and strengthen our background check laws. Because what we've seen over the last weeks, and certainly on Sunday early morning, is the nexus of hate and terror and easy access to weapons of war by people who should not have them. And I can't tell you how many times I have penned the words, "You are in my thoughts and prayers." And I have spoken the words, "You are in my heart, in my thoughts, in my prayers." I can't tell you how many times I've joined, either in my former service in the House of Representatives or here in the United States Senate, and joined my colleagues for a moment of silence. Silence is not enough. Thoughts and prayers are important, but they are not enough. We have to act. And so I join many of my colleagues here tonight in the effort towards securing a vote. Securing a vote by this Senate on making it harder, just a little bit harder for people who hate people involved in terrorism to get a hold of weapons of war. And we have an opportunity because we have a bill before us. It's the Commerce, Justice, Science Appropriations Bill. I have the honor of serving on the Senate Appropriations Committee and being a member of the subcommittee. This is the moment. This is the bill. And this is our opportunity. Now, I'm not saying had this been in law a year ago, a month ago, a week ago, that this wouldn't have happened. But our silence is unacceptable, and we must act. We are better than this as a country. Can't tell you how many times I've woken up or heard midday of another mass killing. Crowd around the television set, hungry for news, wanting to know about who perished, and who's in the hospital, and when is it enough? When are we going to act? We also, in the political world, so regrettably fall into our, I don't know what to call it, comfort zones. Let's only talk about this as a terrorist incident, or let's only talk about this as a hate crime, or let's only talk about this in terms of gun violence. This is all of the above, and we have to come together. We have to be united. We have to be strong in order to respond. I also have to speak as a member of the LGBTQ community. On Friday, this last Friday, I had the honor of going to the opening ceremonies at Milwaukee, Wisconsin's Pride Fest. They were celebrating their 30th year of Pride Fest. In preparing for what I was going to say at that opening ceremony, I reflected on how different things were 30 years ago in 1986. That was actually the year I was first elected to local office. And I didn't have a lot of colleagues who were in the LGBT community in America, let alone the world at that point in time. Boy, we've changed, we've seen such progress. But after celebrating the opening of Pride Fest in Milwaukee, I woke up on Sunday morning, as we all did, to this horrific tragedy in Orlando. A hate crime is a crime that targets a particular audience, a particular group, in order to send terror throughout that community, not just the victims, but all who share characteristics with the victims. And in a month, June, which is Pride Month, to usually celebrate how far we have come over oppression, over discrimination, over hate crimes, to wake up and see this was truly unspeakable. And back to the legislating we do on the Senate floor, I will be supporting a number of amendments on this appropriations bill, the one that I came to ask Senator Murphy about, but additionally, an amendment that would add resources to the Department of Justice to help both prevent and investigate and enforce our nation's hate crimes laws. And I hope those will earn votes also. I will be supporting the amendment of a colleague, Senator Casey from Pennsylvania, relating to including misdemeanor hate crimes in the list of offenses that should prohibit individuals from being able to acquire, possess weapons of war. But back to our focus right now. Our focus right now is on getting a vote on closing the terror gap, getting a vote on making sure that background checks occur with regard to every purchase, so that you can't be rejected from purchasing a weapon and then run to the internet and purchase a weapon that way, or run to a gun show and purchase a weapon that way outside of the background check system. One of the things that is so important, as I started by mentioning, was when the senator from Connecticut came to the floor and showed the faces and read the names and told the stories of the victims of gun violence, massacres in Connecticut and in locations all over the United States. And I have been so moved as I've had the opportunity to see the media begin to share with us information about the names and the lives of the 49 victims of this hateful attack. And through the chair, I want to ask Senator Murphy a question about these 49 victims of this tragedy. Luis Daniel Conde, 39 years old, and Juan P. Rivera Velasquez, 37 years old. Luis, originally from San Lorenzo, Puerto Rico, was with his loving partner, Juan P. Rivera Velasquez, at Pulse. Both men were killed in the shooting. Luis was known by his loved ones as a fun-loving person with a great sense of humor. Juan, also originally from Puerto Rico, was the owner of the Magazine Salon and Spa in Kissimmee, Florida. Simon Andrew Carrillo Fernandez was 31, and Oscar A. Montero was 26. Simon was a manager at McDonald's who was well-loved. He was known for bringing in cakes to celebrate birthdays of each and every employee. Simon and his partner Oscar were killed just after returning home from vacation in Niagara Falls. Christopher Andrew Leinonen, 32 years old, and Juan Ramon Guerrero, 22 years old. Christopher Andrew, who went by Drew, was with his partner, Juan Ramon, at the time of the shooting. Both men died. Drew had a bachelor's and master's degree from the University of Central Florida and founded a gay-straight alliance in his high school. Akira Monet Murray. Akira was 18 and a recent graduate of West Catholic Preparatory High School in Philadelphia, where she was a top student and a top athlete on the women's basketball team. She had recently signed to play at Mercyhurst College in Pennsylvania. Jean Carlos Mendez Perez was 35, and Luis Daniel Wilson Leon was 37. Jean and Luis were loving partners. Both men were killed in the shooting. The families of both men took to Facebook to share their love and sadness. Edward Sotomayor Jr. was 34. Edward handled brand management for Al and Chuck Travel, an agency that plans vacations for the LGBTQ community. On hearing the news of Edward's death, his boss, Al Ferguson, spent time with Edward's family at the hospital. He died while urging his partner to exit the club doors to get to safety. Leroy Valentin Fernandez. Leroy was 25 years old. He was a leasing agent at an Orlando apartment complex and a vibrant performer who loved Beyonce, Adele, and Jennifer Lopez. His friend described her grief. It just feels very quiet now. Rodolfo Ayala, 33. Rodolfo was a biologics assistant at the One Blood Donation Center. a donation center that has been working to supply blood to the survivors of the shooting. His friend described him as compassionate and said that he loved his career. Brenda Lee Marquez McCool, 49 years old. Brenda was a two-time cancer survivor and real estate agent. She was a mother of 11 and was at Pulse with one of her sons for a night of dancing. Angel Luis Candelario Padro. Angel was 28. He moved to Orlando from Chicago and started a job as an ophthalmic technician only 4 days before the shooting. He's from Puerto Rico and described himself online as adventurous, easygoing, and responsible. Antonio Davon Brown. Antonio was a captain in the U.S. Army Reserve. He had previously been a member of the Army Officers Training Corps at Florida A&M University. He was 29. Stanley Almodovar III, age 23. Originally from Massachusetts, Stanley worked as a pharmacy technician in Claremont, Florida. Friends have been taking to social media to comment on his bubbly and down-to-earth personality. Amanda Alvear. Amanda was 25. Amanda was a beloved
one moment, please. I do not know what's going on. Give me 2 seconds to figure out why we lost that feed. One moment, please.
His brother took to Facebook to share his grief. The world lost an amazing soul today. God just got one of the best angels. Anthony Luis Disla. Anthony was 25. He was a graduate of the University of the Sacred Heart in Puerto Rico, Santurce, where he studied education. He was also a well-known drag artist in Orlando, performing as Alanis Laurel. Deonka Deirdre Drayton, age 32. Deonka was known as Dee Dee and was working at Pulse when the massacre occurred, according to a family member. Senseless, her aunt wrote on Facebook. Rest in peace, Dee Dee. Know this, Auntie will miss you. Mercedes Marisol Flores. She was age 26. Mercedes was at Pulse with her friend, Amanda Alvear, when the shooting occurred. She was a student at Valencia Community College and worked at the local Target. Peter O. Gonzalez Cruz. Peter was 22. Peter worked at UPS and spent his high school years in New Jersey. On Facebook, his mother thanked everyone for reaching out and expressed deep and immense pain at the loss of her son. Miguel Angel Honorato. Miguel was 30, a resident of Apopka, Florida. Miguel worked for Fajita Mex Mexican Catering. On Facebook, his brother wrote, I can't face the fact that my blood brother is gone. May your soul rest in peace, brother. I love you so much. Javier Jorge Reyes was age 40. Javier of Orlando worked as a supervisor at Gucci. He was originally from Guayama, Puerto Rico, and studied at the Universidad del Sagrado Corazon. Said one Facebook friend, your energy and love of life and of all things beautiful was infectious. You were one of a kind, end quote. Jason Benjamin Josephat. Jason was 19 and an ambitious young man with many passions: computers, athletics, and photography. Jason's uncle described him as very excited about his journey. Eddie Justice. Eddie Justice was 30 years old. He was an accountant and loved to make other people smile. He was able to text his mother right before he died on Sunday, saying that he loved her and to call the police. Alejandro Barrios Martinez, age 21. A Cuban news source identified Alejandro and spoke with his family and friends, who described him as always very positive. He was able to contact his family at Pulse before he died. Gilberto Ramon Silva Menendez, age 25. Gilberto studied healthcare management at Ana G. Mendez University and worked as a sales associate at Speedway. He was originally from Manatí, Puerto Rico. KJ Morris. KJ was 37 years old. KJ was a bouncer at Pulse, known for her excellent dancing, an amazing smile that could light up a room. She previously lived in Massachusetts. Luis Omar Ocasio-Capo. Omar, age 20, loved to dance and dreamed of becoming a performer. He grew up in Nashville, Tennessee, and worked at a local Target and Starbucks. Eric Ivan Ortiz Rivera, age 36. Originally from Puerto Rico, Eric worked at a Party City and Sunglasses Hut. He had been married about a year, and on Sunday morning, his husband frantically called friends and family when he couldn't connect with Eric. Joel Rayon Panangua. Joel was 32 years old, loved dancing, and is remembered as humble and cheerful. He was also a religious man and attended church in Winter Gardens. Enrico L. Rios, Jr., age 25. Enrique was from Brooklyn, New York, and he was vacationing in Orlando at the time of the attack. He'd been working as a coordinator at True Care Home Health Care and studied social work at St. Francis College. His mother and her family has been torn apart. Javier Emmanuel Serrano Rosado. Javier was 35 years old. He was the father of a young son and worked as an entertainer at Splash Bar in Panama City Beach, Florida. He was a mentor to many of his coworkers who described him as quick with a smile. Shane Evan Tomlinson, age 33. Shane was a gifted singer who performed as the frontman for the band Frequency. He had a vibrant and charismatic stage presence and was at Pulse following a performance at a local club. Martin Benitez Torres. Martin was 33 years old and from San Juan, Puerto Rico, where he studied at the Ana G. Mendez University System. He was in Orlando visiting family. Frankie Jimmy de Jesus Velasquez, age 50. Frankie was a visual merchandiser at Forever 21 and studied at Inter-American University in Puerto Rico. His family took to Facebook to share their love of Frankie, saying, "What happened in Orlando affects all of us because it is an act of hate against the freedom to be who you are." Luis S. Vielma. Luis was 22, a student at Seminole State College, and worked as an operator for Universal Studios, Harry Potter, and the Forbidden Journey ride. Gerald Arthur Wright. Gerald was 31 and was employed at Walt Disney World and was well loved by both of his families, his biological one and his Disney family. He was at Pulse to celebrate a friend's birthday. Tevin Eugene Crosby. Tevin was a Michigan native and 25 years old. He was the ambitious owner of Total Entrepreneurs Concepts. He was visiting Orlando after traveling to watch his nieces and nephews graduate. Jonathan Antonio Camoy Vega. Jonathan was 24 and worked for a Spanish TV network as a producer of a popular children's talent competition. He was a member of the National Association of Hispanic Journalists in Puerto Rico before he moved to Florida. Jean Carlos Nieves Rodriguez was 27, a manager at a local McDonald's. He was known for being incredibly dependable. His closest friends describe him as just a caring, loving guy, just like a big teddy bear. Yilmari Rodriguez Sullivan, age 24. Yilmari was a wife, a sister, and mother of 2 sons, Yariel and Sergio. Her sister described her as the most loving and caring person you could ever meet, saying her smile lit up the room and her laughter brought a smile to your heart. Frankie Hernandez Escalante. Frankie was a loving big brother who taught his little sisters how to walk in heels and do their hair and makeup. Frankie has a tattoo on his upper right arm reading, "Love has no gender." And Frankie moved to Orlando from Louisiana. Enrique L. Rios Jr., age 25. Enrique from Brooklyn, New York, was vacationing in Orlando at the time of the attack. He'd been working as a coordinator at True Care Home Health Care and studied social work at St. Francis College. His mother describes that their family has been torn apart. There are 3 more names that I will read and tell you just a little bit about, who lost their lives in that massacre on early Sunday morning in Orlando. Paul Terrell Henry was 41, and Paul was planning to return to college. He was a Chicago native and loved dancing and playing pool. He had 2 children, including a daughter who had just graduated from high school. Christopher Joseph Sanfilez, 24. Christopher worked at a local bank and was known for having a positive outlook on life. He was very close to his family and told family members earlier in the weekend that he planned to go to Pulse with Friends. Geraldo A. Ortiz Jimenez, age 25. Geraldo, known as Drake Ortiz to his closest friend, was originally from Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic and studied law at the Universidad del Este in Carolina. Now, through the chair, I'd like to ask Senator Murphy a question about the 45 victims of this tragedy. Senator, as someone who has come to this floor, read the names, shared the images, and told the stories of so many, in our country who have lost their lives to gun violence. You agree that the time to act is now, and our thoughts and prayers for their deaths are important, but not enough.
I thank the senator for the time she's taken to talk about each of these beautiful individuals, these young men and women who went to a dance club to celebrate their lives and their friends and Pride Month, and who will never, ever walk the face of this earth again. Their friends and family will never get to celebrate these individuals' lives. And it's a reminder, as you talk about who these people are individually, that as much as we talk about statistics, the 30,000 who die every year, the 80 a day, this is about these lives. And that you could tell the story for each one of them of 20 other people whose lives will never be the same because of this tragedy. And you could put nearly 2 of those charts up every single day. And that's what's so scary, Senator Baldwin, is that we are fixated on this tragedy because of its uniqueness and its horrificness. But you could put up that chart every other day. And it's important to tell their stories, to tell who they were, because hopefully that's part of the imperative for us to act. Thank you, Senator Baldwin. Senator Udall has been patient and on the floor, and I know we have others that are waiting to speak, so let me yield for a question to Senator Udall, who's been a great friend in this issue, without losing my right to the floor.
Thank you, Senator Murphy, and I really appreciate your leadership and your effort to see that the United States Senate addresses common sense gun legislation. And probably, you know, it's around the hour when people are getting home and they're wondering why we're here, why the senators choosing to hold the floor in this extended debate. And people should know our nation has seen a string of gun tragedies. The senator's home state of Connecticut saw the horrific Sandy Hook shooting of young children. In San Bernardino, we saw an ISIL-inspired terrorist attack. This terrorist slaughtered his former co-workers and innocent people. In Orlando, a disturbed man, perhaps inspired by ISIL, murdered 49 people in cold blood. This was an assault on the LGBT community, a hate crime. And in the last week in my home state of New Mexico, we've seen some terrible gun tragedies. A man is now accused of murdering his wife and 4 children in Roswell, New Mexico. There are so many tragedies, they all have different reasons. But one thing that almost all of us agree on is that we must do more to keep dangerous weapons out of the hands of people who mean harm to others or to themselves. You should have to pass a background check to buy a gun. And if you are a risk to others because of a history of making threats or because you may be affiliated with a known terrorist organization, law enforcement should be able to step in and prevent you from buying weapons. So, the Senator, the first thing I wanted to ask for people who are just tuning in right now, what are the 2 amendments that you're seeking to vote on today, and how would they help stem this tide of horrific violence that we're seeing across the country, and as you have continually pointed out, happens every day?
I thank the senator for the question. It's simple. We're asking for the 2 sides of the aisle here to come together and bring us votes on a bill that would prevent individuals who are on the terrorist watch list, the no-fly list, to prevent them from being able to purchase firearms. And then second, to expand out those purchases that are covered by background checks to the places where gun sales have migrated, which is largely gun shows and internet sales. These are both measures that are supported broadly by the American public. And to the senator from New Mexico, we're asking, for more than just votes on these measures. We think there's common ground that can be achieved. I mean, we don't think there's any excuse why we can't come together and figure out a way to get these passed. We've taken votes in the past, and votes are important, and a vote would be important if we took it. But what would be more important is to bridge our differences. There are plenty of people who aren't on the floor today who can make that happen so that we can pass legislation rather than just debate and vote on it. I yield to the senator for an additional question.
Does the senator, and I would ask this through the chair, my offices in New Mexico today have received many calls asking why Democrats are on the floor debating the Second Amendment. And I'd like to ask the senator from Connecticut if this is an accurate assessment of today's debate. It's my understanding, and I believe most of my colleagues would agree, that the Supreme Court has settled this issue. Congress can't take away that right. President Obama can't take away that right. What we're doing here today is taking steps to ensure that dangerous people are not able to buy a gun. Is that the senator's understanding?
I thank the senator for this clarification. I, in fact, don't think there's anything about this debate that we're having that's as they would describe it, a debate about the Second Amendment. There's no dispute that the Second Amendment now, in the wake of the Heller decision, guarantees the right of an individual to own a firearm. That is the law of the land. But that same decision very explicitly makes it clear that it is within the right of Congress to put parameters around that right to make sure, for instance, that criminals or would-be criminals don't get access to firearms. And so this certainly is not a debate about the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment is clear. Right now, as interpreted by the Supreme Court, it guarantees an individual's right to a firearm with reasonable conditions placed upon it by Congress. And so we are simply debating the extension of a widely accepted condition on the Second Amendment, which is the inability of criminals, and as we are debating today, individuals on the terrorist watch list to own a gun.
Thank you, Senator Murphy. And
yield to the senator for a question.
I would ask an additional question here. Last week, several of us announced the We the People government reform package, and I plan to introduce that bill tomorrow. That bill includes several pieces. It has Senator Whitehouse's Disclose Act, which would require mandatory disclosure of all special interest campaign donations. It also includes my good friend Senator Bennett's legislation to strengthen lobbying laws. And I bring this up because I think it highlights the reason for Congress's inaction on gun violence. We've been here before after the tragedy in your state, Senator Murphy, of Sandy Hook. We stood here and debated many of the same issues: expanding background checks, closing the gun show loophole, limiting the capacity of magazines, things that should have been passed but weren't. And I'd like to ask my friend from Connecticut, do you think our inability to pass common sense gun safety legislation is in any way connected to the flood of money in our campaigns from special interests?
I thank the senator for the question. I think the flood of special interest money into politics is the answer for why lots of things don't happen here. Frankly, it's also the answer for why a lot of things do happen here. And so I think you are spot on through the chair to Senator Udall that part and parcel of this conversation is a conversation about reforming the way in which influence is exerted in this place. Something's wrong when 90% of the American public say that they want expanded background checks. Something wrong when 75% of the American public say that they want people on the no-fly list to be prohibited from buying guns, and we don't act on it. I can't give you specific diagnosis as to why that is, but it certainly speaks to the need for the reform that you're talking about.
Senator, I would ask just one additional question through the chair. Many New Mexicans live in very rural areas near the border with Mexico. Carrying a gun isn't unusual in these areas. It's a different way of life than in Connecticut or anywhere on the East Coast. For example, the entire state of Connecticut is about 5,500 square miles with a population of 3.5 million. Hidalgo County, one of our 33 counties in southwest New Mexico, is almost 3,500 square miles and has a population of less than 5,000. Many of the ranches there are tens of thousands of acres. They're in the remote Boot Heel area of the state, a region that is divided by mountain ranges and borders on Mexico on two sides. So I understand why many New Mexicans feel safer carrying a firearm. They might be miles from the closest help. It might take law enforcement a significant time to reach them. So I certainly don't want to do anything to infringe on their right to protect themselves with a firearm. But I would ask my friend from Connecticut, who's worked on this issue so long and understands this so well, would any of the proposals we're asking to get a vote on take away their rights to purchase or own a firearm?
I thank the Senator for the question. I'll forgive the disparagement of Connecticut's small size, but the answer, of course, is no. The only limitation would be that if any of those individuals were not permitted to fly because they were on the terrorist watch list, they would not be able to purchase a gun. But in 2015, there were only 200 some odd individuals who were on the no-fly list that attempted to buy a gun. Other than that limitation, and I imagine there are very few ranchers, I imagine there are no ranchers that are on that list, there are no limitations.
Appreciate that answer and yield the floor.
Thank you very much. I yield to my good friend, Senator from Colorado, for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Thank you. And I asked the Senator from Connecticut, though it's tempting to disparage the size of Connecticut from being from Colorado, I certainly won't do that. But I'd ask through the chair, Senator, what is the biggest concern you've heard about requiring universal background checks on gun sales?
I thank the Senator for that question. I talked with Senator Manchin about this earlier today. Much of the concern is that I hear from individuals is that it is somehow a slippery slope that eventually leads to the government confiscating weapons. And that is a mythology that has been created out of whole cloth by individuals that have something to gain from selling a story of perpetual fear of the government. And of course, there's no evidence over the history of the National Criminal Instant Background Check System that that is the case. And so I think that the root of people's opposition is in a fear about a hidden agenda from the government, which, as you and I know, is simply not the truth. All the criminal background check system is there to do is to protect the public by keeping guns out of the hands of violent criminals. I yield for another question.
I appreciate the answer to that question. I come to the floor today to share some of the experience in Colorado and to ask the Senator from Connecticut a question or two. I want to say first how sorry I am to the people of Orlando and the people of Florida for the tragedy that has befallen them. And on Sunday morning when I got up and opened the paper on my device and saw at that time that 20 people had been killed, and then quickly it grew to 50, I could only remember the shock when we had the shootings in the Aurora movie theater, and I know the Senator from Connecticut had the tremendous shock of the killings of these elementary school children in Newtown, Connecticut. And I thought, as I always do when this happens, that my brother or sister could have been in there, my mother or father could have been in there, my son, actually my daughters, one of my daughters could have been in there, and the feeling that somebody must have when they know they're never going to see their loved one again. And I was fortunate, obviously, not to be in that circumstance, but on Sunday morning, Susan, my wife, and I were meant to take my 11-year-old daughter, our youngest daughter, to camp. And the only thing I was trying to do before we got her there was make sure she didn't see the news, make sure she didn't hear about what happened, make sure that she didn't leave her parents feeling the anxiety that they felt after Newtown happened, the horror that they felt after Aurora happened, the knowledge that they're growing up in a country unlike the country we grew up in, where children have a reasonable fear that something like this could happen to them. And our experience in Colorado, as the Senator knows, on July 20th, 2012, a gunman walked into a crowded theater in Aurora, people that are there just to watch the show, and killed 12 innocent people, just like the innocent people who were killed on Sunday morning, or the children killed at Newtown. 58 wounded from the gunfire. We lost 12 lives. people full of life and aspirations, loved by family and friends. I've read their names on this floor. I've talked about who they were on this floor. But unlike Washington, in Colorado, our legislators actually rose to the occasion to take some tough decisions, which is why I'm asking this line of questions to the senator from Connecticut. They got together and they actually strengthened our background check system. Colorado's legislature closed the gun show loophole and the internet loophole and required a background check for every gun sale. What's happened? Let me give you an example. In 2015, the stronger background check system blocked 7,000, I want to be precise about this, 7,714 people from buying guns. That may sound like a lot. 350,000 people applied for guns in Colorado in 2015. That's just over 2% of the people that applied for guns. 98% of the people that applied got their guns. By the way, Mr. President, I have in my report a report from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation that on a monthly basis publishes all of this data so everybody in Connecticut, in Colorado, can see what's going on. And it has, among other things, the average wait time, the average time it takes over the internet to get this check done. It's 9 minutes in Colorado. It's 9 minutes to get that background check. And more important than the percentage, which of course is a low percentage, is who's in the percentage. We have murderers who have been denied guns. We have rapists who have been denied guns. We have domestic abusers in that 2% who have been denied guns. We have kidnappers who have been denied guns. Is there anybody who's going to come to the floor of the United States Senate and say that Colorado is worse off because we've kept guns out of the hands of murderers or kidnappers or rapists? And this isn't mythical. This is the actual fact of what's going on in a Western state that has background checks. Nobody here can come here and argue that we're not safer because these people who shouldn't have had a gun don't have a gun, this 2%. But in stark contrast, this is why I came to the floor tonight, in stark contrast to what the Colorado legislature did after the Aurora shooting, this Congress has done nothing after Newtown, after Aurora, after Orlando, done nothing. Time and again, we return to this shooter after a mass shooting, yet are unable to do the simple things, like close the gun show loophole once and for all. That's not about taking guns away from people who already have guns. That's about keeping guns out of the hands of people that shouldn't have guns. And if your state's like my state, that's going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 2% of the people who came to get a gun permit or applied for a gun permit. And the least we can do is close the terrorism loophole that allows terrorists on the watch list or people that are on the watch list to buy a weapon. That makes no sense at all, and I think the American people clearly agree with that. The American people clearly support background checks. 90% of the American people believe we should strengthen the background checks we have. So I would simply close by thanking my colleagues who are here today. It's a particular privilege to be here with my two colleagues from New Mexico, and thank the senator from Connecticut for his leadership, and I will yield the floor.
Thank you, Senator from Colorado. I thank him for his passion on this issue and for, again, reminding us how personal this is when we think about, especially those of us with children. I would now yield for a question without losing my right to the floor to the senator from, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to add, I'm sorry if I could, one thing.
Please, Senator from Colorado, yield for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, it's Pride Month, and we have our Pride Parade this Sunday in Denver. And for the last 10 years, that's how we've celebrated Father's Day. Father's Day coincides with Denver's Pride Parade, and my wife and Susan and the girls all go. This Sunday, in the middle of the day, my phone rang. My daughter, my oldest daughter, was on a civil rights tour of the South with her choir. And we started talking about this. And she reminded me that we missed last year's Pride Parade because we were at the AME Shorter Church in Denver, worshiping with that congregation in the wake of the shootings in Charleston. She was the one that had to remind me of that, but once she did, you know, it was another reminder of how searing these experiences are for the next generation of Americans. So I thank my colleagues. I yield the floor.
I thank my colleague, and he's right. Charleston was almost a year to the day, but it's hard to keep track of when these year anniversaries occur because we're now having year and 2 year and 3 year and 4 year anniversaries of major epidemic mass shootings almost every month. We're coming up on 4 years in Sandy Hook this December. I thank the Senator. I now yield for a question to the Senator from Hawaii without losing my right to the floor.
I thank the Senator from Connecticut for yielding his time for a question without yielding the floor. And I want to join all of the people of Hawaii in expressing our deep sadness and condolences to the family and friends of all those who lost their lives and who were injured in this tragedy in Orlando. Our entire country shares in your grief. Like everyone who has spoken today, I'm saddened and outraged by what occurred in Orlando this past weekend. One of the victims, Kimberly KJ Morris, moved to Orlando from Hawaii just 2 months ago to take care of her mother and grandmother in Florida. KJ's grandmother, Emma Johnson, said, quote, knowing her, she would be trying to help everybody get out instead of running for her life. That's the type of person she is, end quote. The lives of KJ and others led were cut tragically short. Meanwhile, Congress has been unwilling to act to keep guns out of the hands of people who shouldn't have them. I want to commend my colleague from Connecticut for his leadership on this important issue. He has been on the floor of the Senate week after week, month after month, calling on us to enact sensible gun legislation to keep our communities safe and to save lives. I shared a transition office with Senator Murphy in the days following the Newtown attack, and I saw his dedication and passion on this issue firsthand. In his first speech on the Senate floor, the senator from Connecticut said, quote, I never imagined that my maiden speech would be about guns or gun violence. Just like I could never imagine I'd be standing here in the wake of 20 little kids having died in Sandy Hook, or 6 adults who protected them, but sometimes issues find you, end quote. We all share his heartbreak that of all issues, this is the one that found him. But I'm proud to stand with him and with all of my colleagues and with all the children, families, and communities affected by the gun violence epidemic in our country. I agree with my colleagues wholeheartedly when they say that it is no longer the time for thoughts, for prayers, for reflection. It is a time for action. In Hawaii, we have one of the lowest firearm death rates in the entire country. This is not an accident. Our elected leaders in Hawaii and community have recognized that our laws should balance the interests of responsible gun owners with the interests of public safety. And of course, we need to do more, so much more, on the federal level. I supported the Manchin-Toomey bill to close the gaping loopholes in our background check system before guns can be purchased. And I also strongly support Senator Feinstein's bill to prevent people on the terror watch list from purchasing a gun. Now is the time for action on these measures. Today, on this bill before us. Otherwise, the carnage in our country will continue. This year alone, 6,093 people have been killed by guns in our country. This includes 125 people who were killed by guns in the 3.5 days since Orlando. 125 more people have died since Orlando. If we stood here and provided 6,093 victims a minute of silence, we'd be standing here for 4 days, 5 hours, and 33 minutes. Moments of silence are not enough. I would like to ask my colleague from Connecticut a question. What kind of message are we sending to communities around the country if we once again do nothing to make our country safer?
I thank the senator for the question. I think it's a very dangerous message. I think it's a message about the complete inability of this body to deal with big, important questions of the day. There's no doubt we have disagreements. There's no doubt that there's a different approach on this side of the aisle than there is on the other side of the aisle. Now, we've proffered the two policy proposals that are the easiest to find common ground on. But there's a host of other things that we would like that we know that it's going to be much more difficult to get consensus on the other side. What is so damaging about not doing anything, and frankly, what's so offensive about not even scheduling a debate, is that we are admitting that this place doesn't have the capacity and the ability to deal with the big questions that are on people's minds. People are scared right now. They're scared, having watched what happened in Orlando and what happened in San Bernardino. You heard the letter or the voicemail that Senator McCaskill transcribed for us about a 14-year-old girl who didn't know whether she was going to be able to live out her dreams because she thought that gun violence was going to sweep over her community. And so it is so damaging to this country to leave people exposed to this potential terror, but it is also damaging to the reputation of this body, which is about as low as you can get already if we don't act. And I yield back for any other questions.
For your response, what could be more fundamental a job for government than to keep our people and our communities safe? I yield the floor.
Thank you. I thank you for yielding back, and I thank you for the questions. I'm thankful that my friend from New Mexico, Senator Heinrich, has joined us, and I would yield to him for a question without losing my right to the floor.
I have several questions that I'd like to ask Senator Murphy through the chair today, but I want to start by thanking my friend Chris Murphy. I'm really proud to call him a colleague. I am proud of seeing him take this stand. I'm proud that he is forcing us to have this conversation. You know, we all get sent here by our constituents to make tough decisions and to find the truth and to find a path forward. And I'm really proud of him for not letting this go quietly with just another moment of silence and no action. I think since Sunday, most of us have been walking around feeling literally sick to our stomachs with a sickness that's not going away. I know our whole country is just so weary of seeing shooting after shooting and not seeing action and change and something meaningful from all of us. You know, I was really proud to see my constituents fill Morningside Park and Albuquerque and Pioneer Women's Park in Las Cruces and the Plaza in Santa Fe, St. Andrew's Episcopal Church in Roswell, Orchard Park in Farmington, all to remember the victims in Orlando and to say to their families, we are not going to forget them, and to say that to that entire community that when the LGBT community is attacked, really all of us are attacked. And so I came down here because I can't believe that we're going to let this happen again and not change something. And that goes to what I want to ask the senator from Connecticut about. I'm here because I know that we can take tangible steps to make our country safer again. Steps that are not a burden to gun owners like me. And Senator Murphy and I have talked about this at length. We're friends, our families are friends, our kids are friends. This is not about creating a burden for law-abiding gun owners. It's not about a threat to the Second Amendment. What has become clear is that there are simply critical junctures where we have to be able to identify those who would do us harm. You know, whether it's a young person drastically losing their way or a potential terrorist who is intent on doing harm to others, there are times when we have to be able to step in. Now, it is no secret that I have always believed that law-abiding citizens should be able to own firearms for sport, for self-defense. A lot of New Mexicans do just that and do it with incredible responsibility, but I simply can't stand by and let this pass with just another moment of silence. It's personal. You know, as a parent of a 13-year-old, as a parent of a 9-year-old, and watching what happened at Sandy Hook in Senator Murphy's home state, without believing there must be something more that we can do, I find it so frustrating that kids today in elementary school and middle school have to do things that we never had to do when we were growing up. Practice sheltering in place and what happens in an active shooter situation. Our kids simply shouldn't have to do that. So I think we owe it to the American people to take real action, to reduce the violence in our communities. And I truly believe that keeping guns out of the hands of people who are frankly legally prohibited from having them is just such common sense. The fact that we're arguing about this is a little bit unfathomable. But that's all we're talking about with background checks. That's what background checks do. That's what closing the terror gap would do. You know, I can't tell you how many times I have been through the background check process. And I want to ask Senator Murphy through the chair, if I have to pass a background check to buy a deer rifle, why shouldn't firearm sales made on the internet or at a gun show require such a simple procedure that makes sure that law-abiding people have access to firearms and make sure that people who aren't law-abiding, who have been convicted of a felony, who are on the, you know, potentially could be on the terrorist watch list, and we're going to talk a little bit about closing that gap. Why shouldn't we make sure that all of our firearms sales cut a clear and decisive line between the law-abiding and those who have lost their rights through the actions that they have taken?
I thank the senator for his question, and I really appreciate him outlining at the beginning of his question that not only is the senator from New Mexico a gun owner, but he's a proud gun owner. He's an active hunter and somebody who cares very deeply about Second Amendment rights. And his question is spot on. Why would you have a system that requires Senator Martin Heinrich to go get a background check when you buy a gun at a gun store, but not require an individual to get a background check when they buy a gun at a gun show? And the reality is that when this law was passed, the intention was for the background check to cover almost all commercial sales in the country. But it was passed at a time when almost all commercial sales were being done in gun stores. What has happened is since that law was passed, gun sales have migrated, you know, for reasons that you can understand, away from bricks and mortar stores onto internet sales and to these gun shows. And so really all we're asking, I guess, is for the text of the law to basically re-up on the original law's intent. The Manchin-Toomey bill, for instance, you know, still doesn't contemplate, you know, a sale of a gun from a father to a son or from a neighbor to a neighbor to be subject to a background check. But if you are advertising your gun on the internet or you are going to an organized marketed gun sale, then you should go through that background check. And I saw you nodding when Senator Bennett mentioned that the average background check takes under 10 minutes. And so some people say, oh, we can't have background checks, it's so onerous. No, everybody that's gone through a background check, can tell you that you are, by and large, in and out of there in a very short amount of time. And frankly, the people who aren't in and out of there in a short amount of time, sometimes that's for a reason. And that's important to remember. So I yield for additional questions.
Well, I want to get to a second question, but I want to say that's absolutely accurate. I can tell you that I don't think it's ever taken me more than 15 minutes to go through that process. And as a law-abiding gun owner, as somebody who's taught my kids how to be responsible with firearms, I don't want criminals to be in possession of firearms. I don't want someone who has been convicted of domestic violence to be in possession of firearms. This is about separating the law-abiding from terrorists and criminals. What could be more common sense? So if you look at federal law, it literally identifies 10 categories of individuals who today are prohibited from shipping or transporting or receiving firearms or even ammunition because we have made the judgment through our judicial system and through our laws that they present a threat to public safety. I mean, this list includes convicted felons, as it should. It includes fugitives. It includes drug addicts, people who are committed to mental health institutions. It includes undocumented immigrants. It includes anyone who's received a dishonorable discharge from the military, someone who has renounced their U.S. citizenship, or someone with a restraining order for domestic violence or misdemeanor convictions for domestic violence. And finally, it includes anyone who's under a felony indictment. And to me, the Second Amendment that Senator Murphy was speaking of, the Second Amendment, not to the Constitution, but the Second Amendment to this bill, it speaks to whether it shouldn't be true that someone who is suspected of terrorism should not be considered as unfit to own and use a firearm legally as someone who has been dishonorably discharged or has renounced their U.S. citizenship. And we're talking about people who have gotten on the no-fly list, for example, for some very real reasons. So I want to ask Senator Murphy through the chair that if the FBI or our intelligence community believes that someone is such an imminent threat that they are so dangerous that we cannot allow them to board a commercial airliner, shouldn't they also be prohibited from buying a gun? Or shouldn't we at least let the Attorney General flag that sale and do something about it?
I thank the Senator for the question. The amendment that's been filed by Senator Feinstein is pretty plain in its wording. It says that the Attorney General can deny the transfer of a firearm based on the totality of circumstances, that the transferee represents a direct threat to public safety based on a reasonable suspicion that the transferee is engaged or has been engaged in conduct constituting in preparation for, in aid of, or related to terrorism, or provided material support or resources thereof. There's not a single member coming down to this floor and suggesting that people that are on the no-fly list today should be taken off of it because their right to fly has been abridged, or that there are names on the list that shouldn't be. That would be ludicrous. No one is going to suggest that we should allow people who meet that criteria be allowed to fly in this country. And so why on earth would we allow them to purchase a gun? I would hope that our colleagues would take a close look at this language that Senator Feinstein has filed. It's different from her initial amendment. It's very clear and straightforward that if you are deemed to be a potential threat to the United States because of connections to terrorists, you probably shouldn't be buying dangerous assault weapons. I yield for a question.
And isn't it true, to Senator Murphy through the chair, that there are due process protections in this amendment, so that if someone were to find themselves on a list, that there is a right to redress, so that we ensure not only that terrorists can't simply walk into a gun store or go online and buy firearms, but also so that there is due process.
And I thank the senator for that question, because that's kind of the, you know, the red herring that gets thrown into this mix, is that, you know, yes, we all agree that we don't think that people who are on the no-fly list should get guns, but it's about the mistakes that are made there. No, there is, in Senator Feinstein's amendment, I know she'll speak to it over the course of the debate, there is a process for individuals to remedy any erroneous denial of a firearm. So there is going to be an explicit process set up with which to do that. And, you know, I think Senator McCaskill said this earlier. She, you know, remarked at the bipartisan reverence that is showered upon law enforcement. And that's wonderful that we support our members of law enforcement. But then why don't we trust them to make decisions about when they have information that would make them very worried about a specific individual buying a firearm? Why don't we trust them to make that decision if we all agree that we trust them to make other decisions to keep us safe? Yielding for additional questions.
You know, I was looking at updated data from the Government Accountability Office that sort of leads to my next question, and it shows that known or suspected terrorists pass a background check to purchase a firearm or to purchase explosives 91% of the time. The terrorists themselves have actually identified this weakness. They know it exists. We see this, you know, I sit on the Intel Committee, and we look at what they communicate to each other so that we can learn how to make our country safer. There was an Al-Qaeda video in 2011 that literally instructs potential terrorists to take advantage of our incomplete background check system. There have been a number of terrorist attacks in recent years where giving the Attorney General the authority to prohibit a suspected terrorist from purchasing a firearm could have at least thrown up meaningful barriers. And I think most notable was the horrendous Fort Hood shooting in 2009, where Major Nidal Hassan was able to pass a background check and buy a handgun, even though he was under an active FBI investigation for links to terrorism. He went on to shoot and kill 13 people. He wounded 30 others. So if we're saying that whole categories of other people present such a public safety threat and shouldn't have access to firearms, I just can't believe that we shouldn't at least give the Attorney General the ability to put terrorists on the same do-not-buy list. Why wouldn't we do that, Senator Murphy?
Thank you, Senator Heinrich. It's hard to understand why we wouldn't do that, especially when, as you noted, when people on that list go in and buy a gun, they are almost universally successful in walking away with that weapon. It doesn't happen very often. I mean, let's be realistic about what the numbers are. I think I read them earlier, and there were, from 2004 to 2014, 2,233 instances where suspected terrorists attempted to purchase a gun. And as you said, 91% of those instances, they were successful. So, you know, you're only talking about 200 or so incidences a year. Now, of course, those are the only ones we know about, because those are the ones that actually went through a background check. We don't actually know about all the people on the no-fly list who tried to buy a weapon successfully online or at a gun show. We know about these that rated about 200 a year. But the reality is that terrorists today who are trying to perpetrate attacks on American citizens, lately they have not been using a bomb or an explosive device to carry out that attack. They have been using weapons, in the latest attack, an assault weapon. And so, you know, we should just wake up to the weapon of choice of terrorist attackers and adopt this common sense measure. Yield for a question.
Well, I have one last question for my colleague from Connecticut, and this one's probably the hardest one, is simply why is this so hard? And, you know, I stand here as a gun owner. I have looked at each of these amendments through the lens of what it means to be a law-abiding gun owner in this country, with both rights and responsibilities. That's why we have hunter safety before we ever go out into the field as a 12-year-old or a 13-year-old. And I just don't see anything in these two amendments that is an unreasonable burden to someone like myself. So why is it so hard to even have this conversation on the floor of the Senate? Why is it so hard to get a vote? And more importantly, why is it so hard to change these policies and these laws to try to make our country just a little bit safer?
I guess, Senator Heinrich, if I had the 100% correct answer to that question, we probably wouldn't be sitting here because we would have probably figured out how to solve it. And it's just such a unique issue in the American public sphere today where 90% of the American public wants something to happen and this body won't do it. It's only controversial in the United States Congress. It's not controversial in people's living rooms. It's frankly not controversial in gun clubs, right? I mean, you sit in a gun club and talk about whether a person who's been suspected of ties to terrorists should be able to buy a gun. There's a consensus there too. So we talked about the cornucopia of reasons why this doesn't happen. It's part a story of influence of the gun lobby. It's part a misinterpretation of the nature of the Second Amendment. It's part a belief that more guns make people safer, which the data does not show you. It's part an answer in how voters prioritize the things they care about, that the 10% that doesn't agree is calling into people's offices at a level that the 90% aren't. And lastly, in part, it's an indictment of us. It's an indictment of those of us who have just let business as usual run on this floor, mass shooting after mass shooting. And the reason why we have chosen to do something exceptional, which is to hold up work on the CJS appropriations bill until we get an agreement to move forward on these two issues, is because we have something to answer for here as well. Maybe we haven't fought as hard as we should in order to get this done. And this may not get us there. I mean, we still need votes from Republicans. We can call for a vote, but we ultimately need them to vote yes on that. But at least we are showing the American public that we care as deeply as we should about ending this slaughter. And I'd be happy to yield for
I want to thank Senator Murphy for everything you've done on this issue and for not taking no for an answer. And I would yield back to Senator Murphy the rest of my time.
Thank you to the Senator, and I'm so glad to have my neighbor, Senator Whitehouse, joining us on the floor, and I would yield to him for a question without losing my right to the floor.
I'm delighted to be here, and before I ask my question, I just want to thank you for what you're doing. And I guess my first question would be, how are you doing? You've been on the floor for quite a while now, and I really appreciate it. And how do you feel?
Senator Whitehouse, when I was in my early 20s, I actually ruptured 2 discs in my back. So I spent a lot of time reworking my back in my later 20s to make sure that that wouldn't happen again. And that rigorous back work to repair my broken discs is paying off, I would say. I would yield to the gentleman from New Jersey for a question.
You were not asserting that you're still in your 20s, were you, sir?
I am no longer in my 20s, but I'm saying that early preventative work has paid off in the long run.
Thank you. I just wanted that clarification. Thank you very much.
Yield back to the senator from Rhode Island for a question.
We have some obligations here that we ought to meet, and that the American people would support us in meeting. And my question is that, do those obligations include not only strengthening our gun laws to make sure that certain individuals who should not purchase firearms are legally prevented from purchasing firearms? For instance, people convicted of violent hate crimes. I think Americans agree that that's not a class of people whose defense of their right to purchase firearms we should be rushing to defend, those who are suspected terrorists on the no-fly list, on the terrorist watch list. That seems to be a very reasonable group of people to take out of the list of folks who are allowed to purchase firearms. But if we just do those two things and we don't beef up the background checks, so that even if we do create a law that protects people who've committed violent hate crimes from being able to buy a firearm, and even if we do pass a law that prevents people from the terrorist watch list or the no-fly list from being able to buy a firearm, even if those laws are in place, is it not true that if all they have to do is go online to buy a gun, if all they have to do is to go to a gun show to buy a gun, that we have failed in our responsibility to protect the American people?
The gentleman is correct. Today, the estimates are that 40% of all gun sales happen outside of bricks and mortar stores. And the secret's out, that if you can't get a gun because of your criminal record, or in this case, because of your inclusion on the no-fly list, then, just circle back and find another way. All it takes is a quick internet search. All it takes is to plug in armslist.com, and you can get a weapon delivered to you in short order. If we don't close that loophole, that internet and gun show loophole, then simply denying terrorist guns at gun stores is a half measure.
Senator Murphy would yield for a question. That problem applies to a convicted felon who can right now get around the restriction and go and buy a gun through either of those loopholes, from online or from a gun show. It applies to a domestic violence abuser who is ordinarily prohibited but can easily get around it by going to a gun show or buying a gun online. It applies to someone who has been determined by a court to be dangerously mentally ill. So right now we have a system, as I understand it, where if you have been determined by a court to be dangerously mentally ill, if you go to a gun shop and go through the regular procedure, then your purchase of the gun will be interrupted. But all you have to do is go to a gun show, or all you have to do is go online, and you get around the restriction. Isn't that the state of play right now, even for convicted felons, domestic violence abusers, and people who have been adjudicated to be seriously mentally ill?
That is the state of play, Senator Whitehouse, and we had Senator Durbin on the floor earlier today telling the horrific tales of Chicago, in which the strong background checks laws in Illinois make almost no difference on the streets of Chicago, because the weak background checks laws of Indiana allow for individuals to go there and buy guns online or at gun shows and then ferry them back into the streets of Chicago. And so without that federal law that creates a uniform standard that you need to go through a background check through whatever commercial means that you attempt to buy a gun, then there are criminals every single day who are getting their hands on weapons, separate and aside, as you said, from this question of terrorist access.
So if the senator would yield for another question.
I would.
I have some statistics here that I find a little surprising, and I'd love to ask you about your explanation of them. And the statistics that I have are that 76% of gun owners and 71% of National Rifle Association members support prohibiting people on the terror watch list from purchasing guns. And yet, despite the fact that 76% of gun owners support putting people on the terror watch list on the list that doesn't allow them to buy firearms, and despite the fact that 71% of NRA members support putting terror watch list folks onto the ban list for buying firearms, that nevertheless the NRA has repeatedly opposed and attempted to block legislation that attempts to close the terrorist watch list gap. Do you have an explanation or a thought about why it is that when 3/4 of gun owners and nearly 3/4 of NRA members take one position, the organization is taking a completely different position from what their members support and from what gun owners support across America?
Senator Whitehouse, you've asked the $64,000 question in a way, and I can hazard a guess. And my guess would be this, that the nature of gun ownership has changed over the years. It used to be that over 50% of Americans own guns, and most of them only own one gun, but the majority of Americans actually own guns some 30 years ago. Today, that number is rapidly decreasing. Now, 30-some-odd% of Americans own guns, and it means the nature of the industry is changing. It means that the industry now has to sell a smaller number of individuals a larger number of weapons. And so part of the marketing technique by the industry, and the industry is essentially equated to the NRA, it is the industry that funds the NRA in substantial part. Part of the marketing necessity of the industry is to create this belief in the government any day approaching your house to confiscate your weapons. And so every initiative to just try to enact common sense gun laws is distorted by the industry as just another attempt to get closer to the day in which black helicopters swoop down on your house and steal away all of your weapons. And of course, that's not what we're going at here. That has nothing to do with our agenda. We simply want people who are on the terrorist watch list to not be able to buy guns and for criminals to not be able to buy guns. But because the industry needs this perpetual fear of government in order to sell more weapons, I think that there has been a desire upon the NRA to not listen to its membership and instead listen to its industry members and feed this sense of dread about the secret intentions of the federal government.
And if the senator would yield for another question, it's my understanding that this position that the NRA takes against any and every, even very reasonable gun safety measure, and very likely, I suspect, for the reasons that you have identified, it's a marketing ploy on behalf of the big industry that pays them to do this. But it's my understanding that that applies to a variety of other issues as well. And the issue I'd want to ask you about is the issue of high-capacity magazines. Now, I'm a gun owner myself, and I belong to a gun club in Rhode Island. And in order to get access to the range, I had to have a safety briefing by the gun club saying what I could and could not do on the range, saying what the range rules are. And one of the range rules that was imparted to me in the safety briefing is that they don't allow high-capacity magazines on the range. They don't allow them for safety reasons. So if you have gun clubs around the country, I doubt this is the only one, if you have gun clubs around the country that won't allow high-capacity magazines on the range for safety reasons at the range itself, and yet here's the NRA wildly opposing any effort to limit any high-capacity magazine restriction of any kind, does that follow as part of that same argument? Is the industry as determined not only to sell more and more guns to a smaller number of people by creating fear that some imaginary black helicopter is going to come and take their guns away, but also restricting the limits on high-capacity magazines?
The margins involved for the industry in these very powerful weapons and these large capacity magazines are big. And so when you are attempting to put together a portfolio in which you are going to make a substantial profit in return for your investors, you've got to double down on things like 100-round drums and AR-15 style weapons. Now, I don't know every hunter in my state, but I have still yet to talk to one who feels like they need a 30-round clip in order to go into the woods and hunt. It's just not something that hunters need, and the design of all of these weapons and the high-capacity magazines that we're referring to are originally for one purpose and one purpose only: to kill as many human beings as quickly as possible. They are military in nature and design. and thus the reason why many gun clubs around the country deny access to this kind of ammunition. It certainly stands to reason that the rationale for continuing to sell this is monetary in nature.
And does the senator recall that years ago there was an effort to prevent armor-piercing ammunition from being sold? Because our police officers who wear body protection to protect them against armed assailants were very concerned that selling people armor-piercing ammunition would make them more effective at killing police officers, whereas it would make no difference in hunting deer or elk or anything else. They customarily, as I understand it, don't wear armor, but police officers do. Police officers have to go into dangerous situations with armed individuals, and therefore there is considerable pressure to protect our law enforcement officers to try to put limits on the amount of armor-piercing ammunition that people could buy. And my recollection, if the senator would confirm it, that would be my question, is that at the time, the NRA opposed any limit on armor-piercing ammunition and opposed the law enforcement forces, the local police chiefs and police officers who come to these crisis situations in their desire to be safe, in their desire to be able to tell their families, it's going to be okay, honey, I've got protective armor, it's going to help make me safe, and there isn't armor-piercing ammunition that people are allowed to shoot at me, that they took all that away, and this was an argument that they made, and that they've succeeded. And right now, armor-piercing ammunition is available as a result of NRA lobbying.
That's certainly how I remember the events as well. And I would note, I will remember one of the many chilling conversations I had in the 24 hours after the shooting in Newtown, one with a police officer who remarked that it was a good thing that Adam Lanza killed himself and didn't engage in a shootout with police, because they were not confident that they would be able to survive a shootout with an individual who had that much ammunition and that kind of high-powered capacity in a firearm. Separate and aside from the question of armor-piercing bullets, law enforcement has stood with us in our calls to restrict the sale of assault-style weapons and high-capacity ammunition, because even that, without the armor-piercing bullets, puts them at risk.
Would the senator yield for one more question before I see my senior senator, Jack Reed, who is here on the floor, and I'm sure he wants to engage in a question and answer with Senator Murphy. But before that, may I ask one additional question?
I yield to the gentleman for question.
The other question I wanted to ask is that in response to our effort to put people who are on the terrorist watch list into a category where they're not able to go and buy firearms in order to commit the acts of terror for which they are on the watch list, that our friends on the other side of the aisle have suddenly come up with a new piece of legislation that they say is designed to address this problem. My question is, do we know if this piece of legislation has ever been seen before? Do we know if it has been brought up in committee and given any kind of a review? Have they built a track record of interest and concern about this issue and built a legislative record to support their bill? Or does this appear to be something that they whipped out of their pocket at the last minute to try to fend off the sensible provisions that we have long fought for to keep people on the terror watch list from being able to go out and buy high-powered firearms?
It would shock and surprise you to know, Senator Whitehouse, that it appears to be the latter. We had one of our colleagues come down to the floor and suggest that there is a way out of this, that we can come together and work on a compromise. And I think all of us, myself and Senator Booker and Senator Blumenthal, were happy to take him up on that effort. But I noted that we've had 6 months since the failure of the last measure to prevent terrorists or suspected terrorists from buying weapons to work on this. And no one in the Republican caucus has approached us about trying to find common ground. It wasn't until we took the floor this morning and shut down the process on this appropriations bill that we started to see movement on the Republican side about coming up with an alternative. Now, they did pose an alternative back in December, but it was a miserable alternative that would require law enforcement to go to court in order to stop someone who's on these lists from getting a weapon and cap them at 72 hours to complete that whole process. It was ridiculous and ludicrous. They are probably going to present another alternative, but it is important to note, Senator Whitehouse, that none of that happened until we took the floor here, and we have had 6 months since the last vote. And frankly, 3 days since the shooting in which we could have been trying to work that out.
To the point the senator just made, if you yield for one final question, when the government would have to go into court within 72 hours in order to try to interrupt the sale, presumably that would give the person on the terrorist watch list all sorts of notice about the government's investigative activities and an opportunity in court to do further inquiry into the government's investigative activities, and in fact allow somebody who was on the terrorist watch list to have a window into the government investigation that he or she might be the subject of. Is that not the way that that would play out? It doesn't seem to make much sense to me.
It doesn't seem to make much sense, and I think for the question, I mean, we can only imagine what that court process looks like. You know, who knows what rules apply, who know what rights to discovery are involved. There's no model for it. And, you know, we have hamstrung the FBI and the Attorney General by asking them to do more and more with the same amount of resources, to ask them to go through dozens upon dozens of court processes. Remember, you know, there were 240 people on these lists that tried to get guns last year, so you're talking about a lot of court processes that they would have to undertake. It's just totally unrealistic, totally unprecedented. It makes no sense at all.
Thank you, Senator Murphy.
I thank you to the senator from Rhode Island. I'm very glad to be joined by Senator Reid. And I yield for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Would the senator yield for a question?
I would.
Thank you, Senator. First, let me commend you for this extraordinary and principled discussion that you have led along with Senator Blumenthal and Senator Booker. And I do have a question, and it stems really from some of the comments that I've received from the Superintendent of State Police in the state of Rhode Island, Colonel Stephen O'Donnell, a skilled professional. And what Colonel O'Donnell said, and it goes to one of the issues that Senator Whitehouse discussed, the access to high-capacity magazines for these assault weapons. Colonel O'Donnell said, I've yet to hear a viable argument of high-capacity magazines, what the purpose is. I have friends that are hunters. They use high-capacity weapons, but not magazines. You know, they have weapons that can, you know, fire semi-automatically, but they don't need these magazines. They use several rounds to hunt, but they don't need 15, 30, and 45-round clips to hurt an animal. And is that the response that you're getting from some of your law enforcement professionals who deal every day with firearms and with are real experts?
Yeah, that's the same response that we get, and I just reflect on one of my earlier responses to Senator Whitehouse that I've also heard fear in the wake of Sandy Hook from law enforcement about their ability to combat an individual who is staked out in a school or in a workplace that doesn't engage in a suicide mission, but then tries to confront and take on police. That if you have 30-round magazines, 100-round drums, you know, that is very difficult to match from law enforcement's perspective. Yielding for additional questions.
Well, Senator, you continually reference military-styled assault weapons, and frankly, I had the privilege of commanding paratroopers, and we were armed with M16s, which are AR-15 variants, military variants, and it was clear to us, and this was 30 years ago, these were military weapons. These were weapons that had were designed to mass fire, rapid fire, even in semi-automatic mode. These were not designed as other weapons for hunting. In fact, back in those days, we replaced the M14, which didn't have the same capabilities, much more accurate, because what they were looking for was just a sheer volume of fire that can inflict the most casualties possible, particularly in confined spaces, and either because of woods, because of jungle, or because you're in a building. And I think your points about military assault weapons are exactly the right point. And you've, again, like me, have heard this not only from law enforcement professionals, but also from military personnel about the nature of this weapon.
And I think it's tragically instructive, Senator Reid, to think about what happened inside that school in Sandy Hook. There were 20 kids hit and 20 kids died. Right? These are powerful weapons with the capacity not only to discharge an enormous amount of ammunition in a short period of time, but the force of it is unprecedented in the firearms world. And there's a reason why not a single child survived. These are powerful killing machines that, as you said, were not designed for hunting. They were designed to kill as many people as possible, and that's why you see this epic rate of slaughter when they are used inside schools, inside nightclubs, inside churches.
And the Senator also, I think, has commented, and I just want to reconfirm it, that it is that one of the characteristics of these weapons is even in a semi-automatic mode, there is a high rate of fire, and the velocity of the rounds as such is that they inflict extreme damage. And so even if it's in a semi-automatic mode, you have the ability to deliver devastating fire, and coupled with a large magazine, you can keep this fire up. The other point recollection is that changing a magazine on one of these weapons is a matter of seconds. It is not a laborious task where you have to individually load rounds into the weapon. And that, too, I think, increases the lethality. And if the Senator would comment and concur, the essence, the transition of this weapon, by the adoption by the military, had a logical military purpose: increase the lethality of the weapons that we are giving to the soldiers, Marines, sailors, airmen of the United States. That's not, I don't think, what you and I would like to see in our civilian population, weapons that have a major rationale of increased lethality, not accuracy necessarily, not for skill in terms of marksmanship, but simply increased lethality. Is that the sense that you have of the?
It is, Senator Reid, and you think about what we are doing today. These individuals who are contemplating lone wolf attacks, they are not building IEDs in their basement any longer. They're going to the store and buying assault weapons. And so we essentially are selling weapons to the enemy. We are selling weapons to the enemy, powerful military-style weapons. We're advertising them, and individuals who are contemplating these lone wolf attacks are buying them. And in fact, I've read quotes earlier today on the floor from terrorist operatives where they are calling on Americans to go purchase these weapons and turn them on civilians because it is so easy to get access to them. So this is a very deliberate tactic on behalf of these very dangerous international terrorist organizations, and that's one of the reasons why we think we have to wake up to the new reality of the threat of lone wolf attacks and change our laws.
With the Senator yield again, so essentially what our adversaries are doing is exploiting loopholes in our law, and they're doing it very deliberately, very consciously, and we're to date standing by and letting them do that. They know where the weak points are, and the weak points are not only can you get these assault weapons, but another point, if I could ask, you made the statement, is a significant number of weapons, these weapons are sold without even a background check, because they can be done through the internet, through gun show sales, et cetera. And we've taken this issue on before, and we've failed to address those issues too.
Yeah, had we had in place a ban on individuals that were on the terrorist watch list to buy a weapon, it only would have applied to bricks and mortar stores. So even if Omar Mateen was on one of those lists, and even if we had passed a law saying that prohibited him buying a weapon, he would have gone into that store, be told that he couldn't buy a weapon, and then he could have walked right back to his house and gone online and bought one there, or waited for the next weekend's gun show, of which there are many in Florida, and bought one there. We don't know how it would have played out, but without appending an expansion of background checks to people on the no-fly list being prohibited to buy guns, it's a half measure. And of course, again, I reiterate, these are the two things we're asking for, to have consensus on these two issues, because they're the right thing to do, as we're discussing, but they also have the support of the American public.
Well, the final question, Senator, is that it would seem to me that this would...
All right, I'm going to break in a moment. We're going to take you actually to this fire. It is, it's the Show Low brush fire. Authorities say a wind-whipped brush fire has already burned about 1,000 acres in the White Mountain Apache Indian Reservation in eastern Arizona, about 12 miles south of Show Low. And I have some visuals that I'm going to take you to right now so you can get a glimpse. Bureau of Indian Affairs officials say the so-called Cedar Creek fire started around noon Wednesday, and its cause is not immediately known. They say the fire is moving in a northerly direction in rugged terrain, causing a huge plume of smoke. No structures are immediately threatened, and authorities say no evacuations have been ordered yet. A stretch of the US 60 has been closed as crews conduct back-burning operations to stop fire progression. About 80 firefighters are battling the brush fire, with more crews on the way. At least one air tanker is on the scene dropping retardant on the flames. And let me just, I'm going to build a lower third here, so give me a moment. Again, we are looking at visuals of this Show Low brush fire. And some very intense visuals, might I add. Give me 2 seconds, I'm going to build that lower third.
All right, everybody, you are watching pictures here of the Cedar Creek fire already. It's burned more than 1,000 acres, close to 2,500 acres now in the White Mountain Apache Indian Reservation. All right, folks, we did lose that signal there for just a little bit. I'm getting my system up right now, so I'm able to switch the video feed in just about 20 seconds from now. Hold on for us, folks. We'll be about 20 seconds away from some new video. All right, folks, the Bureau of Indian Affairs officials say the so-called Cedar Creek fire started around noon today, and its cause not yet known right now. They say the fire is moving in a northerly direction in rugged terrain, causing a huge plume of smoke, which we can see right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Right now, no structures are immediately threatened, and authorities say no evacuations have been ordered yet. A stretch of US 60 has already been closed as crews conduct backburning operations to stop fire progression. About 80 firefighters are battling this brush fire, with more crews on the way. At least one air tanker is on the scene, dropping retardant on the flames. All right, folks. Once again, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. Skyfox up in the air here near Show Low. Authorities say a wind-whipped brush fire has already burned about 2,500 acres in the White Mountain Apache Indian Reservation in eastern Arizona, about 12 miles south of Show Low. The Bureau of Indian Affairs officials say the so-called Cedar Creek fire started about noon today. No structures right now are immediately threatened, and authorities say no evacuations have been ordered yet. At least one air tanker is on the scene dropping retardant on the flames. We have about 80 firefighters on the scene battling the brush fire, with more crews already on the way. All right, folks, once again, we do appreciate you guys being part of the stream here. Skyfox up in the air. This is being called the Cedar Creek fire. Has already burned 2,500 acres in the White Mountain Apache Indian Reservation. Right now, no structures are immediately threatened, and authorities say no evacuations have been ordered yet. A stretch of US 60 has been closed as crews conduct back-burning operations to stop fire progression. About 80 firefighters are battling the brush fire right now, with more crews on the way. Okay, folks, we are going to keep our eyes on this fire and take you to a Phoenix Police Department press conference that is going to be starting right now. It's about the foreign dangerous drugs investigation conclusion. Taking that right now live for you.
First of all, thanks a lot for coming. I'm Officer James Holmes, HOLMES, Phoenix Police Public Information Officer. Back in 2014, there was an investigation into the illegal transfer, sale, and use of dangerous foreign drugs in the state of California. During that investigation, the law enforcement community there found that there was one subject, at least, whose operation was connected to the state of Arizona. And so the state of Arizona, law enforcement here in Arizona, was notified of this. In particular, detectives from the Phoenix Police Department's Business and Economic Stability team. So we had an issue here in Arizona with the investigation that they conducted in California, and that issue was that in 2014 we had no laws on the books that would allow us to go in to any location, and these locations we're talking about are called Uberias. Okay. Yes, very close. Thank you. But there's no laws on the books that would allow law enforcement or anyone else to go into these locations in search of foreign dangerous drugs that was causing great harm, not only to the community in California, but also we found out very quickly to the community, in particular the Latino community here in the Valley and here in the state of Arizona. However, in 2015, the state of Arizona enacted a law, Arizona Revised Statute 133409, which basically prohibits the manufacture, sale, or distribution of misbranded drug items. And again, we're talking about primarily prescription medications. And so Sergeant Dave Lake and his crew began an investigation. They were able to look into what turned out to be 23 different Uberias around Maricopa County. They went in, they were able to establish probable cause that these establishments were in fact selling and using foreign dangerous drugs. They were selling and using counterfeit items and other dangerous items within those businesses. And I think the biggest thing that they found out was that not only were these items being distributed and used, but there was folks in there that were actually giving these items to patients as they came in, things like syringes and things of that nature. And so after 2 years, this has culminated in the service of 23 search warrants today. We have 26 suspects in custody. I cannot begin to tell you or to identify the items that these investigators have seen today, everything from treatment rooms to beds. These folks are, a lot of them, or at least many of them, are acting as if they are actual doctors, and they're prescribing and they're administering these medications orally, via syringe, or what have you. The key to this, this is incredibly dangerous to our community, especially, again, the Latino community that is targeted by this. And I've got a statement that I want to read here, and this is with the assistance of Sergeant Lake. And what he says is the use of these Uberia-type services are not common or uncommon in Latin America. In the United States, there are several markets for alternative medicines, so the concept is not foreign to either community. That means to all of us. However, the decision to supplement folk and alternative medicine practices with foreign dangerous drugs places the customer of these Uberias in very vulnerable positions. Basically, what's happening is we've got suspects out there that are bringing all types of medications into the United States. Some of them are counterfeit, some of them are misbranded, some of them are illegal to use in this country, and yet they're administering them. And those are the things that we're finding today. And so we've all come together, law enforcement here in the state of Arizona, our federal partners, and more importantly, the pharmaceutical industry, whose expertise has been absolutely incredible in this investigation, because we were talking about something that we knew nothing of 2 years ago. And so here to help us out today, we have State Representative Jeff Winiger. We also have Maricopa County Board of Supervisors Steve Gallardo. We have Dr. Tony Zook, who's Technical Advisor for Pharmaceutical Security Institute. We have Sioki Gastelum Galvez, Marketing Director, Fortis Networks Incorporated, Homeland Security Investigations, Acting Special Agent in Charge, Louis Garcia, and our own Assistant Chief, Mary Roberts. This is just a small part of the partnership that we had to form over the last 2 years to get to the point where we are today. And so before I say anything else, let me introduce State Representative Jeff Winiger.
Thank you all for all being here today. I'm Jeff Winiger. I'm a state legislator representing Legislative District 17, which is Chandler, Sun Lakes, and a little bit of Gilbert. What's important here is that this was very collaborative. You have the great Phoenix Police Department, so we have local, state, and federal, and private entities working together to solve this big problem here in Arizona. Last year, I was made aware of a heightened number of misbranded and counterfeit pharmaceutical products making their way to our most vulnerable populations here in Arizona. I learned that there was a void, after talking to industry leaders, there's a void in the law that needed to be filled. I sponsored House Bill 2322, which went into effect last July 2015. The law increased the penalties for buying and selling unsafe, misbranded, and counterfeit medicines. I'm proud that the actions today by our great police will lead to a safer community for my constituents. And to me, a couple big things there are, one, is how great the police department did and all these agencies work together. And number two, that it is imperative that this gets across to people, that this is putting the people of Arizona in grave danger. And this is a great first step to make sure that we get a handle on this. So thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Winiger. Next, we have Maricopa County Board of Supervisors Steve Gallardo.
Thank you so much. Real quickly, once again, Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, Steve Gallardo, representing District 5 Southwest portion of Maricopa County. As a fourth-generation Arizonan and Mexican-American, I stand here today vigilant for my community. As a public servant, I've represented the greater Phoenix area for over 15 years as a state lawmaker and now as a supervisor with Maricopa County. I am proud of my state. I am proud of the state and federal public agencies that have worked together and organized to help put a stop to this illegal activity that is preying on our communities. These businesses are focusing on the Latino community, and they continue to hurt many of those folks that are frequently these types of facilities. My message to the community, stay away from these places. If you need a prescription, go to a doctor, get the prescription needed. We continue to hear stories after story of people being hurt, people even dying by using these types of unregulated prescription drugs that continue to hurt. I would ask many of the people within the Latino community, do not go to these locations. Do not go to them. If you need a prescription, if you need some type of medication, please go see a doctor, get the prescription, and be able to get better and well by using legalized medications. I can't tell you enough how important it is for us to continue to educate our community, particularly the Latino community, particularly the Spanish-speaking community, on the importance of staying away from these locations and getting your prescriptions from a medical doctor. I do want to thank all the law enforcement agencies that work together. From what I understand, this is phase one, by bringing this to the attention of many people in our community and hoping we can put an end to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gargo. Next, we have I want to call her a very special guest because she and her business is at the heart of what we're talking about here today. Ms. Sioki Gastelum Galvez, who's the marketing director for Fortis Networks, Inc.
Thank you. I have a brief statement, and I just want to thank the City of Phoenix Police Department, and we, Fortis Networks, wholeheartedly support the actions taken today. As a Hispanic-owned small business, we hire from the local community, which is affected by the sale of counterfeit prescription drugs. As a small business, we cannot afford our employees, which is 45% of our labor force, 90% of which are our laborers, getting ill by obtaining counterfeit prescription drugs that are made available by yerberias such as this. We commend the City of Phoenix Police Department and their partners for being proactive in the protection and well-being of our Hispanic community.
Thank you. And now from Homeland Security Investigations, Acting Special Agent in Charge, Louis Garcia.
Thank you. Welcome. Again, Louis Garcia with Homeland Security Investigations. I thank you for inviting us to say a few words here today. Homeland Security Investigations works closely with local, state, federal partners and with the private industry to detect and investigate the threat to public safety as it relates to individuals acquiring illegal or counterfeit prescription drugs for public consumption. This investigation demonstrates law enforcement's commitment to public safety. The act of selling or prescribing counterfeit or illegally acquired medicine is not a victimless crime. The viewer, you could be the victim if you go into one of these yerverias and buy counterfeit narcotics. You could end up dying by using these drugs or consuming them. Counterfeit pharmaceuticals, I want to make it clear, present a clear threat to your safety. These medications have or can have ingredients that could harm you and substance that could harm you. These drugs have left the supply chain and are smuggled into the U.S. Their storage, integrity, and safety, you need to understand, have been compromised. As the global problem of counterfeiting prescription drugs continues to grow and increasingly threatens the public's health and safety, Homeland Security Investigations, together with our local law enforcement partners, will continue to strengthen our response by combining our resources and leveraging our authorities to address and hopefully someday solve this problem. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. And now I'd like to introduce Dr. Tony Zook. Dr. Zook is a technical advisor of the Pharmaceutical Security Institute. And before I bring him up, you have to understand that in order for us as law enforcement to be able to go in and look and see what is actually going on in these businesses and actually pull these foreign dangerous drugs or counterfeit items out for inspection, we cannot do that without the pharmaceutical industry, period. And they've come together, all of them, to support this effort that we're making today. And so, Dr. Zook, thank you, sir.
I want to thank Chief Yanner and Assistant Chief Roberts, as well as the Phoenix Police Department, the U.S. FDA, DEA, and Homeland Security Investigations for the fine enforcement work that was conducted today. You're protecting Phoenix, you're protecting the patients and the public safety, particularly with regards to the dangers of counterfeit medicines and misbranded medications. The Pharmaceutical Security Institute is a nonprofit organization comprised of 33 pharmaceutical manufacturers, international manufacturers, specifically with their security directors, with the sole intent to combat pharmaceutical crime. Counterfeiting, diversion, and other illicit activities associated with pharmaceuticals is a major public health menace promoted by criminals of very significant regards, and they have little regard for the health and safety of patients. PSI, in coordination with its members, regularly collects and analyzes information related to these counterfeiting crimes and disseminates this to law enforcement and other drug regulatory authorities for further action. Counterfeit medications are not sterile. They oftentimes do not contain active ingredients, or if they do contain active ingredients, they contain them at the wrong amounts and oftentimes in lethal dosages. We've seen everything from arsenic, boric acid, industrial solvents, and road paint being comprised in these counterfeit medicines. These poisons are causing kidney damage and failure, cancer, developmental defects, and even death. Specifically, the producing, distributing, and marketing of these medicines is a significant criminal offense, and the threat of these actions is mentioned as becoming a significant public health risk and a reality, unfortunately. Criminal networks around the world have become very adept and increasingly sophisticated and are now taking advantage of millions of Americans by selling counterfeit, misbranded, and unapproved drugs via various methods. We've seen in Phoenix today, direct-to-physician sales, brick-and-mortar licensed and unlicensed pharmacy sales, and internet sites. We've seen these approaches today in Phoenix, and we're very thankful for the Phoenix Police Department, as well as the state and federal law enforcement partners in their commitment to address this significant patient safety risk. In the past few years, as was mentioned, we've seen an increase in this kind of activity, and even in highly regulated supply chains. In the U.S., we enjoy the most regulated and most well-protected supply chain for pharmaceuticals, and yet this public health issue is a reality. We've only processed about 10% of the evidence that was collected in the enforcement actions today, and so far we've already seen multiple counterfeit medicines, tens of thousands of units of illicit medicines, both counterfeit, misbranded, and they include categories such as pain management, including narcotics, antibiotics, anabolic steroids, contraceptives and hormones, digestive health, and injectables to treat inflammation and other serious medical conditions. And so what we're seeing now is these counterfeit drugs have been identified in these unlicensed pharmacies, yerberias, and other illegitimate outlets, and it's really preying on the vulnerable populations in Phoenix who are being exposed to this. We're grateful for the support of the local and federal law enforcement, and we know that the successful prosecution of these criminals will further be impactful to the public health and safety of the Phoenix citizens. The Pharmaceutical Security Institute and its member companies will continue this work of detection and investigation in the support of patient safety. The reality is this is a very significant patient safety issue. We've seen that demonstrated again and again, most recently today in Phoenix. And while the Pharmaceutical Security Institute and its member partners will continue to investigate and identify this risk, it is really incumbent upon this collaborative partnership between private and public entities, as we've seen today, to really make an impact. And so we thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And now at this time, I'd like to introduce Assistant Chief Mary Roberts, who oversees investigations for the Phoenix Police Department.
Thank you. And on behalf of Chief Yonner and Sergeant Dave Lake, who led this investigation, this was a one-year investigation with all of the partners that were involved in this. This took a lot of work, and this was focused on protecting the victims. And what these groups were doing is they were selling foreign and dangerous drugs to victims who thought they were being helped. They were preyed on because of their vulnerability, because they did not have the financial means to purchase medicine, or they had fear of coming forward, no insurance or some other, maybe their status. So they went to these places and trusted these people, and it appeared to be medical labs, whether it was for their children, adults, or their elderly, and they were provided with harmful substance, whether it was foreign or dangerous narcotic drugs. So the risk to them is unimaginable on what could have happened or may have happened. Today, with all of our efforts, the dedication of all of these folks, especially the BEST team, which is a business and economic stability team of my detectives who led this investigation. 23 search warrants were executed, 26 arrests. All of these establishments had medical labs or pharmaceuticals portrayed in the back. Victims thought they were receiving medical treatment by trained personnel, and they were administered, given illegal narcotics or counterfeit medicine. We want to turn this into a public safety announcement, as many of the other speakers have mentioned. There are resources available to those who cannot afford medicine or who have fear of obtaining medicine through hospitals and doctors. We have the resources, and I believe they're posted here. Alan, are they here? But the resources that are provided through the Pharmaceutical Association in collaboration with Univision provide you with resources for safe and authentic medicine at discount costs. So that is available, because we have to keep our people safe, but still give them resources to get well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. So if you can just imagine going into one of these yerberias, and you walk in and you're law enforcement and you're trying to make people safe, and what you see is cold medicine that is obviously counterfeit, it's obviously been tampered with, and it's for adults and it's for children. I mean, if you can just imagine that you go in and you find syringes and you find tables where people are being treated, it's something that is quite from the old days, if you will. And did you know that in looking at these, we have a lot of work to do out there yet. We're not even in the tip of the iceberg on what's being recovered today. But in looking at these, investigators are telling us that the citizens that are using these businesses, these locations, are paying way more for the medications that they're receiving than they would if they actually received a prescription from a doctor and bought it from a legitimate pharmacy. And so they're certainly being preyed upon for whatever reason. And so, again, the whole thing is just to get the word out, to get folks to understand that there are resources out there for you in the community. We will help to take care of you. There are websites we'll help to take care of you. On your fact sheet, I gave you a website for the pharmaceutical industry where folks can go to get help if they need medication. The idea is that we're trying here to save lives, and we're really hoping that folks will pay attention to this and get their medications legally. Stay away from online as well as these fake pharmacies or whatever you want to call them, and let's keep our citizens safe. And at this point, we'll grab a couple of questions from you if you like, and see if we can't answer them for you. We're good. Oh, here we go. Absolutely. We're going to have a Spanish speaker here for you, not only today, to come in and talk to you a little bit, but if you notice, and on the fact sheet, we've actually got a website, a PSA, that we have out there. That PSA is spoken in English, but it is also subtitled in Spanish. It's been around for a bit. We hope that you share it with our citizens, but yes, we will definitely get you a Spanish speaker in here to get that word out for us. You know, those things have been documented in California. We don't have any documented here. We know that people are getting sick. As the representative mentioned to you, there's a big issue with that, and that is that even if people go and get this medication and they become ill and they have to seek emergency medical care, they are going to be reluctant, if at all, to talk about the medications that they took because of where they got them. And so it all becomes a part of the shadow industry of getting something that you probably know you should not, and then having to pay a price for that.
Were you guys shocked by the sheer number and variety of drugs available? I've seen this on a limited basis, like some penicillin and some creams, but this is a lot.
I'm going to let the investigators tell you about that.
It is staggering. So, as was mentioned, there was a previous action in Los Angeles, and after having done this for many years, I didn't think anything would surprise me anymore until I saw what these bodegas, herberias, are actually facilitating. And then to know that this was, in the most developed country in the world with the safest supply chain and the largest amount of regulation and security around that, it was almost inconceivable that this was occurring. And so it was shocking to see not only the scale, but the conditions at which these are stored, at which they're administered, and unfortunately the lengths at which people are being targeted and preyed upon for this kind of materials and medicines.
There are dozens more of these herbarias across state, across Phoenix?
They're prevalent in most states that have a rather large Latino community. This, folks, is the tip of the iceberg. I don't even know if we're at the tip of the iceberg in these investigations. There's a lot of other things that we are interested in, and of course the Phoenix Police Department is not going to stop either this partnership or our effort to save lives, but we know that we have a lot of work to do. The whole point, even though yes, we are out making an arrest and we're serving some search warrants out there, and it's there's a lot going on, we're confiscating a lot of stuff, we understand that this is the tip of the iceberg, but this is the chance for us initially to come out into our community and say, this is bad, it's not good for you, it's not safe, please listen to us as we move on. We won't stop. We will continue to investigate these until we can shut it down. There were 23 today that have been closed that were had search warrants served on them. Yes, most were in Phoenix, but we also had Chandler and Mesa. Chandler and Mesa. We won't. There's nothing to stop that. And I can appreciate that question. There's nothing to stop it except for the fact that we are educating. If we can take away the customer, if we can educate the customer and keep them safe, then we will not have more opening up. And at the same time, as long as this partnership continues to work together to take these places out of business, we think we've got a shot at it. Education is going to be the key. Your assistance, getting the word out to our community that this is dangerous, is going to be the key. But you can bet the partnerships are not going to dissolve because we got together today and we did a pretty big law enforcement thing. We're going to continue, and our goal is going to continue to keep people safe. Two things: education and the partnership, and I think that we can be successful. Is there also a partnership across the border? That's a good. Yep, I'm getting the head shake. And how about HSI?
Well, yes. HSI has, what, 68 offices worldwide at almost every U.S. embassy throughout the world. So when we do conduct investigations here domestically and we need their assistance, we do send requests for assistance. They then engage with our foreign counterparts in country with specialized units to address the issue in their country.
You know, I'm pretty happy to say, too, in talking with Sergeant Lake, that our neighbors across the border and down to Central America, their governments are as concerned as we are about the safety of the citizens, again, primarily of the Latino community, because it's not just here in the United States. You can believe that it's happening in those countries as well. And so I would think that they would embrace the partnership and embrace the communication that we're having with them. Because, again, the question that you asked is what's going to stop another one from popping up? The partnership, not only the partnership we have here, but across the borders, and the education. So I think that, again, we're going to fight this, and we're going to fight it until it stops. You know, I will tell you, and I knew that one of you were going to ask me that question. It is actually a Class 1 misdemeanor to purchase these type of medications from these type of businesses. And certainly, I wasn't going to mention it until you asked, because that's not our point today. Our point today is not to go out and arrest folks that we actually consider victims by circumstance, by history, by social and economical challenge. We're not going out to arrest. These folks are victims, and they're going to remain victims until we get the education out there, until we get our message across that it's dangerous. We want them to live. We don't want them to be victimized. Anyone else? Okay, listen, I really appreciate it. On the fact sheets that we gave you, there is, again, a website for our citizens to go to. I hope that you will share that with them. The message that was created for the Phoenix Police Department, the PSA is also available. We hope that you will share that. And let's all hope that all of us in this room can help to save some lives today. And we really do appreciate you coming out. Thank you.
All right, folks, we do have an update for you on this forest fire burning near Show Low. Forestdale is being evacuated to the Snowflake Junior High School. Also, there is pre-evacuation orders for Show Low, Pine Top Lakeside, McNary, and Fort Apache, and the Honda communities. That is the very latest we have for you on the Cedar Fire that has expanded to more than 2,500 acres. Once again, Forestdale is being evacuated to the Snowflake Junior High School. We're going to keep our eyes on this story here for you and take you now back out to the Senate floor, where Democrats are participating in a filibuster for gun reform.
Night. But as much as these stories of these children inspired me then and continue to inspire me, I don't want to add another set of stories to my desk or keep adding to the chronicle of suffering and the chronicle of murder and destruction that gun violence will leave us with. Today, the Washington Post, and I'll just open this up for illustrative purposes, had one page and then another page, and they needed 2 pages, obviously, because of the number of victims. I didn't count, but if that's not 49, it's close to 49, and each of them has a story as well. So just as the children whose stories were summarized in the Wall Street Journal in 2012, today's Washington Post, and I'm sure many other papers have these stories. And we don't have time to go through every story, But I was inspired by the lives of those children, what they meant to their families, what their life meant to their community, how they, even in their very young lives, had already begun to achieve significant things in their life, either by making their sisters and brothers happier or comforting their sisters and brothers and family and friends. And I'm sure the same will be said of those who lost their lives in Orlando. Let me just give you two examples for in the interest of time. This is on page A11 of the Washington Post today, one of the many vignettes. I mentioned earlier today Akira Monet Murray, 18 years old. She happened to be from Philadelphia. I talked about her earlier today. Third in her class, on her way to a basketball scholarship, just happened to be in Orlando, Florida. She was killed. A remarkable young woman. I wish I knew her. But she's had just graduated from West Catholic in Philadelphia. But here's someone as well who died in Orlando. Brenda Lee Marquez McCool, 49 years old, one of the oldest on these two pages. Many of them listed, as many people here know, were 25 and 21 and 18 and 24 and 22 and on. But here's what the first two lines of this vignette about Brenda Lee Marquez McCool, a two-time cancer survivor. McCool was first diagnosed with cancer about 8 years ago. And this is her ex-husband, Robert Presley, said, quote, "The doctor gave her a year to live. She lived 8 until this nonsense," unquote. She lived 8 years after a diagnosis of cancer. So that, her life and her fight to overcome cancer should be a reminder of us that this is a long fight. And she lost her life ultimately, but she beat cancer for a long time, even though she lost her life this weekend. Give you one more, and there's so many more, and we just don't have time tonight to go through all. Shane Evan Tomlinson, 33. He was working that night, playing in a band, and then he left there to go to the club and to be able to relax a little bit after working. But he was a member of an all-male gospel choir at House of Blues in Orlando. Again, 33 years old. So I don't want to keep adding to this chronicle. No, none of us want. We all want to figure out a way to make progress on this issue, to finally say to ourselves that as Americans, we can come together and take even incremental steps, but I think for this week would be significant. As both all three senators, Senator Murphy, Senator Blumenthal, Senator Booker, have reminded us, what we're asking for here is a model of reasonableness. We're asking for a simple solution to a very discrete but horrific problem. If you're too dangerous to go out and get on an airplane, if we've made that determination, why would you be allowed to have a firearm? Why would a terrorist or potential terrorist be allowed to have a firearm? Let's solve that one problem. And then, of course, a problem that we tried to solve in 2013, background checks, which at last count is about a 90-10 issue in the United States of America. So this is a reasonable and sensible set of requests, just two in number. I could go on with others, but I won't. Let me just conclude with Sandy Hook for a moment. We all know the horror of what happened there and the impact it had on all of our lives. But Senator Booker reminded us yesterday that in so many communities, so many inner cities in America, they have large numbers of gun deaths every single week, and in some communities almost every single day. I won't mention a list of cities or communities because it would not be exhaustive, but I think people know that. And we've got to figure out a way to stay focused on those communities, even as we focus on the horror and the gravity and the dimensions of what happened in Orlando or Newtown or so many other places. But let's think about this just for a moment before I, at long last, ask my question or ask it to be answered for Senator Murphy. How about school shootings since Sandy Hook? What do we find there? Since Sandy Hook, a gun has been fired on school grounds nearly once a week, for a total of 188 school shootings, including several in my home state of Pennsylvania, according to data compiled by Everytown for Gun Safety. So this is happening weekly since Newtown. It's not as if we have these events and we focus on them and then the problem recedes as we recede in our actions or lack of actions, in our focus, in our determination, in our sense of urgency. The problem does not go away. The problem is not going away. If anything, it's growing in dimension. Just look at the data on how this problem has grown since the 1960s and 70s. It just didn't happen in those days. Didn't even happen much in the 80s. But you look at 1990 forward, and you see incident after incident. In 2000 and forward, it goes on and on. So if anything, it's accelerating at a pace that no one in this body should be content about. So that means that every week, every single week, there's some either school child or school student, and this goes all the way to, obviously, to colleges and universities. So every single week, some group of Americans who happen to be children or young adults are in a school setting of one kind or another. And they're either the direct victim or the victim who lives through that horror and has the imprint of that horror for the rest of their lives. So that's the reality. So anyone who thinks that this is just a random occurrence, go to a school in a lot of places and talk to people in schools, and go to our cities, and I think we could all learn a lot. I want to just mention a few more statistics because we were talking about children. Numbers don't ever paint the right picture, but they're instructive on a night like tonight. I live in a state which has a proud tradition of support for the Second Amendment, and I mean really strong, like maybe no other state in the country, maybe one or two others, but not many. A strong tradition of hunting and sport. And hunting is almost a part of not just the culture of our state, but part of a family life. Fathers and sons, fathers and sons go out and hunt, and I'm sure fathers and daughters or mothers and daughters. It's part of growing up in some communities. And they go out and hunt, and they participate in a tradition. They work to do it safely. They do a lot of training. They pass on from one generation to another, not just the experience, but the rules and the way to do things. We have as strong a tradition as any in the country. By some estimates, we have about 1 million gun owners. I don't know where that puts us in the rankings, but it's no lower than second or third or fourth in the country. So we have a lot of people in our state that not only value the Second Amendment, but the benefits of that amendment for their lives are significant because they get to own a gun to hunt. In some cases, obviously, for many people, to protect themselves or their families. Here's what the numbers tell us about just gun violence in a state like Pennsylvania as it relates to children, only. According to the Pennsylvania Trauma Systems Foundation, every year about 400 children, meaning individuals under the age of 20, that's the cutoff, they don't say under 18 here, this is under 20, so children and I guess you could say young adults. 400 are treated for firearm injuries in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This number does not count the children who die at the scene like most firearm suicide victims. So it doesn't even count some young people. In 2013, there were 1,378 firearm-related injuries in Pennsylvania. Almost half of these were persons under the age of 25 years old. In that same year, 2013, the same year as Newtown, 1,670 children under 18 died by gunshot, and an additional 9,718 were injured. So in just 1 year, in one state, 1,670 children died by gunshot, 9,718 injured. That's the reality. So when we consider the gravity of this problem in our cities, in communities of all kinds, and most tragically in Orlando, Florida, we know it's a problem of great significance and dimension and complexity. We know this is not easy to solve, but we know our country has faced huge challenges in the past. We're the country that won World War II. Without our participation, the Allies could never have won. That's who America is. That was a pretty tough problem, trying to defeat the Axis powers and take on these powerful military machines. But we figured out a way to do that as a nation. We all came together. We all came together after 9/11. Complicated problem involving rights, having to stand in line and say, you know, I'm going to participate in this process to make our airline safe, so we don't have airplanes flying into buildings. That was a big problem. But we did not surrender to the terrorists after 9/11. We came together and figured out a solution to a problem. We haven't solved the terrorism problem. We've certainly solved the problem of preventing terrorists from taking an airplane and flying it into a building, not only to kill thousands of people, but to create untold kinds of fear. So where does that leave us with the children of Sandy Hook? Well, I'll take another day to read some of the stories. But let me just leave you with one thought, and I want to ask Senator Murphy a question after I read this. One of the children killed that day, and every child's story is worthy of mention, but in the interest of time, I'll just highlight, and it will be a highlight of one. Caroline Praviti. Caroline was 6 when she lost her life at Sandy Hook Elementary School. Among other things, they wrote that, quote, Caroline loved to draw and dance. Her smile brought happiness to everyone she touched. That's what her obituary read at the age of 6. She'll be remembered for accompanying a nervous kindergartner on the school bus. Caroline, a first grader, sat with Karen Dreyer's son, Logan, on the bus each day. Quote, this is what Mrs. Dreyer said about Caroline. She sat with her son, Logan, so that he wasn't scared, unquote. That's what a grateful mother said about little Caroline and about what she did before she died. Now what does that mean for tonight? Well, if little Caroline at the age of 6 could comfort someone younger than she was on the bus every day, knowing he was afraid, knowing he was scared or worried about what was happening in his life, a kindergartner on a bus. If Caroline could do that and show not just a measure of courage, but really a measure of responsibility. She took responsibility in her young life to help solve the one problem that one of her classmates, or almost classmates, one of her friends was having. I think we should take inspiration from Caroline's sense of responsibility. She thought apparently it was her duty to help someone younger than she was and to give them comfort, to give a measure of security. In her young life, in that little world that she was, she figured out a way to be responsible. I hope I hope that people across this chamber will do more than just kind of casually review these amendments and casually think about this issue and just stay in your lane, which the lane is, for a number of people here, the usual response, which is no laws will change this. I'm glad we didn't say that after 9/11, by the way. Good thing we didn't do that as a nation. No laws will change this, no policy will change this. But I hope, in light of what Caroline has taught us, that we will all be responsible and serious and sober about what we're trying to do here. And we'll examine our conscience, to use an old expression. Is there something that you can do with your vote this week, next month, or next year that will help solve a part of this problem? Because this is a big problem which is not going away. And every one of our lives is going to be affected by it in some way or another going forward. Many of us have seen too much of this in our states and in our communities. So finally, Senator Murphy, I will ask you this question. I won't guess at the answer, but in light of some of those stories, and you know the stories, that you know the families personally, I do not. How do you stay focused on a goal, the goal that you're pursuing and we're talking about tonight, and how do you stay inspired in the midst of and in the absence of significant progress?
I thank you, Senator Casey, for that question, and I thank you for how you've conducted yourself since the shooting in Sandy Hook. I was remarking to Senator Warner on the same topic, but it was really you and Senator Warner who, in the days following the shooting, came out and said, we need to engage, we need to change something, and we're willing to change our minds or our level of advocacy. You were one of the most persuasive voices on behalf of the families of Sandy Hook in the days and weeks following, and you've been so generous to meet with them, as have many of my colleagues when they come here. And in answer to your question, I go back to those families. So probably the worst day that I've had legislatively while I've been here was the day in which that background checks bill failed. Now remember, it didn't really fail. It got the majority of this Senate to vote for it, but it failed because of a Republican-led filibuster. And I want to thank Representative Swalwell and Representative Gabbard for joining us on the floor today. I really appreciate our friends from the House being here. And I remember standing with them after that bill failed, and they whispered to me some version of a very simple idea. They said, we aren't advocates for 4 months. We're advocates for 40 years, right? A tragedy like Sandy Hook or like Orlando or like Aurora, it fundamentally reorders the lives of those who are affected. And the reason why I think this Congress has been focused on this question perpetually since Sandy Hook is because those families continue to come here, continue to show up at our doors, continue to press. And the simple answer to your question is, as long as those families aren't going to give up, then we're not going to give up. And there's no more articulate spokesman in the Senate for children than you, Senator Casey. And I have a feeling that so long as children's lives are at risk because we are choosing to allow for dangerous criminals and potential terrorists to get weapons, that you're not going to stop either. And I appreciate your being a big part of our effort on the floor today. With that, I would yield the floor for a question without relinquishing control of it to Senator King.
Senator, I have a series of questions and some comments. First, I come from a predominantly rural state. A very high number of gun owners, a very low rate of gun crime. What you're talking about here today of adding the terrorist watch list as one of the elements of the background check and covering the non-covered parts of gun sales, online gun shows, will that have any practical effect on the gun owners in Maine?
It won't have any practical effect on the law-abiding gun owners in Maine, and that's who you and I are talking to. The only effect that it would have is upon criminals or felons that are attempting to circumvent our laws and get weapons by avoiding criminal background checks. The only effect that it would have is if there were individuals on Maine who were the subject of terrorist investigations, they would be prevented from buying weapons. But of course, even those individuals, if they thought that they were on the list for the wrong reasons, would have a process to grieve that. But for law-abiding citizens in Maine or Connecticut or Pennsylvania or New Jersey, this law has no impact on them.
It'll have no practical effect. They'll still be able to buy guns either place. They'd have to go through the instant background check and the law that as if they were a felon or something like that, then they would be prevented. But other than that, this isn't going to have any practical effect on the law-abiding gun owners in Maine.
It will have no effect on law-abiding gun owners in Maine or anywhere else. This has nothing to do with those individuals.
I want to take a slightly different view than I've heard today on the issue of terrorism. I'm on the Intelligence Committee. Every Tuesday and Thursday afternoon that we're in session, we meet upstairs in an enclosed room. And ever since I've been here in January of 2013, the subject, in one way or another, has been terrorism, has been the threats that this country is facing around the world. And what's happened in the last 4 years is a subtle change in the nature of that threat. And when we first came, we were talking about Al-Qaeda. We were talking about plots. We were talking about people coming here using airplanes, otherwise penetrating this country from abroad. What's happened is that the terrorist threat has become homegrown. In fact, there's even a term for it of homegrown extremists or local terrorists. And ISIS is here. Every place there is a computer with an internet connection, ISIS is there. And people like the shooter in Orlando may never go to the Middle East. I think he actually had traveled, but many of the people that are involved in this threat to our nation never leave the United States. So here's what we're doing, and here's why your amendment makes so much sense. Because we are spending millions of dollars, in fact, billions over the past 15 years, to counteract this terrorist threat. And it suddenly occurred to me as I was thinking through it, we're spending millions of dollars to bomb ISIS's weapons supplies in Syria and Iraq, and they can buy their weapons here. How much sense does that make? It just is crazy that we are spending millions of dollars to interdict their weapons supply, and yet the people who are here, who are under their thrall, who are thinking about terrorist acts and who they are inspiring to these acts, can walk out and get a gun without any hesitation as long as they don't violate one of the terms of the current law. The other piece of this that I think is important is that the current law that has the list of prohibitions, mental illness, felony, domestic violence, there are 9, was passed in 1993. The world is enormously and fundamentally different than it was in 1993. In 1993, we'd barely heard of Al-Qaeda. There was no ISIS. There was very little threat or acknowledgement or understanding of domestic terrorism whatsoever, but now we're in terrorism 2.0. And what happened in Orlando is exactly what we've been hearing about in the Intelligence Committee, what's been predicted by all of our intelligence officials, what many of us have been talking about. It's the nightmare scenario, an American who is radicalized online, who goes out and gets a gun and kills 50 people. That is the hardest threat to stop. Because there's no plot, there's no email trail, there are very little phone calls, there's nothing, it's hard for our intelligence community to track someone like that. But if we have some knowledge of them, if they're in our database, to me it just makes common sense that that should be added to the list of disqualifications for buying guns. And this is no threat to anybody who's not on such a list. And I understand, and you can please comment, that the legislation that we're talking about has a constitutional escape hatch for people who are wrongly on the list or whose names are mixed up. And they will have an opportunity to protest that listing and have their names expunged if they can make the case that there was something wrong with them being on the list. Is that correct?
It is correct. It is correct, and that's an important facet of the amendment that Senator Feinstein has introduced. But it's also important, as we remarked earlier, perhaps when you were on the floor, Senator King, to understand the scope of this. We're talking about a very small number of sales that actually would be affected. In 2015, thanks to a report that Senator Feinstein released, we know that in that year, there were only about 215 sales at gun stores to individuals that were on the terrorist watch list. So it's a very small number of sales that we're talking about in the first place.
But if someone said, well, if that's such a small number, why are we bothering? Because it only takes one to kill 50 people.
Correct.
And that's really the essence of what you're talking about. Now, as I understand it, there are two parts of what we're talking about today. And by the way, you're not talking about assault weapons ban, you're not talking about magazine controls, you're not talking about any of those things. We're really talking about two things. Terrorist watch list, if you're on the list, you can't buy a gun. No fly, no buy. The second is to fill the loopholes in the background check system because, as I understand your argument, if we say if you're on the watch list, you can't buy a gun, but there's this gaping 40% loophole where you could get a gun without any check whatsoever, then it doesn't matter. Anybody, the felon, anybody can get a gun under that circumstance. Is that the logical progression?
That's exactly right. And I think you very smartly referred back to the initiation of the background check system in which no one was contemplating a terrorist watch list or a no-fly list existing. Well, that's the same thing with internet sales. That's the same thing with armlist.com. It's the same thing with gun shows. Back when we passed the background checks law, the vast majority of gun sales was done at bricks and mortar stores. What has happened is that sales have migrated into other forums, especially online. And so in all of these respects, I think you're accurately pointing out that all we are really seeking to do is to have the law and the initial intent of it catch up with the trajectory of time.
And I find it hard to believe that if we were debating that law in 1993 under the current circumstances, that some cognizance wouldn't have been taken of the risk of domestic terrorism.
I don't think there would have been any question that that category would have been included. That is probably why 80% of Americans support the adoption of this amendment or some version of it.
By the way, I would mention that since you have been on the floor today, 10 people have been murdered with guns. It's about one an hour.
Yeah.
Since the Orlando shooting, 100 people, twice as many as in Orlando, have been murdered with guns. So we're talking about Orlando, but we're also talking about people all over the country, mostly innocent people, sometimes people victims of domestic violence. And we're talking about, not about taking guns away from people, we're talking about keeping people who shouldn't have them from getting guns. And I've never met a gun owner who doesn't agree that that's just a common sense restriction.
Yeah.
Do you view this in any way as a violation of the Second Amendment?
Senator Udall was on the floor earlier, and he said somebody called his office earlier today asking why we were debating the Second Amendment today. And, of course, the answer to that is we're not debating the Second Amendment. There's actually nothing about this debate that's relevant to the Second Amendment because the Second Amendment is clear. As the Supreme Court has stated, an individual has a right to own a firearm, but as that same court very clearly stated in an opinion by Justice Scalia himself, that right is not absolute. The Congress has the ability to say that there are some weapons that should be out of bounds, or there are some individuals who are so dangerous that they shouldn't own weapons. And so even the most conservative jurists on the Supreme Court have held very plainly that the Second Amendment allows for the Congress or for state legislatures to decide that there are certain individuals, felons, people that have been convicted of violent crimes, or individuals that we suspect of terrorist activities that shouldn't buy a weapon. And of course, as we remarked earlier, if you go into any gun club in Maine or Connecticut, that is what people are going to believe in those forums as well. They believe that law-abiding citizens should be able to get any weapons that they want, by and large, but they don't believe that criminals should be able to buy weapons. That's a view held by gun owners and non-gun owners alike, because everyone accepts that it is in keeping with the Second Amendment.
But don't you think that one of the problems with this debate, as it's evolved over the past few years, it's become a kind of either or?
Right.
If you're for the Second Amendment, there are no limitations whatsoever. And if you talk about limitations, you're against the Second Amendment. Do you accept that characterization?
I think you're exactly right. And I think this has become an either-or debate in so many different respects. I'm so glad you're weaving together this question of how we respond to terrorism and how we protect Americans from the consequences of loose gun laws, because there's also this juxtaposition in which these terrorist attacks are either about the fight against ISIS or they're about our loose gun laws. And they're about both. And this shooting in Orlando is about a whole host of other subjects as well. And so I think we have tried to stay true to the complexity of this question on the floor during this time. We are not suggesting that what we are proposing is going to solve the problem. But we do have to get out of this paradigm in which, if you're a supporter of the Second Amendment, you can't support any restrictions on individuals, whether or not they're on the terrorist watch list, to obtain guns.
Well, this solution that's being proposed, even if it only prevents one person, that could be 50 lives or 100 lives. And I think that's important. By the way, it's a dirty trick, Senator, to quote Justice Scalia on the subject. And he did make it clear in the Heller Amendment, as you point out, that the Second Amendment, as the First Amendment or any of the amendments, are not absolute. People say the First Amendment says Congress shall make no law respecting speech. But you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's established law. And Justice Scalia in the Heller decision said the same thing about the Second Amendment. It's not absolute. There are limitations that can be placed upon it, particularly in the transfer of firearms. And I think that's what we're talking about here. So I commend the senator, and I believe that what we're talking about, and let me go back to the Intelligence Committee for a minute. It took me 2 or 3 months. Maybe I'm a slow learner, but I'm sitting in the Intelligence Committee, and I finally had 2 really visceral insights. One was, we're the only people watching the intelligence community. That we've got this large apparatus, and we've got these small committees in the House and the Senate, and we're the only people watching. That's not relevant to this debate, but that was an important realization that imposed upon me what I thought was an extraordinary responsibility to pay close attention to what these agencies are doing. The second insight was that the fundamental role of the Intelligence Committee, and I would argue the fundamental role of this body, is to constantly monitor and calibrate the tension that exists between 2 fundamental provisions of the Constitution, in this case 3. The first is in the preamble. Fundamental reason that this government was formed in the first place: to ensure domestic tranquility and provide for the common defense. That's the essence of any government. Fundamental, sacred responsibility. And then we have the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, Fourth and Fifth Amendment that have issues of privacy, issues of gun ownership, and we have to constantly balance and calibrate those provisions based upon technology and reality, circumstances, facts. And we have a new set of facts. We are facing a threat today in the United States that's different than what we have ever faced before, where we have people who are being motivated from abroad mostly, but are in our society, in our country. This fellow in Orlando was an American citizen, born here. And we've got to take cognizance of that. We've got to take account of that reality. If we don't, we're failing, it seems to me, our fundamental responsibility under the preamble of the Constitution to provide for the common defense. That's what the people of America expect us to do, to keep them safe. And this is simply one piece of the armor that we can provide to keep the people of America safe. I would conclude with a question to the senator. Is there any hope of getting this accomplished? Where are we? Why is this so hard? This seems to be a common sense response. And I read a quote from the NRA today that said, "We believe that terrorists should not have guns." So is there room for discussion, for compromise? Do you feel that there is an opportunity here to get to a place where we can respond to this new threat that's facing us without in any way compromising the values of the Second Amendment?
I thank the senator for guiding us towards that compromise, because it has to be there. And we are, on this issue, we are speaking the same language. Frankly, on background checks, we tend to speak the same language. We both say, Republicans and Democrats, that we don't want criminals to get guns. We both say that we don't want terrorists to get guns, and yet we have been unable to meet in the middle. My understanding is that the majority has a concern about the ability of individuals who shouldn't be on these lists to get off the list. So do we. We have no less interest in due process than they do. And so we want to bring these issues to a vote on the floor, but our preference is to bring a compromise measure that can pass and get the support of both sides. I know that we've had Senator Toomey and some others come to the floor today and suggest that there's some work to be done to get a compromise, and my hope is that we can get there. If we can't, then let's at least take the vote and let the American people see where we stand.
But my understanding is the amendment as proposed does provide specific process whereby a person who believes that they are wrongfully on the list, wrongfully denied the opportunity to purchase a firearm, they have the opportunity to contest that, to have it litigated, and have it resolved in a reasonably prompt manner.
And I think that has been the difficulty in finding this compromise. The existing text gives the ability already for anyone who believes that they are on the list wrongly to get off that list. That's why I said that we are just as concerned with that, and the underlying amendment that we have proposed, that Senator Feinstein has proposed, does exactly that. It gives an escape hatch for anyone that is on that list wrongly.
One of the odd things about this debate is that if this had been 15 years ago, I don't think we'd be even having this debate. This would have been done, background checks was generally uncontroversial. And if we'd had the terrorist threat, I can't believe it wouldn't have been. We've got domestic violence on there. How about terrorism violence? That should be part of this as well, and that's all you're really proposing. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's only controversial here, Senator King. It's not controversial out in the American public. They want this done, by and large. So we've created a controversy that really doesn't exist in the living rooms and social halls of this country.
I thank the senator, and thank you for your answers, and thank you for your leadership on this issue.
I think it's really important. Thank you, Senator King. I think it's really important that we have the diversity of our caucus represented as part of this discussion today. Senator King and Senator Donnelly, both strong supporters of the Second Amendment, and I'm glad to yield the floor for a question without losing my right to the floor to Senator Donnelly.
Will the senator from Connecticut yield for a question?
Will.
Like all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, I was sick when I learned of the tragic shooting in Orlando. Since Sunday, like so many people, my thoughts have been with the families and with the friends of the victims, with the LGBT community, with the people of Orlando, with all Americans who are mourning the loss of loved ones at the hands of senseless gun violence. My thoughts are also with the parents across our nation who have to explain to our kids, how can something like this happen in our country? We were elected in this chamber to do a job, to discuss issues, to debate them, and to vote on legislation that makes our communities and our country safer. I came to the floor tonight to participate in this discussion because we have a job to do and we have action to take. Senator Murphy, I want to thank you for leading this effort. I am a supporter of the Second Amendment. I'm also someone who believes it's reasonable for all of us to consider smart and responsible ways to reduce gun violence. Those things are not in opposition to each other. Since I've come to the Senate, we've talked about mass shootings in Orlando, in San Bernardino, in Charleston, and in the senator's home state of Newtown, Connecticut. The truth is, there is gun violence across this country every single day. No state is immune, including my home state of Indiana. Every victim of gun violence is someone's mom, or someone's dad, or someone's sister, or someone's brother, or someone's son, or someone's daughter, or someone's husband, or someone's wife. And those lives are destroyed. There are bipartisan proposals we can consider today that can make a difference. They won't solve every problem, but we can save lives. We can start by considering the bipartisan proposal by Senators Joe Manchin and Pat Toomey that strengthens our background check system to help prevent criminals and individuals with serious mental illnesses from getting guns. This legislation requires background checks for all commercial gun sales, whether they're at a store, or whether they're at a gun show, or whether they are online. We should also debate and pass bipartisan legislation that denies firearm sales to known or suspected terrorists. This is simple American common sense. This is what the American people expect of us. This is what we were elected to do. If a person is on a terrorist watch list, they shouldn't be able to buy a gun. It is that simple and that uncomplicated. It's time to do our job. To do our job as members of Congress to confront the serious problem of gun violence in our country. To debate our options and to work to find solutions that help keep all Americans safe, to protect our individual rights. The members of this body, we have differences, but we shouldn't have differences on this. We have also demonstrated that we can find common ground at critical times. I'm confident every member of this body agrees we should keep weapons out of the hands of criminals, terrorists, people with mental illnesses. This should not be controversial. I urge all my colleagues to come together on behalf of the American people who have blessed us with this opportunity to serve here and to stand up for them and to vote on these proposals. It is the very least we can do for those families, for the people we represent, and for the serious obligation and responsibility they have given to us to do these things. They expect us to do our job. It's time for us to step up to the plate. And with all that in mind, I have a question for my good friend, the senator from Connecticut. And the question is this: Senator, don't we owe it to the victims of Orlando, the victims from your home state in Newtown, the victims of Charleston, and to the victims of gun violence in all our states to have a vote on these proposals, which are bipartisan in every single way?
Senator Donnelly, I think that last phrase is the most important. They're bipartisan in every single way. We've had bipartisan support for these proposals on the floor of the Senate, but frankly, more importantly, in Indiana and Connecticut, there is bipartisan support. Whether you are talking to progressive Democrats or rock rib Republicans, They all are of the consensus position that if you can't fly because we have deemed you to be a terrorist threat, then you probably shouldn't be able to buy an assault weapon. And that if you are a criminal, that it shouldn't really matter whether you walk into a gun show or a gun store, you shouldn't be able to buy a weapon. And so I think you've put it perfectly, which is that in every way, these are bipartisan proposals. And it's incumbent upon us to, at the very least, show the American public where the Senate stands on these issues. Show the people of Indiana and Connecticut and Illinois where senators stand on these two simple questions that have bipartisan grassroots support in this country.
Let me ask you one more question, which is this. Senator, do you think we are underestimating, in this body, that the senators are underestimating the common sense of the American people? That they know terrorists shouldn't be allowed to have these weapons. That they know it's a danger to our kids, to our families. That we would do great credit to the American people to have the faith in them, to believe in them, that they are ready to take these steps. They're ready to see their senators take these steps and to stand with us, because we all love our children. We all love our families. We all want to make sure that when they go out to be with their friends, they come home safe that night. That for all of our families, whether Republican or Democrat, that or most important, you know, we're not red or blue. We're red, we're white, and we're blue. We're all Americans. We are one team. We are in this together. And doesn't it seem to make sense that here we ought to be able to reflect the will of the American people? And I think the American people are ready for this, Senator, don't you?
It's just, it's a political issue here. It's not a political issue anywhere else. And you talk about, I think, a very apt description of our underestimation of the common sense of the American people. I also think we underestimate our ability to fundamentally address the fear that exists today about the next terrorist attack. I think if we were able to come together and pass these two simple measures, it would be a show of faith with the American people that we get it, that we understand how anxious they are, how fearful they are, how angry they are. And there is a salve to the wound that could come if we were able to come together and act. It's not just that it would make a practical difference, stopping potential terrorists from getting guns, but it would have a psychological impact on people. So I think you're right that we underestimate the common sense of the American public, but I also think we underestimate our ability to do something meaningful to address what is a very legitimate anxiety in the public, having watched San Bernardino to Orlando. I thank the gentleman, and I yield to Senator Durbin for a question without losing the right to the floor.
I would like to direct a question to the senator from Connecticut. First, I would like to acknowledge that the senator from Connecticut took the floor about 10 hours ago and has stood here with his colleague, the senator from New Jersey, Senator Booker, and many others who have joined him during the course of this day. Senator Blumenthal of Connecticut was also here. I'd like to ask a few questions and then ask you to react to a news story that just came out today. I think it's important for us from time to time to remind those who are just starting to follow this debate why we are here, and particularly why you, Senator, have been on the floor for 10 hours straight. This is unusual in the Senate. It is technically known as a filibuster when one member takes the floor and doesn't yield the floor. And it's done for a variety of reasons. It's been done throughout the history of this chamber. But I hope we can make it clear from the outset of why we're doing it today, why you are leading it, and why we are joining you today, why this is an important message that we are trying to send across America from one coast to the other, and include the islands of Hawaii. That we are dealing with this because what happened in Orlando has really focused America on gun violence and the terrible tragedy that occurred there with 49 deaths and almost another 50 who were injured, seriously injured, as a result of this gunman who turned his guns loose on these poor people who gathered at this nightclub. I'd like to ask the senator from Connecticut, at the risk of repeating himself, which is part of what we do here, but at the risk of making sure that those who are following the debate, if he would tell us the two issues that he believes bring us together in this effort, this common effort, late this evening on the floor of the Senate.
I thank the senator for continuing to focus us on why we're here. We're frankly not here just to talk. We're here to try to bring some resolution to this debate and to move on the consideration of the CJS appropriations bill. We're asking for 2 votes on what could be consensus measures with respect to protecting Americans. 1, we want to make sure that if you are on the terrorist watch list, if you are on the no-fly list, then you cannot buy a gun, that you are prohibited by law from buying a gun. No controversy about that in the American public. It would make a tremendous difference. Second, in order to make that provision truly effective, we need to make sure that no matter where you buy a gun, whether you buy it at a bricks and mortar store, online, or at a gun show, that you are subject to background checks. One of those provisions without the other doesn't protect us. Both of them together protect Americans from terrorist attack, protect the flow of illegal guns into communities like Chicago without having any effect on individuals' Second Amendment rights. If you are a law-abiding citizen in this country, the 2 measures that we are proffering for a vote on the Senate floor will have 0 impact on you. If we can get an agreement to move forward in a consensus way on those 2 measures, my hope is that we could come together and find language that both sides could agree with. At the very least, we should have a vote on these measures so that we can see where people stand. Then we will gladly relinquish the floor.
I'd ask the senator from Connecticut, without asking him to yield the floor, another question. Our colleague from California, Senator Feinstein, has filed an amendment. I believe she's making some slight changes to it, but the amendment addresses the first issue. It authorizes the Attorney General of the United States to deny requests to transfer a firearm to a known or suspected terrorist. Now, the senator from Connecticut has said it repeatedly, and I think I'd like to repeat it myself. This is something the vast majority of Americans say, you mean a terrorist can buy a gun in America and you can't stop him? So overwhelmingly, Democrat, Republican, Independent, gun owners, non-gun owners, believe this is common sense. And the senator from California, in this amendment, says hereafter the Attorney General may deny the transfer of a firearm if the Attorney General determines, based on the totality of circumstances, that the transferee, purchaser of the firearm, represents a threat to public safety based on a reasonable suspicion that the transferee is engaged, has been engaged in conduct constituting in preparation for, in aid of, or related to terrorism, or providing material support or resources thereof. So in the first sentence of about 6 or 7 sentence amendment, this senator from California, in a few words, says exactly what the senator from Connecticut has said. We want to give to the Attorney General the power to stop a suspected terrorist from buying a firearm in this country. The power. Today we had a briefing, and I know you couldn't attend because you were here on the floor with this important responsibility. The briefing came from the leader of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Jim Comey, Jay Johnson, the head of the Department of Homeland Security. And they talked about what happened in Orlando. Some of the things they told us cannot be repeated outside of that closed-door briefing, and some of it will come out as the investigation unfolds. But here's something that they told us that can be shared. This man who went into that Pulse nightclub at 2 o'clock in the morning in Orlando had 2 firearms with him, and before that evening was over, that tragic evening ended, he had shot hundreds of rounds into that crowded nightclub. This one man, hundreds of rounds. And what I asked them was, please put this in perspective for me. Since 9/11, we have focused on what happened that terrible day when 3,000 innocent Americans died because terrorists took over airplanes and crashed them into the World Trade Center, into the Pentagon, and might have crashed them into this building. had the brave passengers and crew not stopped them over Pennsylvania. What we do every single day is to spend hundreds of millions of dollars for safety on airplanes and airports because we don't want to run the risk that a passenger will get on board a plane and endanger the lives of passengers, up to 200 passengers or more, with a bomb or some other means. We go to elaborate lengths. Think about it. How many times have you taken off your shoes, opened your bags, put things on the conveyor belt? We've done that now for 15 years, so we don't have to relive the tragedy of 9/11. Well, think about this for a second. If that same terrorist decides not to use an airplane, but to use a semi-automatic weapon, the kind of weapon used by this man in Orlando, that person can endanger the lives of hundreds of people and kill 49 in that tragic situation. So my question to the senator from Connecticut is this. As we are focusing on the use of these military-style weapons, are we not reflecting the new reality of the terrorist threat to America? Not just airplanes and the other means that they've used, but now what appears to be a more common weapon of choice, commonly purchased at gun stores by even suspected terrorists. Is that not what you are focusing on, and we are focusing on, as the first thing that needs to be changed in the law?
Senator Durbin, let me read you the transcript of a video from one of Al-Qaeda's most important operatives, an American by the name of Adam Gideon. He's deceased now, but here's what he said in a video that he sent to potential converts in the United States. Quote, "In the West, you've got a lot at your disposal. Let's take America, for example. America is absolutely awash with easily obtainable firearms. You can go down to a gun show at the local convention center and come away with a fully automatic assault rifle without a background check and most likely without having to show an identification card. So what are you waiting for?" This is an Al-Qaeda operative, an Al-Qaeda recruiter, specifically instructing their potential followers in the United States to go to gun shows to buy assault weapons in order to carry out lone wolf attacks. This isn't theoretical. We aren't making this up on the floor of the Senate. This is a clear strategic decision on behalf of these groups. They are losing territory inside Iraq and Syria. They are more dependent on lone wolf attacks than ever, and they have figured out that the quickest pathway to massive death and destruction is not to hijack an airplane, is not to construct an explosive device, but to buy an assault weapon.
If the senator will yield further for a question.
I would.
Without yielding the floor. Despite the worst mass murder in the history of the United States of America that occurred in Orlando, Florida, despite the national reaction and international reaction to this tragedy, there was no issue scheduled this week in the United States Senate on the issue of firearms and terrorism. Not one. Not until the senator from Connecticut took the floor 10 hours and 20 minutes ago and said, "I'm not going to sit down until there's an agreement that we're going to debate this issue on the floor of the United States Senate." It was not even on the schedule of things for us to discuss this week until this senator from Connecticut and his friends and colleagues decided to make an issue of it. And I asked the senator if he is aware of the fact that today the American Medical Association put out a press release in Chicago. I think it's historic, and I'd like to read it if my colleagues will bear with me for a minute. This is from the American Medical Association. The worst mass shooting in modern U.S. history has prompted the American Medical Association to call gun violence, quote, a public health crisis, and urge that Congress fund research into the problem. The American Medical Association, which lobbies on behalf of doctors, said on Tuesday it will press Congress to overturn 20-year-old legislation that blocks the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention from conducting research on gun violence. A 29-year-old gunman slaughtered 49 people at a gay nightclub in Orlando, Florida, before dawn on Sunday. The AMA adopted a policy at its annual meeting in Chicago. It called U.S. gun violence a crisis that requires a comprehensive response and solution. I'm going to ask consent that the remainder of this AMA release be placed in the record as part of my question to the senator from Connecticut.
Is there objection? Without objection.
I thank, and to complete the question I'd like to complete the question to the senator, and then I'm happy to yield the floor. The point that we're getting to is this is the beginning of an important national debate brought on by the tragedy in Orlando. It is a debate which would not have occurred this week had the senator from Connecticut and his colleagues not taken the floor with this filibuster on the Senate floor. I thank the senator for his leadership on this. And I ask the senator if we can reach a point where we have a statement by the Republican leadership in the Senate that they will give us the votes on these two key issues that we have raised over and over again. Is that the purpose and intent of your filibuster?
I thank the gentleman for this question. That's exactly why we're here. Let me just reiterate the supposition, the premise of his question. I and Senator Booker and Senator Blumenthal, and I know you share this view as well, just couldn't come back here and debate amendments on the CJS bill that had nothing to do with this epidemic of gun violence witnessed most recently by the worst mass shooting in the history of this country. I just simply couldn't come back here and pretend that there's nothing we can do about it, because of course we can come together and find a path forward. And so yes, we are on the floor demanding a vote, because it would be unconscionable to leave this week without having a specific debate on these measures and without trying to find a path forward. Now, I will say to my friend that my greatest hope is that we can find common ground on these measures. But in absence of common ground, in absence of a willingness on behalf of the majority party to actually sit down and negotiate this, then let's have the vote. Then let's have the vote and see where members of this body stand, up or down. Let's see what members choose to do a week after the worst mass shooting in the history of this country, when they are proffered with the question, do you want terrorists to be able to own guns in this country? Do you want individuals who have known connections to terrorist organizations to be able to buy military assault-style weapons? Let's put that question on the floor of the Senate and see what everyone's answer is. I thank the gentleman, and I would yield the floor to Senator Brown for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Aaron, I first of all so appreciate, as Senator Durbin said, I so appreciate your being here this evening. It's not working. I so appreciate the work that Senator Murphy has done. I appreciate so much the work he's done, Senator Booker, Senator Blumenthal. I welcome others of my colleagues to the floor. And I heard Senator King say something from Maine. We know what happened with this terrible shooting in Orlando with 49 innocent people killed. We know what happened in Sandy Hook. We heard Senator Kane talking earlier today about what happened at Virginia Tech. We heard what happened in Denver when they shot the Planned Parenthood clinic. We know what happened in San Bernardino. We know what happened in southern Ohio, in a rural Appalachian area of my state, where a number of people were killed. It didn't get quite as much attention. We know what happened to Tamir Rice in my city of Cleveland, a 12-year-old boy that was gunned down. But what Senator King said was so interesting, because we see these awful massacres of 5 or 10 or 20 or as many now as 49 people murdered in cold blood. But what he said, if I could hear it exactly right, was every hour on the average a person's murdered in this country, 2 or 3 people die from gun violence. That since the Orlando massacre, about 100 people have been killed by gunfire, twice as many as were killed in Orlando. And it just begs the question. We have briefings. We had a briefing today, an intelligence briefing from the FBI, as Senator Durbin said, about this mass killing. We all get together and talk about these mass killings, but we don't talk about the day-by-day gun violence. And I think the American people, they surely know of the mass killings. They always write our offices. They always tell us to do something. And then interest tends to diminish as it becomes a day old, 2 days old, 3 days old, 4 days old news. But what Senator King said was so important that this just happens every day. As Senator Booker says, it's often a poor kid that's murdered. I was on the floor earlier tonight, and I mentioned how my wife and I live in zip code 44105 in Cleveland. That zip code in 2007 had more foreclosures than any zip code in the first half of the year, any zip code in the United States of America. It's a zip code where there are there's a lot of poverty, there's a lot of violence. And the other night, when I was in Washington, my wife heard gunshots and then heard a police siren. That's happened far too many times when I'm home. If my grandchildren are there, you're alarmed. It's usually the gunshots maybe a quarter mile away, a half mile away, but we know that each time it might be somebody that's badly injured or worse. So my question for Senator Murphy is, how do we see what's happening. We see maybe the members of the Senate who have been at the beck and call of the gun lobby, maybe they're listening now. How do we make sure that we remind them and remind the American people, because I don't think the American people think about what Senator King said, that there's one murder an hour roughly in this country on the average, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, that there are 2 or 3 people that are victims of gunfire day after hour after hour, day after day. All we really read about, all we really react to is these terrible, terrible mass shootings, but not the day by day, hour by hour, minute by minute violence. How do we bring that to people's attention so people in this body go home and do their job? I mean, this Senate's not doing its job in confirming a Supreme Court nominee. It's not doing its job for the mine workers that Senator Donnelly and Senator Durbin and I have in our states, or the pensioners with the Teamsters Central State Fund. They're not doing their job there either. But on this one, how do we, until this Senate actually does the right thing, Senator Murphy, how do we keep attention on this issue when people's memories are the memories fade and we go back to work and do nothing? That's why you're standing on this floor hour after hour after hour. And understand, anybody that's watching, and I know we're not speaking to the country here, but that this is a senator from Connecticut who is not sat all day, has not been able to eat, just stands here and leads this debate and leads this filibuster, pleading for this Senate. Most of our colleagues are out for dinner or home now, but pleading for our colleagues to actually stand up and do the right thing. And I give him so much credit for that. But how do we sustain this until we get our colleagues here to finally do their job?
Well, I thank the Senator for the question. I'll give credit to Senator Booker and Senator Blumenthal, who have been here. I think Senator Booker has actually been physically standing for the exact same amount of time that I've been physically standing as well. But hopefully we are answering that question right now. I mean, let me just give you the evidence of what's happening in social media today. This filibuster has been the #1 trending topic on Twitter all day long. So there is nothing being discussed more on the most popular social media application in the country than our effort to bring light onto this epidemic of tragedy that exists in our cities every day. Now, you probably don't know this, most people don't know this, but last year there was a mass shooting on average more than once a day. Because if you categorize a mass shooting as 4 or more people being shot at any one time, there were mass shootings happening in Cleveland and in Baltimore and in New Orleans and in Bridgeport and in Chicago on a regular basis. And so this effort, I hope, is not just in the service of trying to bring a vote and a debate to the floor on these 2 measures, but on opening this country's eyes to the epidemic of gun violence that exists. Secondarily, I think we need to do more of what Senator Baldwin did earlier tonight. We've got to come down to this floor, go out into our communities, and tell the stories of who these victims are, right? Tell the stories of who these young 17 and 18-year-olds are who died in your cities, in my cities. Tell the story of their moms and their dads that were left behind. Personalize this in a way that right now is not real for most Americans. I've gotten the question a number of times tonight, why haven't we been able to move this debate? And I think some of it is on us. I think some of it is on us for not being as relentless as we can on the floor of the Senate, out in our districts, on commanding attention to this issue of the routineness of gun violence in our cities. And it frankly warms my heart to look around this room today and see 8 or 9 or 10 senators still sitting on the floor at 10 o'clock at night. And maybe this is a means to recommit ourselves to bringing this message of the reality of everyday gun violence in our cities to every single corner of this country. And so I thank the gentleman. Would yield for any further questions. No? Okay. Yield to the
Mr.
Senator.
President, would my colleague from Connecticut yield for a question?
I'd yield for a question without losing the right to the floor.
Well, I thank my colleague, and before I get to my question, first let me tell him I just came from the Sandy Hook Promise Dinner, a dinner put together by the parents in his state, family members who had lost loved ones in that horrible tragedy of Sandy Hook. They were so inspired by the actions of their 2 senators who were chairs of this organization, the senator from New Jersey and so many who have taken the floor tonight, that when I mentioned it, they just rose up in standing ovation. And they inspire us. I know they've inspired our good friends from Connecticut. They're amazing people. And the scriptures, when something like this happens, a loved one is taken from you, as so many loved ones were lost in Orlando, as the good senator from Wisconsin so eloquently documented earlier this evening. The natural inclination is to curse the darkness, to say, why me? To be angry, to turn inward, to say, I don't want to live life anymore. And for those who can light candles to try and prevent this from happening to others, even though their losses will never, never, never be extinguished, the holes in their hearts will never be gone, is an amazing thing. And before I asked my question, I wanted to convey to my good friend how his activities and the activities of his colleague from Connecticut and the senator from New Jersey and so many others here today has inspired this group as they have inspired us. And I think the senator is correct. If we can have a virtuous cycle of being inspired by others and then trying through our small efforts to inspire others, we'll win this fight. And I have every confidence we will. We will. Dr. King said, the arc of history is long, but it bends in the direction of justice. That's something that we're all mindful of. It will bend in the direction of justice. And my colleague from Connecticut has helped bend it a little bit more. And for that, we are so thankful. I'd like to ask my colleague a question just about what we hear from some on the other side, Second Amendment, and the kind of proposals that we've seen from the senator from Texas and the senator from Pennsylvania as they seek compromise, talk about the Second Amendment. And to them, it almost seems that the Second Amendment is absolute. Now, I, for one, believe in the Second Amendment. I believe there was a right to bear arms even before the Heller decision. I believe that it is not fair to read the other amendments of the Constitution in such an expansive way and then say Second Amendment means just militias. Some of my colleagues on this side of the aisle will agree, some will disagree. But my question to my colleague is very simple. Even if you have a strong belief in the Second Amendment, no amendment is absolute. The First Amendment, so dear to us, but you can't falsely scream fire in a crowded theater. That is a limitation on our First Amendment rights. We have laws against child pornography, as we should. That is a limitation on our First Amendment rights. We have libel laws. You say something that's false and hurts or damages someone, you can be sued. That's a limitation on First Amendment rights. Well, isn't it true? Just as we have limitations on First Amendment rights, there are reasonable limits on Second Amendment rights. And it would seem to me that one of the most logical limitations is to say someone who is totally dangerous or might be totally dangerous and can wreak the kind of havoc we saw so tragically in Orlando and in Newtown and in Aurora and in places across the country San Bernardino, should not have an absolute right to a firearm. And another point here before I get to my question. I find it ironic that so many of my colleagues who are so meticulous on the Second Amendment in terms of civil liberties and due process don't really seem to care about it on all the other amendments. That's the sort of inverse. We don't hear rousing speeches from some of the senators who have gotten up in the past few days about let's make sure we don't make a single mistake. When it comes to the criminal justice system, we have a number of senators, New Jersey, Illinois, here tonight who have worked hard on criminal justice relief. But we don't hear from the other side about the need for making sure due process is followed when it comes to the criminal law, except for the Second Amendment. And so let's try to be consistent here. Let's believe in all the amendments. But let's realize that every amendment has a limitation, that a balancing test has always been the watchword of the Supreme Court from the founding of the Republic. And I would ask my colleague to explore with me a little bit about this contradiction, about the idea from some that the Second Amendment, and maybe to some of them the Second Amendment alone, is the only one that should be absolute. Would my colleague talk a little about that? Would my colleague, I'm sure we've talked about this together in the past, about the need for reasonable limitations on every amendment, including the second, as we are attempting to do here with the two pieces of legislation we seek a vote on. Simple vote.
I thank the senator for this question, and I would just remind him and others that this concept of the Second Amendment that you offer is embedded in the Heller decision. The Heller decision itself, and Senator King chided me for referring to the majority opinion in that decision by Justice Scalia earlier, but it says very specifically that though the majority holds that there is an individual right to own a gun, that right is absolutely not absolute. And he actually gives specific examples in the majority decision of ways in which you can condition that right in order to affect the public safety, like, for instance, restricting the type of weapons that are bought or restricting guns and firearms from individuals who are deemed dangerous. And so this isn't theoretical. This is the law, the interpretation of the Second Amendment as determined by this court. And on this question of inconsistency, let's just keep it packed into the question of the terrorist watch list. I have not heard one of my Republican colleagues come down to the floor and defend the right of those on that list to get into any airplane they want and travel anywhere in the world. Right? There's no one that has done that, nor will they. And that is because of this inconsistency in which the absolute protection of Second Amendment rights is treated in a fundamentally different way than the protection of other rights. It is no less dangerous for an individual to pick up a dangerous assault weapon that can kill hundreds of people at a time than it might be in order to get on a crowded airplane. You could conceivably kill the same number of people with an assault weapon as you can with an airplane. And yet those two rights, the right to travel and the right to own a gun, are treated differently.
I thank my colleague.
Thank you. I would, at this point, I thank my colleague from New York, and I would, through the chair, yield for a question to the senator from Minnesota joining us without losing my right to the floor.
Thank you. I ask the senator from Connecticut will yield for a question without yielding the floor.
I would.
Thank you so much to the senator from Connecticut. One of our fellow senators noted that maybe not many people are watching. Well, having been around and tonight talking to people, a lot of people are watching this. The country is watching this because people have been waiting for action. For so many of us that have been involved in law enforcement, for me, it's a series of pictures. It's the pictures of those victims in Orlando. And with every picture, there's a story. Everyone killed in that massacre was someone's brother, with someone's son, with someone's loved one. I think of the little girl with a blue dress with stars on, walking down a church. Her dad had been murdered by a madman, someone who was mentally ill, someone who was a perpetrator of domestic violence. Her dad was a police officer, Lake City, Minnesota, a beautiful little town on a beautiful lake. And he was just doing his job one day, and he was called to this home. He went to the front door. He had on a bulletproof vest, but the guy shot him, and he shot him in the head. And there we were all at the funeral, the same church where only a week ago the children had been in a nativity play, and their dad was sitting in the front proudly watching them. A week later, that same family was walking down the center aisle of the church, the little girl in a blue dress covered in stars. Or I think about those Sandy Hook parents, the ones that Senator Murphy knows so well, who were in my office, as they were in many other senators' offices, the morning of the vote of the background check bill. I told the story earlier this afternoon. And the mom is sitting there, and they're all so sober, so glum, because they actually thought there was a chance that the people in this chamber would respond after they lost their little children in another senseless act of violence. The mom in the office looked at me and said, "You know my story?" She said, "My son, severely autistic, could hardly speak. And every morning he'd point up at a picture on a refrigerator. It was a picture of his health aide, the woman who was with him every day. And the next thing she knows, she gets a call. She goes to the school. She sits in that firehouse with those parents. Some kids come in, and all the parents that are left know that they're the ones that babies are never coming back. And as she sat in that fire hall, she kept thinking about, of course, her son. But she also thought about the woman who was with him, who sacrificed her life for him, who was found with her arms around him in that school, both shot dead. Those are the images that I think about. The little girl in the blue dress at the funeral, her daddy, police officer, shot dead at the door. That mom in my office, her son and her son's faithful aide, shot dead in that school. And then you think of all these young people killed in this massacre right in our midst, right in Orlando, Florida. We all know that one solution won't fit all. We all know that in some cases it's about an assault weapon. In some cases it is about background checks. In some cases it is about getting someone off a terror watch list that shouldn't have a gun. Every solution may be different, but when you start doing the right thing, you start saving lives. Taisha Edwards, a little girl shot at her dining room table doing her homework. Her mom said, "You get your homework done, you can go to the mall." Gang bullet right through the house. Melissa Schmidt, police officer, Minneapolis police officer, young, excited to do her job, shot in a bathroom by someone who is mentally unstable. These are the images that I think about. And as Senator Booker has pointed out so many times, this isn't just about the massacres, it's also about the individual cases that happen every single day, the domestic violence cases that happen every single day. So while it is so important to focus today on this bizarre situation where you can have thousands of people on a terror watch list who can still get access to firearms, there are other things that we can do as well. We can put sensible background checks in place. You think about Senator Manchin, Senator Toomey coming together, at the time, two A-rated NRA legislators who are willing to come together and put that background check bill together. And those parents from Sandy Hook who knew that that bill would not have saved their babies, but looked at what is the thing that could most get done in this body? What is the thing that we could pass that would save the most lives? Because they know that the background checks, when done right, when done thoroughly, have saved lives. And they mostly help in cases of suicide and cases of domestic violence. And they had the courage to come to this chamber, to come to our offices time and time again, to advocate for something that they knew wouldn't save their babies' lives. But they did it because they knew it was the right thing, and they had the courage to do it, the courage that many people did not have in this United States Senate chamber. Domestic violence. Background checks help. You know what else helps with domestic violence is going after stalkers. Right now, you can get convicted of stalking and still get a gun in this country. That's why we have a bill that's a bipartisan bill in the House and the Senate that would stop that. We also, bizarrely, don't include dating partners. Even though in many parts of the law they're included, you don't have to be married to someone. If you have a domestic violence conviction, you can have dating partners. Even the Republican witnesses at our judiciary hearing agreed that that part of the law could change. But we cannot get that simple thing changed in the law because people are not willing to take just the slightest risk to vote for it, even when their own constituents favor it. As Senator Murphy has pointed out over and over again, you have a situation where the majority of gun owners support these common sense changes. You have a situation where the majority of people, the vast majority of people, want to see these changes. So I just want to thank the senator from Connecticut and ask him just one question focused again on the terror watch list. And I know that Senator Feinstein released updated information from the Government Accountability Office just yesterday, which showed that roughly 91% of known or suspected terrorists who attempted to purchase a firearm were able to clear a background check in 2015. I think people would be pretty shocked if they knew that statistic, and obviously one of the reasons that we are talking all day today is that people understand how bizarre this situation is, that we can't even close that loophole. And Senator Murphy, what does that show to you when you hear a statistic like that, that you can have 91% of known or suspected terrorists who can purchase a firearm but still able to clear a background check? Senator Murphy.
It shows, Senator Klobuchar, that we are intentionally putting our constituents in danger, that we have data that tells us that when people on the terrorist watch list are walking into gun stores, they are getting approved at a 90% rate. And by the way, the 10% that aren't getting disapproved because they are on the terrorist watch list. They are being denied a gun because they're on some other list. But that is a chilling statistic. And if you play it out over the course of 10 years, it's the same percentage. Over the course of 10 years, 90% of individuals who have walked into gun stores while being on the terrorist watch list have been handed a gun that they can walk out with. And it's a small number on a year-to-year basis, 200 people. But it only takes one of those individuals in order to commit a mass atrocity. And so I thank the senator for coming back to the floor here tonight and making this very clear case, because what we are asking for is eminently reasonable. We are asking, Senator Klobuchar, as you know, for debates and votes on two common sense bipartisan amendments to the underlying bill. One, legislation that would make sure that if you are on the terrorist watch list, if you are on the no-fly list, you cannot get a weapon, that you are prohibited from buying a weapon just like a violent criminal is. Second, that background checks be extended to gun shows and to internet sales so that we make sure that we're casting a net wide enough to capture these terrorists wherever they are trying to obtain weapons. And that will, as Senator Durbin has said over and over and over again during the last 10 hours, have an ancillary positive effect on the gun violence that is plaguing his cities, my cities, your cities, Senator Klobuchar, because many of the weapons that flow into Chicago, into Hartford, into Minneapolis come through sales that happen outside of gun shows that aren't subject to background checks. And so it is thrilling to me, frankly, to have a floor right now that is full of senators at 10 o'clock at night. It is thrilling to me, as I stated earlier, that we have been, our collective effort has been the #1 trending topic on Twitter over the course of the entire day. It's thrilling to me that, as I just heard, our phone lines in our office are still ringing off the hook right now as we speak with people all around the country who are demanding that we continue to stand on this floor as long as we can, as long as I can, until we get these votes. And so I thank the senator for bringing this issue back to the floor with us, and I would be thrilled to yield for a question without losing my right to the floor to the senator from Washington.
Mr. President, Mr. President, I want to ask the senator from Connecticut. First, I want to thank him for his tremendous leadership out here tonight and all through the day. And I think for senators, if you've ever led a filibuster up until that point, you probably don't know for sure that you are ready for this task, but a moment occurs in which you know you must act. And steel is inserted in your spine, and you come out here and you give it your all. And I want to, before asking a question, thank the senator for Connecticut and his colleague, the senator from New Jersey, for showing such steel in making sure America hears our response to the events that have happened, not just this past weekend, but for so many weekends, in so many days, in so many incidents, and simply say to our colleagues, we deserve to have a vote on these two issues. So I know my colleague is impressed that there are other colleagues out here, but we are so admiring of your courage in the face of such tragedy in your state to not forget the effort that needs to happen in the United States of America, to let the American people know that policies that they would like to see debated and discussed are getting bottled up. And that's what tonight is all about. It's all about saying, don't bottle them up. And yes, if you want to test the fortitude of a human being to see how long they can stand on their feet, we will find out the answer to that. But the real question is, are you going to let us vote on important public safety issues that the American public wants us to do something about? That's what's so ironic about the fact that we can't have the votes, is that the American people want us to have these votes and are fully supportive. I thank my colleague who was just here, who was a prosecutor herself, so she knows what this is all about. She knows on a day-to-day basis what it's about. So this issue of voting on the terrorist watch list and arms purchase, you know, we say to people, if you're on the terrorist watch list, we're not going to let you on an airplane, but yet you can get a gun if you're on that list. And according to a 2015 poll, 77% of the American voters supported banning sales of guns to people on the terrorist watch list. So we know that the majority of Americans support us in this effort, and yet we cannot get the support to make that happen here on the Senate floor. Now, I also want to bring up this issue in general about public safety, because I'm reading a statistic here that Washington is one of just 14 states where more people die by gunfire than by motor vehicle accidents. So we also have a statistic, 61% of perpetrators who killed police officers with guns in Washington between 1980 and 2013 were prohibited from possessing guns, but were still able to get them. So this issue for us is something that we spend a lot of time here debating, and there are other of our colleagues who have led the battle on trying to have background checks and closing the loopholes that exist in current law. And I want to thank them for that. I want to thank them for their battles and effort. But I wanted to ask the senator from Connecticut if he is aware, which I'm sure he'll be somewhat aware of this, that this issue, being neglected by the United States Senate, is being taken up by citizens of the United States in every measure and vehicle available to them. In the face of growing violence in our state, Washingtonians demanded change, and in 2014, voters in our state overwhelmingly passed a ballot initiative to require background checks for all firearm sales, including online sales, sales at gun shows, and sales between private citizens. So that's what we passed. That's what we passed by initiative in the state of Washington. Was the senator from Connecticut aware that states are taking up this effort?
I am aware, and I wish that weren't the case. I wish that citizens through referendum didn't have to take up this cause on a state-by-state basis because of utter inaction from this body. Now, I'll cite the statistics in a moment, maybe Senator Cantwell, but when states act, it makes a difference. When states act, it results in an appreciable decline in gun homicide rates, but it's much better and much more effective if the federal government acts.
Well, I so appreciate the senator and wanted to ask him because his comments are right on line with the comments that I think are so important for people to understand. This past March, we got the first hard numbers from the impact of this law that we passed in Washington state. So in addition to the nearly 4,000 felons that we caught trying to buy a firearm in Washington through a licensed firearm dealer, so that was 4,000 felons we caught. Another 50 felons were prevented from buying a gun from private sellers because of the provisions of the new law. So, to me, according to data from the FBI, nearly 8,000 private sale background checks have occurred that otherwise we could have been prevented, as you were saying, is if we had a federal law across the United States of America. So the fact that we've now had this law in place in our state and are now seeing the results that we are actually stopping felons from getting firearms, it says to me that these are results that the rest of my colleagues and their states should look at, but we should do the United States American citizen a favor by, as you said, not continuing to have this be done state by state, but do it at the federal level. And I'd ask my colleague from Connecticut how aware he is of this movement and how important it is that the American public continues to demand that we deal with this issue.
Let me just respond by giving some statistics about what happens in states with strong background check laws that they require for every handgun purchase. And we know what the numbers are. This is unequivocal. This isn't guesswork. This isn't conjecture. We know what the gun homicide rates are in states with universal background checks laws and what they are in states without them. In states that have universal background checks laws, 64% fewer guns are trafficked out of state, 48% fewer firearm suicides, 48% fewer police officers are killed, 46% fewer women are shot to death by intimate partners. Now, that's in states that have universal background checks, and those numbers would be even better and even stronger if we had that law applied nationally, because what we know is that those intimate partners who are buying a gun in the midst of their fury, those criminals who are trying to traffic in illegal arms, all they have to do is sometimes cross a simple state line in order to find those weapons of destruction and bring them back into a state which has these universal background check laws. And so there is no doubt that stronger background checks laws lead to fewer gun deaths. Period, stop. That is what the data shows, and Washington is proving that, Connecticut is proving that, and it is absurd that the United States Congress, with 90% of the American public supporting this proposition, doesn't assure this protection for everyone who lives under the umbrella of the security of this Congress.
Well, I would just say to the senator from Connecticut, and I thank him for his leadership, we need to come together to continue to explore ways in which we can stop gun violence. We need to improve our mental health system, and I know there are people who've talked about that this evening as well. But I just want the senator from Connecticut to know that in the state of Washington, we are looking at an additional ballot initiative to prevent gun tragedies involving mental illness. And so I think people are going to continue to explore all the ways in which we can make sure that our citizens can become safe. And if it takes that initiative process, I think people are going to see the result. But let's have a vote. Let's at least know where your representative, your senator is on these policies that are important to have terrorists. Not, if you're on the terrorist watch list and can't get on a plane, you shouldn't be able to have a gun. And let us have, like the good law that's been enacted in the state of Washington, a background check that is producing the result of catching felons and stopping them from having access to a gun. So I thank the senator for Connecticut for answering those questions and for his leadership again tonight on the Senate floor.
I thank the senator from Washington, and I thank her for the work she did to allow the citizens of Washington to be able to pass that referendum. That was a big bright spot, and it was a reminder that when you take this question out of the political morass that is Washington, D.C., and you give it to voters, you give it to citizens, they choose the protections that we're asking for votes on here. I would note, Senator King's still on the floor, there are referendums planned in Maine, there's a referendum planned in Nevada. This campaign of citizen-based activism demanding change in gun laws to reflect the overwhelming majority will of the public is happening. It is inevitable. It is not stopping. It is marching forward. We would do well to listen to that tempest and adopt these measures here. I would, at this point, yield the floor for a question without losing my right to the floor to the senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, thank you for the opportunity to appear tonight, and I share my praise for my colleague, the senator from Connecticut. We came to the Senate together, and his leadership on this issue is something I admire. But more than leadership on the issue, I admire his heart and his compassion, because he has suffered because his citizens have suffered. And if you suffer and you don't try to change things, you don't try to do things differently, then you're not fully alive. And so I just honor that in you, that you're willing to be vulnerable and in your suffering try to find help for others. I have a little scar tissue on this, Mr. President, and I'd love to just describe the Virginia experience and my own personal experience on this, and then ask a series of questions to my colleague from Connecticut. I was elected to office for the first time in May of 1994 to the Richmond City Council, and at the time I was elected, Richmond had the second highest homicide rate in the United States per capita. I was sworn in on July 1, 1994. In October of 1994, October 14th, I'll never forget that day, in my city council district, in a public housing community that is the largest between Washington and Atlanta, Gilpin Court, a 35-year-old guy walked into an apartment and gunned down a family of 6, from a 35-year-old woman to her younger sister to tiny little babies and children. And I got a call as a city council member, and I raced to the scene, and it was chaos, and that has begun a 22-year experience of being too intimate with this problem. That funeral of the family in the Arthur Ashe Center in Richmond with 3,000 people in 6 little white coffins at the front of the room is something that I will never, ever forget. A number of years later, I was governor of Virginia. I had just taken a trade mission to Japan and had landed, checked into the hotel, had fallen asleep, and someone knocked at my door. It was April 16, 2007. My security detail says, "You have to call home. Something horrible has happened in Virginia. It's still underway." And I called to find that a shooting was still then taking place at Virginia Tech University in Blacksburg that eventually killed 32 people, injured dozens of others. At that point, the worst shooting incident in the history of the United States, but no longer. That was the worst day of my life, and it will always be the worst day of my life. Comforting the families of the victims, talking to the first responders who went into a classroom where bodies littered the floor and heard in the pockets of deceased students and professors cell phones ringing as parents who had seen it on the news were calling their kids, just knowing they're at Virginia Tech, to ask them if they would be all right, a call that would never be answered. This traumatized some of the most hardened first responders that I know. I knew priests and ministers in that community who had seen a lot and were traumatized in the days to follow. And to the senator from Connecticut, you have a reasonable proposal on the floor with respect to background record checks. The deranged young man who had committed that crime and then killed himself was not supposed to get a weapon. He was federally prohibited from getting a weapon because he'd have been adjudicated mentally ill and dangerous, but the weaknesses of the background check system, gaps in the background check system, had enabled him to purchase this weapon and commit this unspeakable carnage. We learned everything we could learn from that tragedy. We fixed what we could fix, but to my everlasting regret, I could fix part of the background record check system. But when I went to my legislature and said, let's have universal background checks so this won't happen again, even in the aftermath of the worst shooting tragedy in the history of the United States, I couldn't get my legislature to do the simple thing that the voters, that gun owners, that NRA members said they should do. And then a year ago, it was in August of 2015, in the same community, the Blacksburg-Roanoke community in Virginia, a young woman I know who was the TV reporter at WDBJ Television, Allison Parker, who covered Senator Warner and me. We know her parents. She was shooting a live piece in the morning about an anniversary of a local chamber of commerce, and a mentally ill former employee of the station came up live on television and videoing himself and killed Allison and Adam Ward, her cameraman, and ultimately took his own life later that day. We got scar tissue in my town. We got scar tissue in my Commonwealth. We've got scar tissue in this country. We've got scar tissue personally. And after every one of these instances, we resolve to be better. We resolve to do more. Why do we need to be passive? Why do we need to do nothing? We resolve to do better and do more, and yet here in this body, we can't. We were together here, my colleague from Connecticut. I talked about the worst day of my life at Blacksburg, but the worst day in the Senate was standing here on the floor in April of 2013 and having a debate about this very piece of legislation about background record checks. And we were surrounded in the gallery by the victims and the families from Newtown. And they were watching us. There's a line in the letter to the Hebrews that talks about being surrounded by a great cloud of witnesses. And we were surrounded by a great cloud of witnesses. And with them were Virginia Tech families. And they were together, and they were watching us, and they were praying, I know, for us that we would do the right thing. And yet, even with the family members who had suffered from your state, Senator Murphy and Senator Blumenthal, even with those family members hoping we would do the right thing, we couldn't get there. And as surely as night follows day, there have been other tragedies, and now something I hoped would never happen, a shooting tragedy that eclipsed even this horrific tragedy in Blacksburg in 2007. And so the question that has to be asked is, what will it take and when will we act? And so if I could ask you a series of questions, because I'm not just grappling with this as a legislator, I'm grappling with this as a person, as a parent, as a friend, as somebody who's got the scar tissue that we all have. I have an organization in my state that's headquartered in my state, the National Rifle Association, that says we can't do anything because of the Second Amendment. And so let me ask you a couple of questions to my colleague. You would agree with me, would you not? The Second Amendment, it's in the Constitution, so of course it's important. It's important like the First Amendment is important. Wouldn't you agree with me on that?
It's in there for a reason, Senator Kane.
It's in there for a reason, and it's been in there since 1787, and Virginians were drafters. So it's in there for a reason, and it's important, just like the First Amendment is important. Let me ask you about the First Amendment. The First Amendment says there is a right to free speech and a right to freedom of the press. Now, does that mean constitutionally that I can go out and slander and libel anyone and there is no consequence for that? Is that what the First Amendment means?
The First Amendment is as important as the Second Amendment, but it comes with conditions and responsibilities. One of them is that you can't slander your fellow citizens. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. There are important limitations since the beginning of the Republic built around the First Amendment, which frankly is as sacred as any of the individual rights that are encompassed in the Bill of Rights.
There's another part of the First Amendment that says that you have a right to assemble. Now, my understanding, and you're a lawyer, so you tell me if I'm wrong about the right to assemble, is you've got a right to assemble, but a government can condition that. It can say you've got to get a permit or you can assemble here, not there. It can't discriminate among points of view, but the common constitutional provision is that there can be reasonable restrictions on the time, place, and manner of assembly under the First Amendment, and that's completely constitutional. Is that your understanding of the clause?
It's yet another qualified right within the Bill of Rights.
And I could do the same thing on the Third Amendment, and I could do the same thing on the Fourth Amendment. I could do the same thing on the Sixth Amendment and on the Seventh Amendment, the right to trial by jury in civil matters. And in each of these rights, which are important, just like the Second Amendment is important, in each of these rights, we commonly accept, actually, we demand, not just accept, that consistent with the constitutional rights, there be reasonable limits so that we can live together in peaceable harmony as citizens. And would you agree with me that there's nothing about those reasonable restrictions in the First or the Second or the Third or the Fourth or the Sixth or the Seventh Amendments that is at all inconsistent with the constitutional framework that we take an oath to uphold when we come into this body?
I haven't memorized portions of the Constitution as well as Senator King has, but he very eloquently stated for us the preamble of the Constitution, which commits us first and foremost to preserve domestic tranquility and to protect the common defense. So at the very beginning of the Constitution is this obligation to take the issue of public safety as a sacred duty upon inheriting the mantle of preserving and defending the Constitution. And so, as you have stated, all of those rights in the Bill of Rights come with conditions and responsibilities demanded by the American people. And when we talk about the Second Amendment, it is educated by that very important preamble, which commands all of us to do whatever is necessary to protect the safety of our citizens.
And am I not right that the Second Amendment even has the phrase in it, well regulated? It even acknowledges the notion that this particular right is one where regulation is contemplated.
Whereas the First Amendment doesn't place the conditions in the text, they are read into it. The Second Amendment has conditions in the literal text.
So the organization in Virginia that makes this argument about the Second Amendment, I think we can clearly demonstrate it's specious. The Second Amendment is critically important. Those of us, we all take an oath to uphold it, and we do uphold it, but there's nothing inconsistent with the Second Amendment in terms of the provisions you're talking about on the floor. Let me ask you this. Here's an argument they also make. I hear them make this all the time. What these guys want to do, who are advocating these propositions, is they want to take away all your guns. Now, you were in the House for a while before I got here. Has there ever been, to your recollection in your time here, a proposal that's been put in place in Congress to take away the guns of American citizens?
This is a wonderful subtext to all of the rhetoric that comes from the gun lobby and the NRA, that there is this secret agenda to essentially get the camel's nose under the tent through an expansion of background checks or a restriction on individuals who are on the terrorist watch list to buy guns, because the ultimate goal here is to eventually parachute into people's homes and take away all of your weapons, gun confiscation. Of course, that is a mythology that has been created by the gun lobby in order to sell more weapons, in order to make people scared of their government so that they have to arm themselves. There is no logic to it, and as you state in reference to your question, there has never been a proposal before the United States Congress to engage in any of the widespread confiscation efforts that have been imagined out of thin air by these advocacy organizations.
I thought that was the case. I'm a gun owner and I'm a supporter of the Second Amendment, and I've been unaware of this body or any state legislature putting in a proposal to take away folks' guns as advocates would suggest. Let me ask you this one. Here was a position this organization used to advocate all the time. We don't want to have things that restrict law-abiding citizens. We just want to keep guns out of the hands of the bad guys. That was, for a very long time, the NRA's position. Don't restrict law-abiding citizens. Keep guns out of the hands of bad guys. As far as you know, is there any way to enforce the existing laws and keep the guns out of the hands of the bad guys pursuant to the federal laws that have been placed for a very long time that prohibit 9 categories of people from owning weapons? Is there any way to do that job and keep the guns out of the hands of the bad guys without a comprehensive background record check so that somebody who's selling can determine whether or not somebody who's buying is a bad guy.
When we passed the background checks law initially, Senator Kane, it was pretty good at keeping guns out of the hands of bad guys because at that time, the vast majority of gun sales occurred in bricks and mortar gun stores. But what has happened since that time, as you know, is that sales of guns have transferred from bricks and mortar stores to online sales, to sales in gun shows. And because the law has not caught up, there are quite literally thousands of criminals and convicts and felons that are now walking into gun stores, are now just typing in armslist.com online and buying guns with no background check because the law has not kept up. So if you are truly sincere about stopping the bad guys from getting the guns, then you have to, by definition, expand the number of sales that are subject to background checks to those that are happening in 40% of the sales, which occur now online and in gun shows. Never mind the fact that the baddest of the guys are probably the ones that have had known connections and communications with terrorist groups who are not on that list today of those that are prohibited from buying guns.
Can I ask you this, since we've started to talk about this question? Has anybody come up to you and said, hey, people on the terrorist watch list, we just shouldn't be worried about them? You know, why would we worry about people on the terrorist watch list? Have they tried to argue that those are good guys?
Quite the opposite. They would rise to the highest level of concern for most of our constituents.
So here's where I'm puzzled. So an organization that says they're about the Second Amendment, they advocate a position that has no support in the Second Amendment. An organization that says and shakes their fist, we're trying to take their guns away, that has no basis because there are no such provisions that are on the floor or that have been introduced. And an organization that says they want to keep guns out of the hands of bad guys, the only way to do that is to have a background record check. So doesn't it seem like the organization's principles are really, well, let's start with this. It seems to me that they're at odds with the point of view of not only most Americans, but also most gun owners. Most gun owners support the common sense provisions that you are describing here on the Senate floor.
I assume that you have gun clubs in Virginia just like we have
Absolutely.
in Connecticut. And if you walk into a gun club in Connecticut, there's going to be pretty solid consensus that criminals shouldn't buy guns and that those law-abiding gun owners that sit in those gun clubs on Saturdays and Sundays have absolutely no problem with sales online or sales at gun shows being subject to background checks because they've gone through background checks. And they know that on average, a background check takes less than 10 minutes. They know that it is nothing more than a 9-minute on average inconvenience for someone that's buying a gun, and they support it further. Frankly, those guys in the gun clubs are amongst the loudest in their concern that terrorists have the ability today to buy dangerous weapons and commit mass murder like we saw in Orlando. And so this consensus that exists out there in the American public is not a consensus amongst progressive Democrats. It's a consensus amongst gun owners, non-gun owners, Democrats, Republicans, moms, dads, conservatives, liberals, Georgia, Connecticut, California. There is a cross-section of the American public that doesn't support keeping bad guys from getting guns, and thus the two reforms that we are asking for here today, a law that prohibits people on the terrorist watch list from getting guns, and a law that expands background checks to all of the forums in which guns are sold today.
And I would go one further. Not only is it consistent with what the American public wants in virtually any zip code in this country, I think the notion of keeping guns out of the hands of bad guys, which for a long time has been the stated principle of the National Rifle Association, I think that is in accord with the opinions of the members of the National Rifle Association. As I've seen polling about NRA members, the members of the organization overwhelmingly support background record checks because they want to keep guns out of the hands of bad guys.
And Senator Kane, they support it. NRA members support it at the exact same rate that non-gun owners and non-NRA supporters, non-NRA members support it. And in fact, NRA members, frankly, have been historically those who have been most supportive of provisions that would prevent guns from getting into the hands of criminals, because NRA members, by and large, are law-abiding gun owners. And so they historically have had some of the greatest concern about this, which is why it's so hard to understand this disconnect between where their members are, where gun owners are, and where the advocacy organization is.
And that's talking about outside this building. How about the disconnect between what our citizens and gun owners and NRA members want and expect us to do, and the complete lack of action, and frankly, counterproductive action? I mean, let's talk about that. Congress has given gun manufacturers a unique form of liability protection that virtually nobody else gets in this country. We have put a number of restrictions in place to stop research into causes of gun violence, to stop the ability to trace weapons in gun violence. Don't all these are not only not doing the right thing, but doing the wrong thing, in the sense of the thing that seems completely contrary to the wishes of the constituents who send us here to represent them.
And when you present these issues to the American public, they scratch their heads. Right? They scratch their heads because they assume already that individuals on the terrorist watch list can't buy guns. And they think it's absurd that we passed a law that subjects toy guns to a greater standard of negligence than real guns. I mean, that's what that law effectively did. That law said that if you sell a toy gun, then you're going to be subject to a higher standard of negligence if that gun misperforms than a gun company is going to be held to if its gun, its real gun, misfires. And when you explain that to somebody in your state, whether you're in a red state or a blue state, they scratch their head. It doesn't make sense to them.
And finally, the Senator, if I could do this, I know as part of standing on this floor, you're not standing here over, words and draft legislation. You're standing here because of people. And I sat with you and we talked about people in your community who had been affected. I would love to tell you the story about just one Virginian, if I could, and then I would love to have you comment on the story that I'm going to tell you. And I could tell a lot of stories and a lot of different people that I could, but one just epitomizes to me so plainly this challenge, and it's a story of a man named Liviu Librescu. Liviu Librescu was one of the people killed at Virginia Tech. He was a professor of aerospace engineering. He was an amazing professor. And on April 16, 2007, when Sung-Wi Cho came into Norris Hall and started shooting people, he stood in front of the door and he told his engineering students to try to get out of the window so that they would be safe. And he blocked the door, and Sung-Wi Cho was shooting bullets through the door, and he kept saying, hurry, 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 until the last breath he took, he told students to hurry, and everyone in his class got out the window, except one other student, Meena Panchal, who stayed behind and encouraged others to go ahead of him. And Professor Librescu was one of the 32 killed that day, but here's the amazing thing about Liviu Librescu that I just find myself continuing to contemplate. Liviu Librescu was 76 years old. He was born in the 1930s as a Jew in Romania. And when Hitler and the Nazis started to sweep across Europe, he and his family were put into labor camps and concentration camps. But this amazing survivor, who was a young boy and a teenager, survived the Holocaust. Most of his family was killed. He survived the Holocaust. And now he's a teenager with a lot of his family gone. And a lot of people who had been through that experience in Romania decided to leave. They were so shattered. But this is my home. My family's gone. This is my home. I'm going to stay in Romania. Then the Soviet Union took over Romania. And they asked that he renounce his Judaism. And he wouldn't do it. And then they asked that he pledge allegiance to the Communist Party, and he wouldn't do it. And so he had gotten a PhD. He was a well-recognized engineer, but suddenly, first, you can't travel to go to academic conferences, and then second, you're going to lose your job. And this Holocaust survivor now has to live under Soviet communism and be persecuted, but he wouldn't give up his faith, and he wouldn't give up his moral integrity. And he kept trying for a better life. And finally, in 1977, when he was past 40, he was allowed to emigrate to Israel. And he moved to Israel. And that had been his dream. And he was a teacher in Israel. In 1985, he got a one-year teaching fellowship at Virginia Tech in Blacksburg to come teach engineering. And he came in 1985 for a one-year fellowship, and he kept renewing it year after year after year because he found in Virginia, he found in America, he found in Blacksburg a community that he loved and a community that he cared about. So somebody who survived the Holocaust of the Nazis, who survived the Soviet oppression of his native land, couldn't survive the Holocaust of gun violence in this country. And there's one more thing about Liviu Librescu, and it's about the day that he was killed, because it was a very different day for him than it was for his students. It was a Monday. It was April 16, 2007, but that day was a special day in the Jewish faith for somebody who was Jewish. It's Yom HaShoah, from sundown on the 15th of April 2007 till sundown on April 16. It's the day to remember the Holocaust. And Jews worldwide and people who care about Judaism worldwide, it's a day to remember the Holocaust. And when you remember the Holocaust, well, it's one thing to reflect upon it, but it's another thing to reflect upon it as a Holocaust survivor. And what you reflect upon is the perpetrators and the gravity of the tragedy that they perpetrated. And you reflect upon the victims who lost their lives, and you reflect upon the survivors. And you reflect upon the heroes. And you also reflect upon the bystanders. You also reflect upon the bystanders. And so while the students who went into that class on the morning of April 16th, they weren't thinking about Yom HaShoah, Liviu Librescu was. And I've got to believe when that shooting started on this day where he's thinking about what he's been through, then he's faced with an existential, am I going to be a perpetrator? Am I going to be a victim? Am I going to be a survivor? Am I going to be a bystander? I'm going to be a hero. And he chose to be a hero. And he lost his life. He chose to be a hero. And he lost his life. Would I do that? Would I stand in front of a door and block it and take bullets and tell my students to get out the window? Would I do that? I cannot honestly stand here and say that I would. I can't say that I would have the courage of Liviu Librescu. He was a hero. I can't say I'd be a hero. But in this body, we don't have to be heroes. We just have to not be bystanders. We've been bystanders in this body. We've been bystanders in this nation as this carnage of gun violence has gone from one tragedy to the next. To cast a vote, that's not heroic. To stand up and say, we can be safer tomorrow, we can protect people's lives, that's not heroic. That's just saying, I will not be a bystander. And that's all we have to do. Stop being bystanders. And Mr. President, I would just ask my colleague from Connecticut if he has any close on that, and I appreciate the chance to engage in this dialogue with him.
I thank the senator from Virginia. That is as compelling a case as can be made. And before I yield the floor for a question to Senator Blumenthal, who's been here with me and with Senator Booker for every one of the now 12 hours that we have been standing here, I want to put that challenge to stop being a bystander to the body in very personal terms. This, for Senator Blumenthal and I, is rooted in our scar tissue as well. I was not more than 30 days from my election to the Senate, a celebratory moment in my life when I was sitting on a train platform waiting to go to New York City with my then 4-year-old and 1-year-old to see the Christmas lights when I got the call about the shooting in Sandy Hook, and Senator Blumenthal and I were there hours later, and there are certainly days when I wish I wasn't there and I didn't witness the things that I saw and connect with the tragedy that was evidenced that day. But our challenge from those families is to stop being bystanders. And there are similar stories of heroism that maybe I'll get the chance to tell later tonight from inside those classrooms. But a letter that I keep with me is from a mother whose child survived Sandy Hook. And so let me just read an excerpt from it before yielding the floor to Senator Blumenthal to make this challenge real from a mom who thinks about this every day. She said, in addition to the tragic loss of her playmates, friends, and teachers, my first grader suffers from PTSD. She was in the first room by the entrance to the school. Her teacher was able to gather the children into a tiny bathroom inside the classroom. There she stood with 14 of her classmates and her teacher, all of them crying. You see, she heard what was happening on the other side of the wall. She heard everything. She was sure she was going to die that day. She didn't want to die for Christmas. Imagine what that must have been like. She struggles nightly with nightmares, difficulty falling asleep, and being afraid to go anywhere in her own home. At school, she becomes withdrawn, crying daily, covering her ears when it gets too loud, and waiting for this to happen again. She is 6, and we are furious. I want to read you the rest of this to challenge us to stop being bystanders. We are furious that 26 families must suffer with grief so deep and so wide that it's unimaginable. Furious that the innocence and safety of my children's lives has been taken. Furious that someone had access to the type of weapon used in this massacre. Furious that gun makers make ammunition with such high rounds and our government does nothing to stop them. Furious that the ban on assault weapons was carelessly left to expire. Furious that lawmakers let the gun lobbyists have so much control. Furious that somehow someone's right to own a gun is more important than my child's right to life. Furious that lawmakers are too scared to take a stand. This mother of a child who survived one of those Sandy Hook classrooms finishes by saying, I ask you to think about your choices. Look at the pictures of the 26 innocent lives taken so needlessly and wastefully, using a weapon that never should have been in the hands of civilians. Really think. Changing the laws may inconvenience some gun owners, but it may also save a life, perhaps a life that is dear to me or you. Are you willing to risk it? You have a responsibility and an obligation to act now and to change the laws. I hope and I pray, writes the mother of a girl that survived the massacre at Sandy Hook, that you do not fail. I yield the floor to my colleague from Connecticut who has been here with me and Senator Booker since the beginning 12 hours ago. I yield to him for a question without losing the right to the floor.
Thank you, and I will ask a question of my colleague and friend from Connecticut. But first, I want to thank all my colleagues who have been here over these 12 hours, off and on, speaking so powerfully as our friend from Virginia just did about his experience. Every one of us has this kind of experience that brings us here and binds us together in this cause because we have seen the flesh and blood and emotional impacts. And I want to read a letter also from a Newtown survivor. Another, I read one earlier, from someone who lived through Newtown and wrote me after Orlando. And she said, as a Newtown teacher who was in lockdown at the middle school on 12/14, this work is particularly important to me. That could have just as easily been my classroom. And I find it abhorrent that we have chosen as a nation to be complacent in the face of mass shooting. It is incumbent upon us, our elected officials, to enact meaningful change in order to save lives. I urge and implore citizens around the country, people who are watching this proceeding, who are listening to the powerful words of my colleagues, most especially Senator Murphy, to let us know that you hear us, and equally important, to let the other side of the aisle know, which right now is vacant, completely empty. This side is full, the other side is empty. Let them hear how you feel, how this teacher who lives in Trumbull, Connecticut feels. There is a lot of talk these days in our politics about the need for change. On the presidential campaign, in the Senate campaigns, at every level of our elective process, politicians are telling people they will change things in Washington. Well, we can give people change in our laws, in our enforcement practices, in our culture. It all has to change for lives to be saved. It isn't only new laws. There has to be more resources for the enforcement of that law. The background check is actually an enforcement tool. Expanding that check gives law enforcement the ability to stop people already prohibited by law from buying guns. The terrorist watch list and the Attorney General's discretion based on evidence to stop people engaged or preparing for terrorism to be barred from buying guns is an enforcement tool. It protects people. And so people should demand changes, not just in the abstract and in general terms, but in the way we deal with guns. This day has been enormously meaningful because of the reaction it has provoked across the country, in our offices, the phones that have rung, the tweets that have emanated, the messages that we've received in every form. But it must be followed by action. In this chamber, we hear words. This place is filled with words. It is what we do in this place. We talk. But actions speak louder than words. Now is the time for action. Enough is enough. Give us the votes. Give us the votes on these amendments. Let us vote. That is the reason that we're here. Let us act.